Hey everybody, welcome back. It's the Fool here, hosting the pre-show again for nasl
What?
Season 7, Week 5. And on the desk, I have Vaughn, Nikki Minlin, Oppabug, Vistic, and Threezy's kind of here chilling too, just for the vibes. It's a whole party. I got a lot of brawlers here. Actually, I have all roles, which is kind of rare. So it's about halfway through the season, and I decided what better time than to inject some whimsy as teams are kind of getting a scope of things. Everyone's got to win now. And so I've taken some of the best and brightest minds. I have a desk full of current or former nasl players. And today we are going to do a little bit of a game for today on this show. So without further ado, today we are going to play Cut 3, Keep 3. What's going to happen is I have 4 mystery categories on my handy dandy notebook here. The guests on the desk are going to be given 6 names of players that fit each category. They are going to be tasked with making a roster, the strongest possible roster they can, to compete against other rosters in a hypothetical NASL sanctioned tournament. Some of these players may be the best players of all time in the game. Some of these players may just be another platypus. Okay, you won't know for sure. Now, without further ado, I'm going to give first dibs to Mystic because that's my guy. Mystic, I'd like you to pick number 1, 2, 3, or 4 for your mystery category.
Give me number 3.
Number 3. I'm going to run off camera here because I need a pen. Also, you'll get a bonus point if you can successfully figure out what your category is. Okay, Mystic has number 3. Let's do the Fool because he was just in this exact spot 2 weeks ago or last week. The Fool, what category do you want? 1 through 4, except for 3.
I'll take 1. I'll take number 1.
Okay. And then I'm going to give Nikki 2 and Oppabug 4. Okay? Boom. Okay, the Fool. Keep 3, cut 3. You are building a roster. I'm going to let you know something. You are not guaranteed to have an equal distribution of main roles. I want you to keep that in mind, and that's for everyone. It's not there's no guarantee you have the exact same players. There's no guarantee you have the exact same roles. I just want you to keep that in mind as you go through these because you're like, oh, if Vaughn gave me 6, surely I have 2 midfielders, 2 goalies, and 2 brawlers. That might not be the case. Okay, just so you know.
Okay.
Now, without further ado, Samuel Zajczynski, the Fool. Your first player for constructing your roster is Wallaby Gangsta. Do you keep or cut Wallaby Gangsta?
Wallaby Gangsta. Cutting Wallaby Gangsta.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Now, keep in mind, the power for your roster is you are taking the player where they're at right now. Okay, it's not like if I gave you Ginger Pop. It's like, oh, Ginger Pop 2023 edition. It's like, no, it would be like Silver.
The Hall of Fame card.
Yeah, yes. Okay, your next player is ZZZ.
I'll keep ZZZ.
Okay. 1 keep, 1 cut. Your next player is Bells.
I will keep Bells. I will keep Bells. We'll make it work.
Okay.
We got some draggers on this roster.
You know?
I think my teammate Bells will kill himself. Okay. Next.
Game.
Our 4th player in game is Saya.
Sorry, Saya, you gotta go. We're passing, we're cutting.
Okay. That's 2 keeps and 2 cuts.
All down
Only
to this.
2 players left. Your 5th player that you have the option to select is Gravity Omega Strikers.
That's tough. We don't have a goalie currently. Gravity's midfield. ZZ technically is midfield. I fear, but I'm gonna cut for now. And I'm gonna pray that this last one is a competent goalie.
So you cut Wallaby Gangsta, Saya Omega Strikers, a pro league every season pro league goalie, and you cut Gravity Ghost, midfield bonanza S tier winner, best coach world. Your 3rd player for your roster is EKC's very own Katsuna. So your roster is Katsuna, ZZZ, and Bells. Wow, don't expect to play for core control this game. All right.
I have 3 balls.
Guys,
other casters,
We have 3
What's up,
brawlers.
Saya?
I'm going to
What's up,
interject
Saya?
real quick. To those in the chat, do you think Keep is winning or do you think Cut is winning?
Yeah, I mean,
Wait, I actually think-
Mel's thumbs up.
Wait, I actually think the cut roster smokes this keep roster. The cut
Wait,
roster is
wait, wait,
Gravity,
wait,
Saya, and
wait,
Walter
wait,
Gangsta.
Wait,
All right,
wait.
other casters on the desk. What do we think about the Fools team of Katsuna, ZZZ, and Bells? What do we think about it? Let's hear from my co-host, actually, 3Z. 3Z, what do you think about that roster? What do you think about the synergy there?
I think we have a lot of brawlers on one team. Yeah, I mean, this is like a solo queue lobby. Like, just imagine
Yeah.
Bells is on goalie, and then we've pretty much got it, right?
Actually, that might
yeah.
be the best iteration of the roster, and I'm not joking. So
I
put Bells
think
on
so
car
too.
goalie.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
All right,
Well.
Nikki, are you ready?
yeah.
Okay, and keep in mind the Fool. Actually, before we go on the Fool, I want you to think about what your category might have been. How all those players were related somehow. Okay, Nikki, you're next. Ready?
Okay.
Your first player is Borg.
Mm.
At his current skill level.
I think I'll cut.
Okay.
No.
3Z's seen enough of these shorts to know that was a mistake. Okay, 2. Gravity Omega Strikers.
Well, we almost had Gravity as our midfielder for me and Weston. So like
That's
I
true.
feel like if I don't say keep, then I'm fake. So I have to think
Okay.
about it.
All right, 1 keep, 1 cut. Next on the list, Cat Kupo.
Oh shit, the goat.
You have 1 keep and 1 cut so far.
Oh fuck.
Better
Oh,
goalie
sorry.
than what I have.
Okay,
There's none.
Whoa, that's you haven't. You tell me you don't know Chimes Dubu, bro. Just say it.
I'll cut.
Okay. Next player, Anthony Jameson Cannon.
Oh, I'll keep.
Okay. 2 cuts, 2 keeps. You have 1 of each. Next player, Kenneth Bottom 273.
I'll cut.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. So far, your team is Gravity, a midfield player. AJ Cannon, a goalie player. Your final player is Mystic on Cosmic Pause.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
your
That's fine.
roster
That's fine.
is AJ Cannon, Gravity, and Mystic. How do you feel about your chances?
Honestly, okay. At least I have a goalie.
That's facts. Hey, and you got Joe as well, so you'll be just fine. Speaking of Joe, think about how those players are related. Joe, you're up next. Are you ready? You just
I'm
got
ready.
picked.
I'm
Okay,
ready.
your first player, Fudgy Waffles.
Keep. I'm learning from watching the other ones. The goat Jason, get him in here.
That's facts. So also interesting, both players so far they've cut the first player and kept the last player. So that's interesting to me. Okay, next. 2004 Lexus GX 470.
Ooh, I want
A
to keep
challenger-
so badly.
I mean, he holds his own in the boys in houses.
He holds as many nasl titles as I do. But I'm gonna let Davis go. He needs to
Okay.
focus on Expedition 33.
That's true. Your next choice, Z Yoshi Yoshi's 64.
Ian.
Ian.
That's a good theme here.
I'm trying to figure out the category so I can try to predict like who the upcoming
yeah.
because in Nikki's category I like immediately knew halfway through, so I knew I was gonna be on there.
Yeah.
What? You know the category?
But I don't see a theme yet.
I would say Nikki's is the easiest to guess the category.
I'm gonna cut Ian.
Okay. Your next player is Leo Leon 500.
Slam it. Slam it. He's here.
Okay. Now, next player is Gravity Omega Strikers.
He's here right
Okay.
now. That's my team.
Okay. Are you sure? You don't have a
100%. 100%.
Okay. Would you like to know the last person, or you just don't even want to know because you know your team's that good?
I know my team's better, but we'll hear it. Let's see what the cut roster looks like.
Okay, the cut roster was 2004 Lexus GX 470, Z Yoshi 64, and Coach Yoki.
Saved.
Oh. I
So
think
Mystic,
I think
you did a
I won.
great. I think you did a great. Hold on. Well, hold on now. There's one more person left to go, but your team is Fudgy Waffles, Leo Leon, and Gravity Ghost. Very well done. Opabug, are you ready?
I was ready to ever be actually.
Coach Buggy, AP Buggy Lowell. Okay, your first player is Opabug.
I have to keep myself, guys. I'm just gonna say I gotta keep myself.
Sounds good. Your next player is PPL legend Maddie Smiley Face.
Oh,
That's my goat.
Maddie
In
mentioned.
current skill,
And current skill. Sorry, Maddie. You have to
All
go.
right.
all right. Your third player is Gravity Ghost.
In every category.
Wow.
Cut.
Okay. Your next player is Killiest.
I gotta keep my homie, my Westie homie.
Okay. Your next player is Evil Drew Danger.
I mean, all right.
I'll keep Evil Drew Danger. I'll keep him.
Okay. I understand. Do you want to know the last player you cut or
Yeah,
no?
I need to know. I need to know.
Okay, the last player that you cut has been active in the queues recently with his good friend Ratman Rob is Puffy FPS. So he
Oh, bummer.
okay, so Appa, your roster is Chikara chatting with Killiest. How do we
Yeah.
feel about that in the Big 26?
Maybe not so great. Maybe greater 2 years ago, but you know, honestly, I don't think the cuts were that bad either. So I mean, like,
I don't think they were too bad either. You actually only cut 3 former nasl players, so fair enough. All right, now that being said, I'm gonna reiterate all 4 teams. So team 1, the Fool. You have Katsuna, ZZZ, Bells. Could you tell me what positions they would play?
We're putting Bells in the goal box, Katsuna in the
Yep.
midfield, and ZZ as
Yep.
brawler.
Correct. Very good. Okay, Nikki, you have AJ Cannon, Gravity, and Mystic. What roles are they playing?
AJ Cannon would be goalie.
Do you need some help?
Oh, she
I
don't
can
know
tell you
about
the right
Joe
answer.
now. She
I
need
was
to
about to
learn
say,
about Joe.
I can
Like-
tell you the right answer.
I
You
don't.
might
I
have to
don't.
Joe.
You had to put
Come on
Tiptoe
now.
Joe in the brawler position.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, Mystic and
Who is
Brawler
that?
and Gravity in midfield.
Right. Oh, okay. You said Gravity midfield. Okay, you were about to get kicked off the desk. Whew, good job. Okay, Mystic, your team is Fudgy Waffles, Leo, Leon, and Gravity Ghost. What positions are they playing?
Fudgy in the net.
Yep.
Leo forward or brawler.
Yep.
And then Gravity midfield.
Yep. And Appa, I think it goes without saying that you would clearly be the brawler, Evil Danger would be the goalie, and Killius would be the midfield.
yes,
Okay,
sir.
so the first thing I want to ask is who knows what their category was?
Mine were casters, right?
Casters that have casted an S tier: Borg, Gravity, Cat Kupo, AJ Cannon, K-Bot, and Mystic. Good job, Nikki. You cannot get last place now. I've decided that you got
Yes!
it. Okay. Does anyone else know their category or would like to rehear the people in it?
Oh, I think I know Appa's category, but I don't know.
What's
mine.
Appa's category?
I think Appa's category is like chatting players or subs.
No, that's incorrect. Appa's category is Appa. Do you know it or do you want me to say it?
I'd rather you say it because I don't actually know.
Players that have defeated Kainoob in tournament.
Whoa.
Bang. That's his category
Wow.
right there. Okay. Mystic, do you know what your tournament is?
I have absolutely no idea. I'm just gonna
category.
say people who played in Alpha.
That is a good guess, but it's incorrect. Your category is players that have coached NAS rosters.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Last but not least, the Fool. Yours had Katsuna, ZZZ, and Bells. Do you know what their link is, as well as the other names on that list with Saya, Gravity, and Wallaby Gangsta?
People who lock SSR characters. I don't know. Clue.
Not, unfortunately, too tenuous. Those are people who have teamed in an official event with Liari. Congratulations to Nikki Minilin as the only one to get their category right. And obviously the chat can vote, but I think we as a desk, 3Z, my co-host, which team do you think has the win?
I mean, let's be real. One of these teams is like a nasl roster, and then you have the rest of them. Honestly,
That's correct.
shout out to the AJ Cannon roster. That's like a close second, but we're giving it to Fudgy, Leo, and Gravity.
I agree. I think that's great. All right. Good job, everyone. W Game Show. Let's talk about the games today. Our first game on the docket is RTF versus Demon Time. Both teams, I think Demon Time is currently sitting 3-1 with RTF at 2-2. RTF will be once again fielding Mloom in. This is the second time this season he's playing. It's a little bit of a tough draw for him because he played Boys into Demon Time, which were projected as like the two best teams. So I'd like to hear some predictions, and we're going to start with Opabug.
I'm gonna have to put my Demon Time team though. I love Bloom. I gotta represent my team.
I got you. All right, Nikki, 20 seconds or less. Who you got?
Wait, is Maloon midfielding?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going Demon Time.
Can I get a score?
A score? Oh, I wasn't.
Bro, just say 2-0 or 2-1.
I think
That's
it's
it.
2-0. Sorry.
Thank you. We're running a tight ship here. Don't act like you don't know how this goes. Okay? Unprofessional. I can't handle this. Jesus.
I never
The
watched
Fool,
pre-shows,
save
I'm
me.
sorry.
Say, Nikki, you're cut off from talking. Who's seen the Key and Peele skit that's from? The Fool, it's you.
Demon Time 2-0.
Okay. Mystic?
One of these teams I beat in scrims today, and the other one I didn't. So, Demon Time 2-0.
That's facts. Me as well. I'm also going to say Demon Time 2-0. 3Z, have any thoughts?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Moving right along.
Yep.
3Z, we have your team, Bomba versus EKC. Tell me why in 15 seconds or less that you're going to win today.
Seals and Sea Lions.
Lore, I like that. Nikki, here's your redemption round. Go.
All right, Bombardiers 2-0.
And why?
Oh yeah.
Oh, and why? Well, we beat EKC and I don't know. Yeah, that's it.
Oof, that is true. My goodness, EKC. You gotta step it up. Am I right? Am I right, fellas? All right. Thank you, Nikki. Mystic, who you got?
I heard Katsuna is back for this one, right?
Yes, he is.
But I don't know if they're in their prime as of right now, so I'm gonna give it to Bomba.
All right. I like that. Who wants to go next? Appa, I love you. It's your turn.
I think Bomba's a safe answer, but everyone's saying Bomba, and I can see an upset. So let's go EKC, like 2-1 or
The
something.
Fool. Vote for your. Let's hear your support for your boyfriend. Vote for Soren. Give him some love.
Yeah, we're in Toxic Yowie. I'm not voting for Soren here. It's Bomba
okay.
2-1. I think main roster EKC.
Yeah, get it right, Vaughn.
EKC squeak a game out, but Bomba 2-1.
My bad.
Toxic Yowie.
I forgot this part of the character arc is not supportive. Okay, I'm gonna vote for EKC because there's no toxicity. There's only Yaoi for NXC and I. That guy filled a scrim from yesterday. And he played like a beast. So I'm gonna say EKC wins 2-1 just to even up the desk a little bit. Next we have. I'm gonna think of this without looking at any notes. Hold on. HMG versus. It's HMG versus someone. There's a 10th team. Hold on. Holer and Dogs are the end. Marquee matchup. Me versus Rats. Who is left? Who like I just can't even remember this team. They have no aura. HMG versus who? Bozo. Okay, I'm gonna say.
No
Okay, did you
aura.
guys see Snakes? Did you guys see Snakes Julie game last week? That was
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah,
that was
yeah, I did.
that was I swear the best individual performance of the season so far. I got to give it to HMG. That was a crazy game.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say they win this time 2-1. Zoro, who you got? The Fool.
I mean, Snake carved me up. I will not lie on CTC. I got destroyed. I'll give my props. I'll give my flowers. HMG win 2-1.
All right, 3Z.
Oh, Bo's a bunch. Yeah.
Bro, I need a score.
Oh, 2-0. 2-1.
These people, I can't work with it. Unprofessional. Nikki, show them how it's done.
I would say Bozo Bunch. It will either be a close 2-0 or a 2-1. I believe in the Bozo Bunch.
All right, Mystic, let's hear your thoughts.
Mr. Good, Sir Snake, Kyle was my forward duo on our way to nasl through we were doing amazing until the world shut us down. So I'm gonna have to give it to him because he's carrying on our legacy. 2-0.
Amen.
HMG.
All right. Desk wants an HMG win. Let's move right along. undefeated Sad Boys fraud season. Hashtag New England Patriots. Hashtag losers. Hashtag sabotage. 4-0 versus the no debate actually best rookie team of the season, the Rat Pack, with Fresh manning the helm as the veteran commandeering the roster. Actually, Carmine, this is a third season. I can't call him a rookie. It's just Tempo Mountain. All right, obviously we're gonna lose. 0-2. Sad Boys are going down. There's no sub. We tried everything we could. We're just gonna get absolutely cooked. Exposed as frauds. 4-5 at this point. So Sad Boys are losing. I'm going to predict that it's the Rat Pack 2-0. Who wants to go next? Appa?
You know what? I'm on the Rat Pack train right now. I'll say 2-1. They're going to throw a game because these guys are kind of griefers, but I'm on the Rat Pack train.
They are. That's a great point, Appa. They do grief a lot. They grief all the time. Both of them. Both of the forwards, especially Tempo Mountain. Tempo Mountain every single game I play with her. Tempo Mountain literally anytime she opens Omega Strikers. I have so many clips of Tempo Mountain doing it. The Fool? What do you think?
I think this is going to be one of the closest matches of the season, hopefully. But I'm going to give it to boys, 2-1. I think it's going to end up being a boys game.
That's brave. Okay, Mystic, what do you think?
Yeah.
Not for reasons you would predict, but I'm going to give it to Rat Pack because there's a bone in my body that says Axel Kainoob was playing Deadlock until 8 a.m. and will sleep through when the match should start and will not appear. And I have no proof of this. This is just like I can just envision it happening.
Yeah, I can too. This is common Demons Raw lore that they're incredibly fake. So hopefully their spirit lives on in nasl. All three of them have found a home. Nikki, let's hear it.
I'm gonna give it to Rat Pack because they're gonna turn it around and the boys are gonna bring in a sub. So.
True, that's true. All right, 3Z. Yep, that's what I thought too. Okay, moving right along now to the final match of the week. We've got the matchup I have unironically been most excited for since like the season started, which is Polar versus Dogs. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna have a moment of vulnerability. I thought both these teams would not have a win going into this, and so I thought it was about to be like the scrappiest dogfight, pun not intended, ever. Now both these teams are just chilling with a win, so the pressure's off their backs, which honestly I'm kind of disappointed about because I thought it'd be so much more juicy if that wasn't the case. But I'm glad that they have wins. So I'm gonna skip the two members of the desk. Actually, I'm gonna skip everyone but the people playing. So if you're not playing in this, I'm not gonna ask you. I just need 30 seconds. The Fool and Nikki Minlin. Starting with the Fool, I want you to describe why you're gonna win today and what you think about your opponent, as you both played in Nasty, and now you are both in nasl. So you've watched each other grow over the seasons. Why are you going to win, the Fool?
Well, we might have both played in Nasty, but only one of us won Nasty. Another one of us won NASA. We won the tournament last night. We coached this team. We are above this team in every way! I will not be losing to the Dogs today. That is my argument. Thank you very much.
That is a good argument. That is a very good argument. Nikki, what is your rebuttal?
That was when I was playing Brawler, which numbers know is my worst role, so like it isn't gonna go down like that.
Dude, I know exactly what you mean.
What about Weston?
Hopefully, Nikki,
What's
you
his
don't
main role?
Oh my gosh,
know.
wait, we're
Whatever.
still over time. Guys, it's like 2:15. I didn't have a clock in front of me. We're done. I can't wait to watch the first match. Let's go right now. Thanks everyone for watching. See you soon for the game. Bye.
Bye-bye.
of Grand Finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane. There's the opening on the outside. The pass is wide open. A beautiful shot to the corner. They've reached the summit.
Welcome everyone to the North American Strikers League Season 7, and we're getting here on to Week 5. Just about crossing the midpoint here for our regular season. We got our first match coming up, return to form against Demon Time. Now, if you were watching any of the pre-show, you saw that we have a lot of votes on Demon Time taking this. I am NVNYC, joined by Big Tilt, which is sick, first time casting with Big Tilt, and now I want to know what you think about this match, because Demon Time feels like they're going to be the favorite here.
Yeah, Loom's in the midfield position. I casted them against Sad Boys, and that was a tough matchup. And now they have another one with Demon Time, and I've been really impressed with the team since Boycott's not playing for Demon Time. It's Gumi in the goal line, and the forward duo Shianzu and the Joker has always been impressive. So it's gonna be a tough task for RTF to take over.
Yeah, that is completely fair. Lots of experience here on to Demon Time, but return to form, definitely no slouches, and we'll see that as we go into the first match here on to Demon Dias. which is definitely going to be hitting each other in the face. X Era showing up here for Demon Time with Estelle as well. It's going to be Era as the goalie. Juliet, Dubu, and Kazan on the other side. Definitely more core control looking there, but X is kind of all the damage you really need for the most part. And you can see the Awakenings. Also, we have Cakes, and we have Heavy Impact here. Lots of Cakes on the side of Demon Time, actually. Not going for Omega Power, which is usually what I would see from this team. Everyone backing up into the end zone, probably messing something up here or ending the match. But yeah, this should be a pretty interesting match. Maybe the players are not picking exactly what they want. But we'll see in just a minute. Server issues. One other thing I guess we'll bring up here will be the standings. RTF is looking at a 2-2 right now and a 3-1 for Demon Time. So about as much stakes as you could imagine here. Getting 3 losses at this point of nasl could be a little rough. So RTF is really going to have to put in that work.
Yeah, especially if we look at the picks. Unconventional from RTF, Julie, Kazan, Dubu, with Maloon piloting the Dubu. They played it last time they were in Nassau in earlier weeks against the Sad Boys, and it did not look too well. And judging from the triple stacks on the side of Demon Time, there's no threat of KO, so they're gonna be outsped, and those 150 stacks are really just gonna probably roll them because they can't really kill. Maybe if Leo Leon gets a sick dash punch and takes the stacks, but these are the top level players. If they are not put in a situation where they need to contest the core on the edge, they will not do it. And it's going to be really hard to find these KOs.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Juliet feels like the only X factor that the team has to really get those kills. Now, of course, Kazan is great at finishing kills. He's really good at killing shattered players. He's gotten a lot of different nerfs throughout the time for his like regular average damage for each of his moves, and of course there was a change for light hits, not like making it so you regen at about half time. So Kazan not super great at dealing damage by himself anymore, but with the assistance of, well, they're gonna really have to like focus hard if they want to get a kill, and they might be able to. Honestly, like Dubu does like a decent damage with something like Somersault, so they might be able to find a kill if they were like, yo, kill this guy with stacks. This is a big problem. I'm being run over. But we'll see if the Awakenings will be sticking here. Of course, we do see Finny and Vice banned, so the teams are just like, actually, we don't really want to deal with that much damage. But again, X, sometimes it's really all the damage you need, right?
Yeah. Top 1X. You just have him on the team, you just threaten so much KO potential and scoring potential. I mean, this character can do it all. He does damage. He puts a lot of pressure on the goalies, and there's not really much you can do. You have to play really on top of him, like make sure he doesn't get the ball. But that's besides the point. We're actually going to start the game now. RTF versus Demon Time.
Yes, sir. And I love that the Magnetized Souls picks on the X. It actually feels like it does so much work on this map, especially with the positioning of the barriers. It always feels like you're backing up a little bit. You got to go to the other side, and the Mag Souls really get you right in the face of the goalie and the ball sometimes, so it's a really nice pick. Actually, that's the only Mag Souls. Moffin going huge Powerhouse Pauldrons and Momentum Boots onto Era. She is definitely a speed demon as they're working on the right side of the map here, though. Great strike stacks. Is actually going to get the ball out and steal a barrier from Demon Time to start out. Moffin going to hand the ball right on down the line, trying to get into the hands of Leo Leon. A nice strike there from Shianzu, an early one. It's going to make it so they do not get checkmated there by that dash punch. One barrier down, another one. X gets right in that face. Maloon looking really low. This is kind of what I would expect from forward Dubu, is just to get their face beat right now, even by a team that looks something like this. X is probably going to have no problem dealing damage there. Moffin Kobe going to give it on over to Maloon one more time. Let's see if they can get this kill here onto Maloon. Boom.
Like you said, as Maloon gets taken now, the Dubu can't really fight back in those scenarios because he's such a big target. And with Shianzi and the Joker just pulsing Billy to zone, it's going to be very hard for the poor Maloon to stay alive as the goal goes in for Demon Time. Joker gained the credit. And we might need to wait for a couple Awakenings to slide in, but I mean, there's X on the other team, so they're just going to get even stronger.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, like, already a bunch of stacks on the side of Demon Time. They killed Maloon, which is, like, pretty standard, exactly what I'd expect. Joker's trying to go for the kill on Leo right now, but lacking a little bit of damage. No wand showing up right here for Joker as they're working on getting these final barriers. I feel like, oh man, Leo, that's kind of like the only way I could imagine them getting a kill at this point is like spending that flip with the dash punch combo, or maybe getting like an ult and somebody doesn't want to evade. But they're not going to have anywhere near consistent damage, I feel like, and these stacks are going to simply stack up as another barrier goes down. Joker so fast to get in there, was trying to win a strike war against Muffin. Not going to work out there. Headbutt, flip, yeah, gets it on out there at least. Gumi trying to get it over it to the Joker. Does get an X Maximus punch, which doesn't score the ball, but it definitely scores Moff and Kui, and then they get the ball next. So this seems like the entire streamline of the game already shown in like 2 points.
Yeah, the Joker already hit 150 stacks, and now he's just all over the field. So much pressure in these bull rushes when these bell ringers out. It's keeping the pressure on the poor Maloom. But as these stacks are coming up for Demon Time, Shianzu, and Gumi, basically at 150 now. Shianzu is at 150 now. Now, the poor Dubu, poor RTF, can't really get anything done as they're getting outsped.
Yeah, Julie is going to be definitely the main barrier achieved getting here, because we don't really have much for Dubu yet. Like, if maybe Dubu grabs something with like projectile distance, like missile prop is kind of like the one thing that I feel like forward Dubu is really going to enjoy. That might end up working out, but man, they actually just end up dealing enough damage to Muffin, even with those powerhouse pauldrons, to get them right off the map. And boy, they're keeping insane amounts of pressure on the opposing team. RTF feels like they really can't do anything. I mean, this straight up feels like a comp diff. Like, it could be a skill diff, like that's fair and understandable, but this comp diff is what I'm really feeling here. And Time doesn't even have any damage yet. Like, they could just get at any point. Like, Bulk Up's about to show up. Like, the damage could happen, and they have all the control.
Now, so talk about the draft, the comp diff. Like, Dubu is last pick now, and he's not gonna really get anything.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you have extra special, but as you look at Demon Time's Awakening picks, we have Bulk Up, Manu, and extra special. That has more damage and more cooldowns to even pummel the Dubu even more.
Yeah, I mean, Monumentalist does end up landing onto Gumi as well, which is... that might have been a considerable deny. Era with Mon on this map is a pretty alarming. Era with Mon in general is alarmingly good, covering so much space. Yeah, but not too much picked up by RTF at all. Like, we got Leo Leon with a prize fighter, and I'm not seeing too much fighting going on, as Julie is just... I mean, with Dubu on the team, most of the time your dash punch is being used to get some barriers. I mean, yeah, you gotta get the objective at some point, although it gets a kill with that dash punch, maybe just enough power and another stack to go with it, and that could be some momentum gained from the side of RTF. Moffin, of course, getting specialized training, which definitely helps Kazan deal regular damage when needed, and that could also be a turning point as well. As, wow, a couple of great strikes and keep both of those barriers alive. Joker spending the X Maximus to get at least one of these barriers. Leo Leon winning an interaction against Xianzu is actually going to end up scoring the goal. Big for RTF to just win everything there.
It's all of the Leo Leon 500 that make the hero plays in this matchup. He did get one kill on the Xianzu, resetting the stacks, and now, if I am Leo Leon, I'm fishing for a kill on Joker. Because we need to reset those stacks, rotate these kills. Like, the optimal play would be like, okay, we're gonna kill Joker now, I guess the stacks are gonna reset. And then we just cycle, kill Xianzu, kill the forwards, and hopefully make something happen. Oh my gosh, barely not a kill there.
Yeah, like you're saying, at least trying to do what they can to basically spend all of their resources to just reset the stacks, and was just a little bit far off. Spent everything and died, and got basically nothing out of it. Nice dribble there from Xianzu, but can't find the primary, as Leo Leon is going to return to the board. Era almost getting it through there with the Bewitching Beam, which of course does not stun players. Often Kui almost be able to block that one, but Joker on the front side is going to clean up that final barrier. Maloom doing what Dubu does best, making a wall for a short amount of time. Now finally getting pretty involved, has a solid amount of health pool here. Might go for the flip. Okay, does go for the flip there, winning a strike war. Leo Leon nicely. Going to actually finally get both of those barriers. Now it's up to Moff and Kui to hold against Joker, although he kind of has this flip, and there it goes. 2v3. Oh, try.
Unfortunate strike placement there from Moff and Kui. And now, Demon Time just shifted the plan. Okay, let's not let Leo Leon do anything this game. So you just make him basically have a Dead Awakening. They killed him twice, so he's at 0 surprise fighter stack. So he's just basically playing with one Awakening at this point.
which is definitely what happens when you grab Prize Fighter and can't seem to find the prize that you are looking for. Although, hey, Maloom does actually have 150 stacks. Rare scenario where Dubu survives long enough to get that, although the Joker, you know, dealing a lot of crossfire damage just by trying to get these barriers. I mean, the entire team is kind of getting hit by these AoE moves. Era hits everyone with Bewitching Beam. Of course, the Piercing Shot is also going to go right through everyone as well. There you go, dealing some damage to Moth and Kobe as well. Yeah, Joker looking for the kill right now. Probably going to happen. Absolutely no problem for Joker to get that kill on Moth. And now we have no goalie. Can we get this goal? Yes, we can.
It's simple, clean passing plays, scoring on the top side. And even though Maloom has this 150 stacks, it's still Dubu on Demon BS against the nasl team. And not a great matchup here for Maloom. And with these hero plays coming in from Leo Leon, maybe he can do something, but that's just use all his abilities on that one barrier. And Demon Team not gonna get the chance to take another one.
Yeah, that is definitely possible. Low would love the hold there from Joker. Actually mix up the timing there nicely. Oh my god, Era backwards is actually going to do just about everyone's health, including Maloom getting knocked all over the place, trying to finish them off, but can't actually, then does indeed, and gets the goal. And, well, the stack reset doesn't matter, because that will certainly be the end of that set. Again, the simple streamline of Demon Time kind of just running all over RTF right now shall continue as X's first pick.
Looking at Glass Cannon, Demolitionist, all those stuff. But this time Dubu is not last pick, so he can maybe pick up the missile prop, but I think Xianzu's probably going to deny that at that point.
I do agree that it would be a solid deny. I'm going to let it go through. Actually, Dubu gets a pick of whatever they want. Going to take Rampage, which is interesting, as I believe you were going to be a little too large to avoid any moves in the game, but that's okay. There wasn't a ton of damage in that draft to begin with. A little bit of Glass Cannon speed for Gumi, though, is nice, and Joker with some size. Berserker, one of the more interesting awakenings in the game right now. It's kind of hard to quantify how good it is, but we'll see if we can get some value out of that one, as, of course, Lilian is already completely shattered, trying to regen a little bit. Xianzu almost shattered as well, but going to avoid some of the damage by running through midfield a little bit there as the opposing team tries to work on the barrier. Mafakuni is going to defend that one. Assistance with those Rose Petals is going to get that one. Actually, Rose Thorns, not Petals. Going to get that one through onto the bottom side of the barrier, the back side, really. And not much going on. I want to see Maloom get some value out of this Rampage, really.
Yeah. 2 stacking Awakenings picking on Dubu, but you have to get there in the first place, so the way these points have been going, it's not really gonna happen. But if the stars align and Maloom stays alive long enough, he can take over this game. Again, if there was any other character, it might be a bit scary. But the Tofu Fortress gets put down, and now we have open barrier here for RTF. No reversal, Hook comes out, saving the ball. But Leon with Dash Punch, too much of the voice speed opportunity, and trying to force it through all 3 players at Demon Time. No dice and no opportunity there.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty good job of keeping the possession here, though. It finally goes behind the opposing barrier, though they get it right back out there. Leon, now too small to even get a dash punch, but Joker finds a kill once again. Maloom nowhere to be found. All stacks set to 0. Dubu, a sad excuse for a hamster right now, as Flip is seen on almost everyone on Demon Time. They do end up punching it right in with no resources really used, and that is double Flip for the second part of this set. RTF, I do not know. I don't know.
Okay, if I'm Demon Time, I'm saying let's nuke someone. Double Flip. Let's say let's nuke Neo Leon. There's no evade. Joker trying to hit those abilities, but a slight misspacing and whiffing him. It's okay. Open barrier here for RTF. Leon trying to make something happen in the bottom corner, rotating them off from Koei. What comes out? Giving the ball to Maloom. Strike passing plays are coming up, but nothing was there happening. They're cutting the passes, they're keeping it tight. And no real checkmate scenarios being opened up here.
Yeah, Maloom, or Mapakui doing a great job of defending right now, and Leon is actually doing an incredible job of simply winning strike wars quite consistently. So really just getting super involved. Xianzu actually, oh my god, flips the table onto Leon, jumping right behind and actually executing them with the assistance of that flip. kind of nasty, but definitely necessary as they're going to try to get this last barrier. And 14 seconds does pass. Lilian, slight revenge on the opposing side, gets a kill of their own. This power play might be enough to get this goal. Lilian actually just runs up and says, "Bro, stop dribbling. I'm in."
Yeah, it's none of that here. I'm not falling for any of your tricks. Leo Leon is level 8 now. He did get a prize fighter stack. And maybe if you could find 3 more dash punches, they could turn this game around. But all the damage coming in from the Joker is really a lot of pressure on the Loom's low HP as well. The 3 players on this core field are all low stagger. Let's see, it's up to which team will capitalize on this moment.
Yeah, I mean, Joker's kind of just getting involved, creating chaos, and just doing damage to the opposing team. Xianzhu and Gumi are easily keeping the possession, not letting the ball go too far past midfield, and doing damage to the enemy team as well. Xianzhu getting those piercing shots too. Lilian wins that interaction there. Is the only one on the front lines, but can't win due to simply lacking of strikes. Gumi now down to Xianzhu, has this flip, probably going to move up to make a play. Only 2 points left in this spot. I mean, runs so far forward, but it's already over before Gumi can even get that flip or make a play. 2-1 right now in this last set. Match point for Demon Time. I feel like this game might not have been a surprise.
Yeah, it all came down to the characters picked in this unfortunate matchup here on Demon Days. But Gumi's having a lot of fun. Leon with the reversal. Not like Gumi having any of that. I mean, Shelty has a flip though. Probably gonna save it. There's no reason to use it. 2 points. Save it till Gumi comes back. Something here. Joker playing on his bottom side with Xianzhu. Playing it slow, keeping possession. Good rotate out with the Gumi. I mean, with Gumi here, it's a much different goalie than Barcode, because Barcode was to hold it down, but Gumi just allows Demon Time to really play to their strengths. It's basically a 3v2 every single interaction on the side of ITF.
Oh, great pass interception there from Xianzhu, which could have spelled death. Lilian does have extra speed from the Among Titans, but can't really strike the ball that much, being 20% smaller. Nice hold from Joker. Yeah, really difficult spot there from Muffin Kui. It's just a simple read right there, and Joker is going to win out with slight striker advantage, as the ball is certainly plummeting towards the opposing goal. Well played there from Demon Time. Did not throw. It really was, I feel like, on them to... It was their game to win, and they certainly took advantage of that by attacking who they needed to, making sure that Maloom really couldn't do all that much, and Leon just didn't have the support that they needed to get the ball through. But that is going to be 1-0 for Demon Time.
Looking at these stats here, you can see X, top 1 brawler, basically 33,000 damage, 7 KOs.
Oh
and then poor Dubu, the Dubu got taken out back and got handled by the Demon Time. But going into this next map, Envy, what do you think some adjustments can be made for RTF?
Okay, these are all very good players. I am a caster. I am not a nasl level player. So I'm gonna say things like, I can't see Dubu being the pick in that specific game. It might have been an early pick for Dubu Brawler. I didn't see the exact drafts there, but that felt like the real weak point. I think if Leo Leon had more board, like just even more traditional midfielder, like a simple Amy could have really went a long way. Having just agency over more range probably gives Leo Leon like the advantages that they need to get some more of these barriers. I don't think Dubu Forward's like particularly like the worst pick ever on this map. It just feels like they are going. It's just sitting duck for someone like X. I mean, you're really big, which is pretty nice to like cover the parts between the barrier and the wall. But you're also getting hit by every single one of X's moves by accident. I mean, Estelle can't miss you, and I mean, Gumi had Monumentalist also that game. So Dubu is not avoiding any of that damage pretty much regardless, and can't really escape. I mean, it's not like Somersault is getting you anywhere. The ult is fine, but like it doesn't simply guarantee any objectives, resources. It doesn't save. It doesn't really kill unless you have like the stuff to go with it. So if Dubu felt like the weak pick to me, I think Lilian and Muffin Kui were completely fine that game. I think just a little bit more agency over more range is what they're looking for. And I hope to see that in our next game as we move on over there. I didn't actually get to see which map it was. Did you happen to see it?
No, I did not, sadly.
All right. We will find out in just a moment there. Here we go. It's actually going to be Atlas Laboratory. Very, very standard map. One of my favorite maps in the game, of course, although playing 6,000 games on it, it does make you think, oh man, should I keep playing on here? But there is damage to be had, of course. Blowing up the black hole in the middle does like a ton of damage. So you could find a damage comp on this map as well. But I would say that going for ball control, like I think that RTF was sort of going for the most part, could work on Atlas Lab way better than Demon Days.
Yeah, and in that scenario, I know Malum has different picks they can choose on the Atlas Lab. It's certainly something that is not Dubu midfield equivalent that could help Leo Leon and Mafukoi. Help them out a bit, but I mean, like you said, there's damage comps to be picked. Demon Time, they could pick at the litter anything. X, Aimee. Gumi probably will pick Era. Anything support. I've seen him pick Rune too. I'm not sure he's gonna pick it here, but I think when the Awakenings come out, when we see it, it'll be. We'll see what the comps are once we have a concrete like set of Awakenings that we can see and choose their teams.
Sure. I mean, even on that map, like in that game, I don't even think like X, Estelle, and Era is like the damage comp, but they were, synergizing very well, coordinating what they needed to, and they do find a lot of damage that way. I mean, Gumi could have played even more damage goalie, and speaking of damage goalie, we might see that with the Deadeye on the board. We do have Demolitionist to go with it, a little bit of size, so we might see something like... They did ban Finny and Vice last game. Finny and Vice could also be targets for ban even on this map with something like Deadeye if they don't feel like playing it, because that is mega damn. They can kind of kill people by themselves, to be honest.
Yeah, the Finny, Vice, like you said, are pretty high priority picks. And this Deadeye, I expect both Demon Time and RTF to really lean into these Deadeye comps. Maybe if you're like the brawler, you could pick size like X or Asher, but I highly doubt that. Probably gonna lean into some Rasmus could be picked with Deadeye, but you would prefer size. Like the brawlers would probably pick size, and then the midfielder and goalies will probably lean into the damage with the Deadeye pick.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty solid thought here, though. Amy feels like she has some good use on this map, especially being able to manipulate the black hole with things like glitch pop is nice, and I don't know. And overall, I think Amy is like in a pretty good spot right now. I feel like every time I see her, I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty noticing that she kind of gets everything done that she wants to. Great at killing, especially with Deadeye start. Alarmingly good at killing with Deadeye start. And is really great for ball control, especially if you grab something like Extra Special, which isn't a super priority pick on everyone. So sometimes falls right over to Amy, as the first picks are sort of happening in just a moment here, though. Can't wait to see these bands. These bands are going to be so big and a lot to talk about. Don't you think?
Once they come through, we have so much more to talk about.
I know. Oh my god.
Taking this sweet time here.
Yeah. Honestly, I get it, though. We're really thinking right now, Deadeye's on the board. Are we playing Luna? Or are we banning Luna? I mean, definitely the MVP of all nasl games is Luna, the #1 killing champion. Certainly going to get banned this game, like 100%. Like, we're going to see that. Then we're going to talk about it. I can't wait to see these bans. Right when we start talking about it, it's going to be so sick.
Yeah, I expect brawlers to be pretty low prior on these ban starts. Never mind, the bans did come in. Demon Time banning the Kazan and RTF banning the Aimee. What do you think about that?
I think that's understandable. RTF banning Amy, which is, I think Gumi would consider playing Amy for sure, especially with Deadeye. Like, really, just so good with Deadeye. Like, lots of knockback, lots of damage, and boom, Luna picked just about instantly for Demon Time. That, yeah, priority picks such as Luna, Vice, maybe Finny, and Amy definitely are the damage champions that you'd like to pick with this Deadeye start. And also banning out Moffin Kui's Kazan there as well. So probably going to find Moffin Kui on... I don't know. What do you think we'll see on Moffin Kui?
You could pick Finny here, or I see an Asher pick come in for RTF. Because his pool is usually Rasmus, Kazan, Finny. Rasmus is totally fine here. Finney's totally fine here. I'm really intrigued about what Maloom's gonna pick, because I know Moffat could play the Asher here, but I highly doubt it. It's probably Leo Leon, but maybe like a Vice would be good here. I only like Vice Estelle. They could flex. I'm pretty sure. Ooh, they picked Rasmus. It's definitely Rasmus goalie now and Asher forward, and they're saving Maloom to be last, which is interesting.
Could be. They're not looking at super high damage here with Asher and Rasmus, so they might maybe go for a little more ball. I could see Maloom picking something like Kai. I think the last time I actually played against Maloom, they were like a kind of sniping with Giga Blast. Really good timing to get things off the map. But man, oh god, Luna, Vice, Estelle. Oh man, are we seeing the Gumi Estelle? Maybe Gumi could play basically any one of these characters.
I think it's the Joker, Estelle, and then
okay, we're Joker Estelle.
Probably Vice Xianzu, because Estelle Vice is a really good forward comp. Double range on a Deadeye start. That means it's going to be really hard for them to buff. Oh,
X.
Huh. Wait.
Whoa. We have 3 brawlers on the side of RTF. Oh no. Okay. That's wow.
This is the craziest comp I've seen. Like comp lineups, triple brawler, the triple midfield. Like obviously, on this start, the triple midfield team is gonna be favored here on a Deadeye start, and I'm just wondering what's gonna happen to like the poor X on the forward line getting hit with the nuke and Estelle.
Okay.
And everything.
I'm looking at the comp again, and now I'm seeing high primo damage on the side of Demon Time and very little mobility and killing power on the side of RTF. Now, yes, we know that X is quite good at killing, a solid damage and good core control and everything. But we are looking at Luna Vice on the same team. Deadeye start, and Estelle is also great at finishing off kills and helping deal damage. I mean, oh my gosh, this might be the bloodiest bath of the day as we are loading on in here to Atlas Lab. Hey, it's really on RTF to avoid the black hole, because the second anyone get touches by that, you will be vaporized. Oh my god, I'm a little afraid for them. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm sure RTF knows how to properly play against like damage wise, but it's gonna be very hard with the black hole. And Demon Time saying, "Oh, let's nuke this guy with no evade. Let's cycle our cooldowns and layer them and make sure that the poor X cannot play the game." Because I'm looking at Leo Leon 500 to be on the sidelines, to be on the sidelines for about half this game.
I agree. I agree indeed. We do have double Vambrace, which is definitely the only thing that you might be able to do at this point. Xianzu grabbing pummelers, ready to execute the opponents with Luna. I mean, most of the time I feel like competitive comps are like, okay guys, let's nuke this dude, let's spend some cooldowns, multiple on this dude. But really, Luna Vice can kind of do it by themselves with a little less coordination needed, as Maloom is already just about at nothing, and we don't have ults yet. So things are going to get a little bit worse than that as the time goes on, although 1 barrier down for each. Xianzu actually gets hit by the orb, going to end up evading, but yeah, the Joker finds a great piercing shot to execute Maloom, sending them out of here for 14 seconds. Whoa, Leo Leon healing a whole lot from that Vambrace. We might be able to see Leo Leon keep themselves alive with that one, but I worry if Asher can get the same amount of damage and value out of this Vambrace when everyone hits level 2.
And we saw from the speed from Xianzu, they did in fact take pummelers, and I really agree with this pick, because I mean at this point Gumi and the Joker are gonna put so much damage on, and then once someone has an evade, they'll get nuked. But they finding the gold, they're getting the gold credit, and maybe they only need 8 more, only 8 more.
That is true. Honestly, maybe Leo Leon just, is the GOAT and gets those scores in there like that, and the damage just means nothing. I mean, look at this. Almost soloing that top side there. Joker trying to get a Quangle there onto Maloom, but not going to successfully find it there. Xianzu wins an interaction, spending the ultimate from Moffin Kui. Also didn't have evade, but walks right on out of there. Both barriers are down for the side of Demon Time right now. Wins an interaction against Leo Leon. Kind of big there, though. but this X is only going to get larger. Black hole popped completely. Muffin Kui gonna move up a little bit to try to help out. Gumi flies in there with the Thunderstruck, of course, helping out there with the third forward as the eject button will allow. Great evade on the piercing shot. We are skilled players. As the ball is going to moment a little bit closer to Muffin Kui. Yeah, Gumi goes on in there. No flip to be found, no ult either. Crater Maker comes out, deals a whole lot of damage to Muffin, and that might be the next target for the kill.
I mean, Leland does have the flip here. They're doing passive plays. 1-2. Oh, flip gets popped first. But Leland secures the second point. Wait, this is not how I was expecting this game to go. But 2 points for RTF. However, Leo Leon has no evade, and we all know what's going to happen next.
This could be a crater in the ground in just a few seconds here, though. Yeah, RTF taking the first 2 points. Not too bad. Maloom is basically the only one that has died so far. I think actually maybe Muffin Curry went down once as well, but it really hasn't affected the game all that much yet. The next couple of awakenings might... Oh, nice interruption there from Maloom, keeping that bottom... Oh, word. Yeah, nice...
Yeah.
Nice defense there, though. As we're gonna keep these barriers up here. Finding a kill. They do end up getting the Leon on out of there. No stacks to be had, though, so not too much value lost other than this power play. Great coordination there from Xianzu and Joker. Another kill sent there from Gumi, who's going to eject themselves right on in. Stays as well. Sends up the ult. Blasts Leon in the core out of the way, and that will be the next point for Demon Time.
That was what I expected for Demon Time to do the first 2 points. And that was a really nice pass from Xianzu into the Supernova from Gumi, securing that second goal. And now Leon has no evade again, and he lost 75 HP bar, and does not die to the Crane Raker there, actually. And with this Vicious Embrace, they will be able to heal up and get back to a normal HP bar.
Yeah, Vicious Vampire is doing a pretty solid amount of healing, even with just striking. Actually, great amount of healing for Leo Leon, absorbing some of those cooldowns and healing themselves right up. X and Aximus actually dealing a lot of damage to Joker. It's going to be out of the play for just a moment here, though. Going to try to find an orb, perhaps. There you go. Down onto Joker, who gets it. The Pendulum Swing is not successful to keep that barrier alive. Gumi going really far in, sets up the ult, deals a lot of damage. No eject button back, though, but Xianzu is going to take the goalie spot, boosts right into the face of Maloom. Gets the kill, but loses the barrier in return. Will we see a flip here from Gumi? Does spend it, gets the final barrier. Xianzu is taking the goalie spot, though, nicely. Gumi has not left the forward. There they go, finally returning back. Xianzu might have some cooldowns now to get their point going here. Boosts into Leo Leon, tries to get through with X-Max. It's not going to work out. Mafkui steals the ball with that Death's Touch. And now, last point will just continue here in overtime.
Wow, Moon does have no evade again. They're probably the next target for the damage. If they get an opportunity, Flip does get burned. Leo Leon almost gets the goal there, but it's looking scary here with Gumi teleporting in. Xianzu and Joker pushing up. Trying to secure this goal as double ranged. Oh, both abilities gets whiffed here for Xianzu. They do have the flip though. This might be the win conditioning. Oh, never mind. Leo Leon 500s to go. He gets it in, slots it between Gumi and the Joker. Set 1, going to RTF.
Again, definitely did not exactly see this result for this game, but I love surprises. And boy, what a surprise here to see this triple brawler team, Wink, against this team with hyper Deadeye damage going insane. Yes, picking up some health, Leo Leon, and some speed. Peak performance might be one of the best things you could pick up here if you are X. Not much more health layer on the board, not a lot of defense showing up. So get quick strike onto Xianzu, which will help against the Joker a little bit there. Super Surge, a lot of extra range for Thunderstrike is quite good. Cast Last, not looking too good on Muffin Kui. It's alright, but a lot more value to be found elsewhere. Maloom also getting Timeless, which is pretty low value, I'd say, until I'm proven otherwise. And Joker, I mean, Among Titans is just kind of good. It tries to go for the behind the back. Honestly, every time I see it, I respect it. Even if it fails, you gotta respect the behind the back.
You always gotta try it. I will say I'm surprised Berserker didn't get picked for RTF or Maloom. I guess the Awakening is not the greatest, but in this certain like damage comp thing, like right now they're pretty low. They could get a little bit of power, but Timeless Creator does allow for those checkmates with the airship. So maybe that's what they're thinking about.
Definitely could be. It's a lot of pressure there onto Mafinkui. That's kind of where the triple midfield comes in, bro. You just send too many projectiles at somebody, and things get a little bit overwhelming. All right, sends out the Path Splitter. It's going to hold the ball even through that ult, which is a pretty solid situation there for Maloom. Flip here from Joker. We got the Whiplash up, though. Great ult, man. Keeping that one alive. Mafinkui, so wise to what's going on. Definitely going to flip, beat the Crater Maker, but oh, man, Joker gets too close, wins out, stuffs the flip, and that's going to be Demon Time taking their point in this set.
Yeah, great trick for Joker. Securing that first point. And now, 2 evade. I mean, we have 1 coin flip here for RTF, but no evade for poor Maloom, but the Joker gets taken out there. But a reversal from Shianzu gets the revenge, and now that's a 2v2. Nuking Maloom though with the with the black hole, like you said before. That's a lot of damage on the board.
That was a really good play. Just actually sending out the primary to knock them into the black hole. Really just doing an instant half of the opposing health. Here goes Crater Maker. They get it through onto the right side of that Crater Maker, and that is going to be nearly undefendable, especially with Mafinkui. Not looking at a whole lot of evade there. Neither point here for Demon Time. Okay, this is a little bit closer on what I thought I might see here, although I really don't think that the Awakenings were super impactful from the side of Demon Time, but really coming in handy. Leo Leon getting that X Maximus, taking both of those barriers nicely. Mafinkui moving up to strike War Joker correctly there. Maloom using some cooldowns to squish it into the corner. Doesn't find it yet, though. The Thunderstrike from Gumi actually gets a really long stun there for Mafinkui, but gets it on over to Maloom. Yeah, nice knocking around Joker there with the Black Hole. Leo Leon, no X Maximus yet to win that interaction. A read there from Mafinkui is not going to work out, although stunning the Joker to get the ball passed once again. Clear it up through. Leo Leon and Maloom now approaching on the top side. I love that strike. Oh my god, actually, man, the slow pass from Maloom back down to Leo was like pristine. Like that is what you needed to score. Well played.
Yeah, they played together, and that's what you want to do against these teams. You can win like 1v1 interactions against these caliber of players, but it's really rare unless you do like a dash marcher or like a checkmate scenario. But playing together is what RTF needs to really do in order to secure these points like quickly, because they don't want these points to go long, because that means the damage is stacking up.
Nice.
If Leo Leon can find these quick like X Maximus procs and get these double barriers, this is how RTF can take over this game.
It's true. I mean, we do have kind of a triple brawler situation, but hey, brawlers are pretty damn good at getting the ball through midfielders, to be honest. As long as you get right in their face, that's kind of what Leo Leon is doing, bro. He's actually just like breaking the barrier of these forwards. Possible pun intended there, though. And Maloom, too. You could take the ball instantly, and you just have Asher forward. So, I mean, if the ball gets into a bad spot, either of these players can push it on through, and that is a strict benefit, at least, for having multiple of these kind of brawlers on your team.
Yeah, as the Joker does have a flip here, probably gonna look to find a cheeky kill on the Leo Leon 500 with that piercing shot. Does not secure the kill with the knockback, but Leo Leon is out of the play here. But he did heal 50% with the vicious Vambrace. Really nice drafting there. That's just double Vambrace. I thought they would be like outsped a bit, but they're really keeping their own here.
I agree. I am impressed with
Cass's curse.
Yeah, keeping their own and then being vaporized just about a second later. They're gonna have to win a couple strike wars here against Mafinkui, actually winning out very nicely, stealing a barrier, wasting everyone's time. 14 entire seconds is enough for all the players to come back. We got our brawlers. We're holding the barrier until just the last moment there, though, but still keeping the point alive for them to return. Now Maloom has a little bit of possession here on the top. Gonna fight through this Supernova. A kill actually for the side of RTF there. Could be big. Scooby is gonna go in there with that Thunderstrike. Gonna dribble it to himself.
No.
Wins out against Mafinkui, but doesn't have another cooldown to get it on through. And now Leo Leon and Maloom are just 2v1ing Shianzu. Well played. Go Art. This is man. This is how you know I stink at this game. Because I look at this comp, I look at this game, and I say, I don't think so. And then they think so. So, you know, good job, brother.
Going into this draft, a lot of damage here. Vice is fourth pick, and I'm looking at this heavy impact explosive entrance duo. And I wonder if they just decide to let Vice get heavy impact. They take hot shot. Well, this is triple damage awakenings with Demon Time, and I think this is where Demon Time will scale even more and do even more damage, and just now they can actually kill consistently. Not like they could before, but this is just even more pressure that we put on RTF.
True, that's
Like
like
that.
oh gosh, yeah. Supernova'd their brains out, completely gone. Maloom also taking a ton of damage, gonna get Crater makered right there. But oh my god, the Vambrace is doing like the Vambrace is actually going insane in this game. I feel like people have probably seen Vambrace get value, but like it's so obvious in this game
gosh.
the value they gained. But yeah, they are finding ways to get this X out of here. These midfielders have lots of cooldowns, lots of damage, like you just said, picking up even more damage from that draft. Can't get it out against Xianzhu. Not in the right positioning there. Going to evade the piercing shot. Stuck in the bell ringer. You know, you can't strike during bell ringer, and that's going to be a point there. Xianzhu gets the credit. Demon Time, they're going to work on this next set, but they don't have one yet. It's all RTF right now.
The fact this is really good that RTF did get 2 sets, but this just allows Demon Time to scale even more if they would win the next 2. But like I'm so very surprised that this Vicious Vambrace is putting in so much work expected. The clear does get out from Gumi, playing away from Leo Leon, and it's just really good play here. The behind the back from Gumi gets the ball out, and now this is peak gameplay here.
This really is like peak. It actually is like peak gameplay. We're seeing just like one of the strongest damage comps that you could really even think of, like Luna Vice. I mean, if for some reason Joker picked like Finny and they were still winning, it'd be like, okay, fine, that's the damage comp for some reason. But this is like they are just simply surviving this interaction. Actually, Lilian not having slicks, can't reach the ball there. Wow, huge piercing shot from Joker and gets it right on through as the goal opens. Perfect shot. Joker, well played, getting the credit for that one. They might be able to bring this one back here, though. The damage does stack up every awakening gained, although I'm not sure if we've seen Lizard Remedy just yet. That could give somebody the survivability that they need. Joker getting that evade, which was huge, going to keep themselves alive. And man, it's just all I want to say is how incredible Vambrace has been.
We are coming back there. Laloon does have a flip. One berry does get taken. Green with the Supernova trying to find a cheeky kill on the Malfoy. Flip gets burned. X-Max just comes out, but no dice on that scoring opportunity. Xianzhu is really low. The Joker is really low as well. And I want to see RTF to actually secure a kill here, if they can.
Might be able to. All of RTF is looking quite healthy right now. Malfoy almost gets that humongous Death's Touch, especially with that specialized training. It's going to help do a lot more knockback there. Joker can't really be too involved in these plays as they are just about dead. Now unshattered after grabbing that orb. Great evade there from Mafinkui. He's going to get that nice strike reaction there from Mafinkui, was sniffing out that dangerous scenario. Xianzhu working on a flip as well, which could be just as deadly as any of these other characters. Man, Leo Leon gets it on through that double goalie interaction. Pass the ball on up to Maloom. Xianzhu just about at nothing, but Lilian has been just getting a lot of objectives with the X-Maximus, so probably doesn't have it up for this interaction here. But man, killing Xianzhu would be quite big for RTF.
With this overtime here, a lot of core speed coming out. But Lilian slots it in on the bottom side. And I don't think at that 1 point, but it was looking really scary there in overtime with the core speed. The Demon Time was really putting the pressure because, as we said, the triple brawler, double brawler forward duo, they don't really have range to contest that. They can't really cover like fast core speeds. And if the ball's going at Mach 10 in overtime, they can't really keep up.
Yeah, they are definitely way better when they are getting in the face of these midfielders, and of course that is certainly their goal the entire time. Maloom, actually ends up avoiding the piercing shot, but does get cleaned up by Xianzhu there. Pummeler's now activated. No one to defend the goal at this point. Joker gonna pass it on down through Leo Leon. Often could we gonna try to defend this here 2v3 on up, just spending a little bit of time. Joker spends the cooldown, but doesn't find the kill or the barrier. But Xianzhu is now looking a little bit low. Leo Leon doesn't have anything else to help get the ball through. But man, the Crater Maker on the extra stun is gonna be enough to get the kill. Although Joker sort of out of the play for a moment, but enough to get the barrier. Gonna go in there with the flip absolutely on the set. Yeah, just about impossible to defend there. Demon Time grabbing their first set here, which is big. Mafakuri almost definitely the MVP, and I mean Demon Time getting the first one. And it's gonna be Xianzhu with the MVP. I was literally just looking at his name. There's a lot to talk about.
Yeah, this draft. Missile Prop, Prize Fighter. And Rasmus is gonna have to make a tough decision here. Just like the prime time. Oh, Stacks. Interesting pick here. They're trying to leave something for your style, like Missile Prop, Stinger, Prize Fighter. Ooh. Okay. I will say I'm pretty surprised that no one took Stinger. But hey, I'm just here. I'm just here on the casting block. So there's a lot of damage. Demon Time is more inclined to keep hitting them. And I will say, the prime time on the Rasmus is good to keeping winning those one interactions like you need to get the ball up to Leolia. Did you see that vicious rampage? That was crazy.
Well, Leoleon actually on literal death's door. Oh. Well, was on death's door, then healed up a lot. That felt cool. But then instantly kills both of them because they are playing Deadeye Demons. And they probably, I guess for that last draft, they were probably thinking, we just simply have enough damage, so let's get some speed, let's get some size, let's get a little bit of extra stuff so we can end this game and get these objectives. I'm going to do some nice passing plays here, though. Muffin Cookie going to have to deal with just about everything. That was a really difficult spot, getting actually blasted out of the goal zone, and then, you know, Joker is kind of shooting you in the face. So, understandable to drop that point, although as we go over to the next one here, Shanzu going to be the next one with Flip and might find a kill of their own.
Like you said, they're fishing for this dash rocket kill, just like I said, finding it. Power play here for Demon Time. Flip coming up for Joker. Gumi has one in the back. They need to use it. Wonder falls, rotating down the Gumi. Alpha really pushing up, trying to let the ball get to the barrier. Really rotating well with Maroon here.
Yeah, lots of danger though. Joker and, well, now Joker the only one left here with Flip. Might be able to find something. They're going to maybe do a little damage to Joker, but not enough to get the kill. Wow, Leon almost dies instantly from just that rocket, and the Crater Maker is going to cause just enough chaos to get it through. A Flip here from Joker. Not enough to get it through. That's a lot of strikes, a lot of abilities to get it around, so they do end up stuffing that one. The Thunder Strike, a lot of damage. Mafakuri is at danger, completely knocked out of the goal, and that'll be it. Demon Time once again blowing up the opponents. As we thought this might happen, 4 stacks of Prize Fighter on this Estelle. Now a demon in her own right.
216 power. I mean, at this point, if you're staying in the mid line as Joker and you see like Maloom or Leon stand on the edge, you just piercing shot them and they're dead. And there's nothing they can do except evade, pre-evade, and there's a lot of damage coming out. That piercing shot did like 25% of HP with the goalie resistance, so that's a lot of damage here.
It is a lot of damage. Mafakuri getting the beautiful behind the back there, matching Gumi's skill level perhaps in that exact scenario successfully. Joker looking a little bit low here. Oh, the damn 2 cooldowns spent from Muffin, and they still end up losing that barrier. But hey, the first barrier is always cosmetic in this game, unless you only have one, of course. Lots of strikes, lots of pushing in to that barrier. They do successfully get it. Mafakuri going to keep a little bit of that speed to get the ball right on up to Leoleon. Shanzu really low, a godlike angle off the black hole. Is going to give the ball right on back, putting enough pressure onto Demon Time, allowing Leoleon to get the kill really fast right now. Moving up with this Flip. Yeah, might have needed to spend it there though, but holding the resource.
Oh my God.
And Shanzu, or sorry, Gumi, nowhere to be found ever again. Crater Maker sent, Flip finally spent, but not enough yet. Still holding the line here, Xianzu and the Joker. The determination to keep this point allows Gumi to return to the board, and will they be able to get the barrier from RTF, bro?
Oh,
what?
They only need one battle ringer. All you need is just one. One interaction. One thing to seal the deal for this first point for RTF. And I will say, I've not seen Maloom without an evade for like 9 of these points. Like I always see, I look at him, and he's either like at 1 HP and no evade, or just getting hit around like a ping pong.
Yeah, it doesn't have a dash that'll end up hitting a bunch of different people at the same time, so can't heal nearly as effective as X. Wow, look at all that knockback just from Crystal Thorns. That move doesn't really do all that much knockback, but with 216 power, that is no joke. Unable to stack the strikes successfully, they lose the barrier there to Joker and Xianzu. Gumi gonna pass it on up here. Xianzu spends an evade a little bit there. Muffin gonna try to hold the line on the top side, allowing Luna to get their hands on it, but yeah, walks a little bit too close to the side, and that's just a simple Luna dash punch there. Path Splitter gonna at least spend a little bit of time. Gumi getting in the way as well. Mafakui gonna spend the ult, yes sir. Gonna spend the Crater Maker as well, but they do hold the line for Leoleon to return. Now Xianzu is the one who's taking a little bit of damage, but yeah, now that there's no barriers, it's hard for these brawlers to just get in position to finally get the goal, and then things like this happen where, you know, they're just running back and forth, and the midfielder simply is nowhere to be found.
This open net scenario is really hard for the Asher and the X to really get a clean checkmate. Joker with the flip.
Oh, beautiful.
Goes insta strike and gets the set or demon time. And that was a great position awareness from the Joker, just catching them off guard with the MVP here. And now let's see. Ooh, 1-2. Extra special. They're really looking like, okay, there's so much damage and so much healing. I'm really curious what they're going to pick here.
Does actually opt for extra special, allowing this remedy to fall down to maybe Muffin. I know that they're going to try to deny it from these forwards, maybe. Okay, they don't actually deny it. They're going to go for even more damage. Leo Leon actually going to go for a little bit more mobility with that twin drive, which is pretty interesting. Maloom, he who has died a million times, but also might be able to heal now with this reptile remedy. So they both have one stagger awakening, which is going to go a long way for sure. As you mentioned a little earlier, no stinger to be found, no wand really. Percentage health damage not going to show up that much. Leo Leon gets sent down to just about nothing instantly. Nice. Healing and evading the Supernova is going to be quite effective there. Muffin could be doing a lot of damage to Joker, but heals up with that orb, but in return getting both of the barriers from the opposing side because we just got close enough, and that's the whole point of this double brawler forward. Now if they can get this Joker out of here, they might be able to find...
Wow!
Alright.
That just should have killed. I was gonna say for ITF, this is the main key is to not let the Joker get the prize fighter stacks up. And then you had a scenario where the Joker was really low, but an unfortunate black hole pop killing really early on allows Demon Time to have a power play and secure that first point.
Yeah, great kill onto Leo Leon. I could see some assistance coming out here from that Orb Dancer, although reset, and as you are dead, of course, you can't stack it, so it's going to waste a lot of time and a point in this set, but going to get a lot of punching going on in here. X Maximus getting at least the bottom barrier. Maloom trying to hold the line here against Joker, ends up winning interaction or two. Great angle from the black hole is going to keep possession for Leo Leon. If they can find a kill onto Joker or onto Shianzu, they might be able to find it, although the flip's being spent does grab the second barrier. Joker gonna stun Moth and Kui out of the way for that one. Yeah, they're doing a lot of damage to Joker. Might be able to find something. The Whiplash was enough to keep the ball. Insane kill from Shianzu as well, and now Maloom is left alone with this Thunder Strike, with this blip Gumi, with this flip Shianzu as well in this 2v1, and there's very little you can do about being Asher in this spot. Understandably getting passed on, and now Demon Time is looking at match point.
Yeah, it was looking really good there for RTF until Moth and Kui got taken out. They did get rid of the prize fighter stacks on the Joker, but now the backs are behind the wall, at the wall, and this Supernova coming in from Gumi with the flip, putting all this pressure on RTF. This double flip here, it's gonna really one's used to kill Leo Leon 500. Mafakoi is getting taken out back with the flip and gets killed, and Gumi will secure the final point for Demon Time.
Yes, sir. It looks like the the pre-show desk was actually very accurate with assuming Demon Time was going to take it over RTF. Worthy effort, though, man. In the start of that game, at the start of that game, it was actually all RTF making money moves, actually surviving like crazy with this Vambrace. Really impressed. Now, I believe Vambrace is totally real now. Like, I haven't seen it get that much value before, but when it's like, when you're against Luna, Vice, and Super Joker, Super Estelle, all you can think about is how am I healing with this Vambrace? And they certainly did make it happen for at least the first part of that game. But as we may have predicted, this Demon Time team did find all the damage that they needed to pretty much do what they need. I mean, it wasn't even all about damage. Sometimes just getting those hits deal harder. It's just more knockback. I mean, it's enough to get the opponents off the board, and that will be it. I mean, you can see these stats here, though. 15, 7, and 2. I mean, that is a lot of kills for Demon Time, and only a measly little 5 for RTF, even if we have a lot of damage onto Leo Leon X doing his job. But the objectives are what matters, and deaths definitely are involved. So, well played to Demon Time. Moving on up in the normal season there. Hopefully we see RTF do some nice stuff next week.
Really great play for Demon Time. Just putting in the work, putting the fries in the bag, killing on the wall. And even though Maloom he was a sub today. He played pretty well on that Asher pick on the Vicious Vambrace. It was a tough scenario they put in. The double brawler, really? If they won that third set, obviously they win the set, like the game. But just taking 2 sets of Demon Time with that comp is an accomplishment of their own.
Yeah, for sure. Well played there, and hopefully we see much more coming out there. But we are going to go to a break, just a short one there, as we load up some more players here. Next match coming up, it's going to be Bamba against EKC. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Match point of Grand Finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Welcome back, everyone, to our Week 5 of the North American Strikers League Season 7. We are continuing our day here with the Bombardiers against EKC. Bombardiers currently at a 2-2 record, and EKC is actually at a 1-3 record right now. Big tilt. Who do you think is going to win this one? It's going to get crazy for one of these teams.
I'm leaning towards Bomber. They've just been looking really solid lately. But you can never count out EKC, especially with NXDD on the Juliet. It is a Reptile Remedy Inner Focus start, and a lot of cooldowns are going to be built up here with this Inner Focus. Not a lot of killing, maybe, but at this point, there's going to be a lot of damage once these Inner Focus there ramps up.
I definitely agree with that. Inner Focus is definitely one of the new awakenings to show up in Omega Strikers. Which is also accompanied here with Reptile Remedy. Like you're saying, both of the forwards are going to take Reptile Remedy. Everyone else is going to be trying to stack on those cooldowns, maybe get some kills and defend some of these goals. Both barriers down here for EKC as Shapeshifting is going to move up here with 3Z Breezy, although foiled a little bit there from Katsuna and NXDD. Katsuna looking at just about no health, but not a whole lot to finish them off. Goes for a barrier beam combo, but doesn't find it. Katsuna gets a nice evade going on in here. Soren tries to get the barrage going through, but ends up blowing up. But the assistance of Luke is actually going to help get that ball right on through. Everyone level 2 now, as the first point goes over to Bombardiers.
The strike shot itself, they got the goal and they got the kill on Katsuna. That's all you could ask for. I'm really interested because Stealth Rock, the midfielder for Bomba, has been really the backbone of this team. He's just all over the place, giving help to his goalie with the defense. And Soren is AFK for some reason. That's unfortunate. So the second point going the Bomba, but let's see if we could figure out what happened to poor Soren over there.
Hopefully Soren not sitting there in the hotel Wi-Fi once again. Of course, it is the rules to finish the point in case somebody ends up DCing or something like that. Then you get a 5-minute buffer before the game must continue. Obviously, we're on a time crunch here a little bit there, as there's lots of other teams that have to play on time. So we're going to wait here for just a moment, possibly 5, for Soren to get back. And of course, we do see a 2-0 right now for Bombardiers, looking quite good, getting the kills when they need to. And of course, maybe the cooldowns from Inner Focus really helping out a lot. Stack reset when you do get KO'd. So getting kills, I mean, it'd be great to see the numbers on this when you do get a kill and notice that maybe somebody's close to stacking it up, but perhaps maybe in the next patch we'll see it, which will make attacking players like this a little bit more valuable.
Yeah. And as these sets go on and more awakenings come into play, I do favor, I'll say Bomba's comp. Like the Juno Asher, they have a lot of abilities just put on the field and a lot of creations, and just really allow them to put the pressure on the Soren and Katsuna. And you can take away the EKC. These are all nasl players. They've been here before many times, and it's just gonna be up to who takes the decisive moment in this game here.
Yeah, I think both of these comps, for the most part, I think are kind of awakening reliant. There's a lot of really good awakenings that Juno can find, of course. The obvious ones being Hotshot and 1-2 Punch, which really assist the Strike with Friends passive that she has, doing a lot for her. But there's also Luna on the opposing team, which can get crazy amounts of damage, killing by herself, and then NXZD might also be able to find that 1-2 Punch that Shapeshifting is looking for to really assist getting some of those kills, and especially having Reptile Remedy keeping both of these brawlers alive while they try to make their goalie's job a little bit easier. As we're still waiting here for Soren. I don't have a timer here, so I'm not entirely sure. Probably like 2 or 3 minutes have already gone past. Really hoping we're not getting the hotel Wi-Fi right now.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that EKC is down a member right now. Just have to wait it out. And I think for the EKC's main player to look out for is NXED. Vaughn was glazing them up in the pre-show, saying how they felt first scrim and they played like a beast. And so NXE has the magic. He has the instincts to really take over this game if he's allowed to.
Yeah, I could agree with that. I mean, if we're talking beast, NXED is definitely someone that could come to mind, being a veteran brawler, quite good at the game. But it really is the teamwork of the team that'll allow players like that to shine as well. And maybe La Bombardiers might be able to find that teamwork, as they, again, do have 2 points right here in this first set. They could be making it happen here. We're possibly talking about getting Soren back in here, though. I'm not sure if they're going to restart, but I've already seen a hell nah on the restart already. Possibly maybe 1 minute left for Soren to find their way back into this game. Not sure if we're going to have any extra rules on that one, but yeah, not much more to talk about right now. Like, it's pretty cool to see that Luke is playing here in nasl. It's funny. Since we have nothing to talk about, there are a couple of players that I've played against that really stuck in my mind. And funny enough, shapeshifting is actually one of them. Being like, maybe like I would say, the best goalie in the whole world, right? Like, I played against him like a couple of times, and I was just like, man, this guy is actually insane. He was playing goalie at the time. Now he's playing forward here, which is not too much different, as of course the goalie would like to move up to midfield and help play. But yeah, just shapeshifting is one of the players that really stuck in my mind after watching them play. So being on this Bombardiers. Oh, yes, we're finally back, possibly at the exact 5-minute mark, and they are going to continue here in overtime. Soren has their flip. You do not lose it after you DC, which is an interesting thing that happens. Katsuna taking advantage of this overtime with that boost. Is going to have Luna hitting that ball quite hard. Soren tries to help out there with the Giga Blast. NXTD gets both of those barriers here with the assistance of Katsuna. Has a flip as well. Might be able to spend it before dying, although they are trying to triangulate the damage onto NXTD. Finds the dash punch with the assistance of Soren's strike. And there you go, EKC. Waiting for 5 minutes, then getting the next point. Icing the opposing team. No, I'm just kidding, but like, I'm glad Soren gets back.
I was gonna say that it's all part of the plan. Ice out Bomba for exactly 5 minutes, for 4 minutes and 59 seconds, and just take over the next game.
Yeah, NXTD might be a beast, but maybe he has no patience. Who knows? Gets it completely iced there. As first barrier down here for EKC, going to fight themselves out. NXTD kind of playing a little close to the wall, but not punished for it yet. Katsuna staying into the play, almost finds that barrier. Oh man, the behind the backs, so respectable. Lots of experience for these players doing things like that. It's just like, wow, this level of skill. You really just get there at some point. Soren keeping themselves alive with a pass interception there, though. Going to get hold of the ball down to TK Breezy, but actually gets stunned, and is that just about no health? There you go. NXDD beasting it up with the assistance of that flip, is going to grab a power play here for the side of EKC, but not many cooldowns to push it through the barrier just yet. Maybe in a couple more seconds they will have it.
Unfortunate that NXT killed the one person that did not take the inner focus, who I like that a bit more. Stealthrock does have the full inner focus stacks, 26 full CDR. But Katsuna is taken out back and shot. Now it's a power play here for Bomba.
Yeah, big flip. Like, you can't ask for more value than that out of a flip. Keeping your barrier alive and blasting the opponent off the board. As we have them return here, though. Flip from Soren, not trying to deal with any cooldowns from TK Breezy here, though. Luke going to pass it on over to Shapeshifting here, up into the black hole. Deals a little damage to NXDD, but not really in threat of dying. 3Z's going to try to get a little closer to the goal. Big blast right into the face of 3Z Breezy, saying maybe we get some damage, although the strike is good through Soren there. And that's going to be first set for Bombardiers.
Yep. Even with the unfortunate circumstances that are happening in that first set, Bomba does take it swiftly, 3-1. And now coming into this draft, I'm looking at the Estelle is the first pick, Luke. I don't think they pick like a Deadeye, Aerials, just something to help them. Ooh, they do pick the Twin Drive.
Yeah, Twin Drive going to get quite good value here for Estelle. Does just about everything you need. Soren. Yeah, Aerial's insanely good for Kai. Kind of just does everything for all of the moves there. Wow, Juno looking for lots of damage on Deadeye. Surprisingly good damage character, actually, when people are stepping on those orbs, and Deadeye is certainly going to help that. See if NXTD can get some kills with this prize fighter, although it's going to be a little bit of a slow start. 3Z getting some size from Rampage is also going to be quite strong, and Mega Infused Accelerator, which one of the more, again, new yet interesting awakenings to show up, setting your health down 24%, but giving you a 12% speed in return. So I'd like to see if they take advantage of that, because Katsuna is going to be quite the target for the kill.
With OIA, you do have a lot of movement speed. Like the good players, which these players are, they're going to be able to use the movement to evade these abilities without using like their evade. They just evade by using the wiggle movement. And if they can't kill Castle, he's going to have so much presence on this field But it looks like all they need is just like a one like Juno blob, like that Juno jump, and now never mind. Southwide is taken out back and killed.
Yeah, big old power play here for EKC once again. NXCD getting one stack of prize fighter, which is going to arguably do enough to get a kill. Luke, nice jumping in there. Possibly that twin drive helping out in spades. NXCD not walking too close to the wall. Doesn't want to lose this flip. Going to get as much value out of it as they can. Noticing that, they do have a barrier. They have some time to hold on to this. Now they're going to get a simple dribble, but stolen away from Shapeshift in there. Now going to pass up to Katsuna. Going to follow it with a boost and a whammy, but not going to find it just yet. Dealing a lot of damage to Katsuna, flipping before NXCD can, but stuffed by the flurry. One of the better moves in the game to stuff a flip directly. Let's see if they can get it on through. And NXCD is really just the target for kill right now, and EKC only wants to get the ball over there.
The Cats have so much field presence here, even though the last player was taken by Bomba. He has so much speed with his inner focus and the mag souls. He's just hovering on the midline and just waiting for any cooldown to come up, and he's just gonna dash all over the place.
Yeah, Katsuna completely ejects themselves from the fight, and then you can see Bombardiers taking great advantage of that one, collecting the core, keeping that possession, and taking the next point in this set. Yeah, a little dangerous sometimes with Luna, right? If you end up missing your target, you are just simply on the edge of the screen wherever you end up landing, so you're not only out of the fight for a little bit of time, but you might actually end up dying, as we saw Luke use the flip to get them earlier.
Yeah. And then I will say it's up to NXCD. NXCD has been playing really well this game. You're finding these dash punches. He's playing his spots really well, because when you're playing on a 1v1, the goalie will just wait for your interaction. They'll wait you to move first. Like, you're going to strike shot, your dribble, or the midfielder is going to come, in this case, Juno jump your strike away. And NXCD is really doing well playing around that. But the downside from Katsuna will get the ball up.
Yeah, really great from Luke there, actually defending these barriers so effectively. Katsuna once again a little low, 3Z Breezy with the same amount of health. Actually, definitely not the same amount of health as OIA is setting Katsuna's health to just about nothing. Shattered still, although trying to fight the way down here. Luke is going to move up, try to give the ball on over to Shapeshifting. 3Z Breezy now has a chance to get it on through. An extra cooldown, the Giga Blast is going to get it right through. Luke can't get control of this core just yet. Katsuna trying to fight it on out here through Shapeshifting. Soren finally getting it through KBs. He tries to go behind the back. Again, respectable. Sometimes it really is your only play. No flip there from Luke is kind of insane, but keeps the control of this core. Katsuna, though, has it. NXCD finally gets their flip, and this is what could make the play, although Breezy actually gets it through with that breakthrough and barrier beam combo. Nice. Bombardiers take another point here. EKC's falling behind for sure.
Yeah, I will say NXCD does have the flip here. They can find a dash punch kill. It will really allow EKC to get the momentum shift that they need in order to turn around the set.
Yeah, these 2 stacks of prize fighter might not be enough just yet. Although the system was with this flip, might have been able to find a kill onto Shapeshifting right there, but gonna hold the line just yet. Okay, Soren gonna end up losing that next barrier. NXCD might end up flipping here on defense, although Katsuna making a great play with that boost and grabbing that final barrier. Wow, knocking 3Z Breezy completely out of the way and getting an angle good enough to score right through Luke. Actually well played there from Katsuna. EKC taking their first point in this set and might be able to find their way back in here.
Yeah, but the energy economy of both teams are basically zero. It's gonna the decisive moment will come for either team, and it's probably gonna come to a knockback KO from either a Luna dash punch, Asher dash punch, or a Juliet dash punch. Like that.
There you go, exactly as you say. The Juliet dash punch comes in here, though. Now one less person to kill Katsuna. They're probably gonna end up getting their health right back up there out of shatter range. NXCD tries to find a kill, maybe onto Shapeshifting there into the opposing goal, but not going to work out just yet. Still holding a barrier here is Soren. Might be able to get the ball down to Katsuna. Going to try to help there with that whammy, but 3Z Breezy just continues that onslaught and gets it on through. Soren up to Katsuna, has this flip in case things goes a little awry. Right in the hands of that blob was a little bit scary. The Crater Maker is also a little bit treacherous there for Soren to keep this point alive. 3Z Breezy now in a strike board. They're going to end up getting it through, but was that the rocket?
It was the missile,
okay.
Yeah. crazy back shots coming out from Katsuna there.
But I gotta say, when you're not looking at Luna, that thing is invisible.
No, it's invisible. Like I could barely even see it on my screen.
I just it moved the core, and I could only imagine the invisible projectile hit it. That coming which from Luna. Now Soren completely ejected from the game a second time. Okay, gets back just in time maybe for this draft. I didn't see them on the board right there. That was a little awkward, but gets prime time here for Shapeshifting. A couple Awakenings. Gonna have Luke combo a nice Super Surge with that Twin Drive, getting a little bit extra value there as well. Juliet, some speed, some health. Gonna support that Juliet with Among Titans and some speed. Katsuna, tiny little bean now. Soren getting cast last, which goes great with aerials too. So I'd say solid Awakenings here for EKC as well.
Another disconnect happening. Both teams are being hit with the...
Oh wait, you're right.
with the doxing or whatnot. But they have to play this point out, like you said, nasl rules. But somehow the point has not been scored yet. They're holding it down.
Yeah, kind of crazy. Unlucky, honestly, for Bombardiers to disconnect the second that the point starts. What's going on? Okay, finally gets themselves back here, though. That point never happened. You know, honestly, both teams had basically one of those, so hey, could we call it fair?
Oh, now they're just standing around. Wait, okay,
I'm afraid, bro.
You can never tell what these types they get. Oh, wow. Luke actually reacted to that. That was great. I would get double barrier there, but these are the top players. They know what's happening.
Yeah, very good reactions there. Luke gonna hold at least one of those barriers. Of course, the first barrier is always cosmetic. Love to say that because it's very easy to hit one of them. It's hard to block both of them. Breezy Breezy completely AFK. Perhaps the internet in the house is going down. I'm not sure if this is just a bait or not, but the black hole is going to be quite advantageous for EKC as NXZD goes in there with that flip. The Giga Blast is also going to help get the core on through there, but a kill from Bombardiers is actually going to make this 2v1 a little bit rough. Only one barrier down, but Soren still has another one to hold on to. Kind of teleporting around a little bit there, though the internet has not fully returned for Soren, it seems. But this point shall continue as the black hole goes off, dealing very little bit of damage there for 3Z, but possibly seeing him as a kill target as everyone's going to send their moves right on over. Can't get the value out of dealing damage to 3Z with that flip as well, unfortunately there for Soren, but still holds the line on this barrier. Katsuno goes in there with the boost, can't find the core, holding on to this barrier. 3Z Breezy tries to get Soren out of the way. Man, NXT coming in for some support, and it's really just, can we kill 3Z Breezy? Although Katsuna now down to nothing.
Yeah, the brawler on the side of Bombar is really low, but Katsuna, on the other hand, the OIA with the low stagger, that's them out of the field. Now it's a power play here for Bombar, so I'm pushing up with NXZD. He does get the ball again, and now he has one-way interaction to win, but Soren, ice cold, clears it out.
This match is indeed a little cursed right now, as multiple disconnects have already happened. We're definitely seeing some lag from some of these players as well. Crater Maker in onto the bottom side. Soren going to defend it on through with the assistance of that barrage. Is going to successfully defend against Juno, but Luke can't get there in time. Not enough size, not enough speed. Strike shot is, of course, the goalie awakening and not momentum boots. So point here for EKC. Man, you guys gotta end this game. The internet is just not happening.
I think it might be an Audi situation because I remember there's like the servers weren't working properly earlier this morning. Maybe it's just the curse of Audi happening once again here.
Curse of Audi is so... It's rough, but I guess it's understandable. This is like one of the very few times I've seen it happen. Point here for Bombardiers as 3Z Breezy gets it on through with the assistance of Shapeshift in there, who is just about 1 or 2 strikes away from a flip. 3Z also pretty close to a flipped energy economy will be in the hands of Bomba for a little while until something catastrophic happens, which could have been that Crater Maker, but not going to land just yet. Black Hole blasting Katsuna out of the way, who really hasn't had a lot of time to lose their health, but still dealing just about 70% of it with just that Black Hole. First barrier going down, up on to Shapeshifting, who has a flip, spends it. Soren realizes that this is a catastrophic moment, going to flip myself, and does actually get rewarded by Katsuna spending one, or sorry, NXT, wait, I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah. It's actually Shapeshifting that spent the flip here, though. Katsuna is the one who actually has just about no health, but NXZD now the kill target, and they don't find it, although they find a kill of their own. EKC with this power play. Yeah, I'm dying right now.
Katsuna coming downtown with the kill. But both players on EKC before duo, they're both really low, and Asher could get another kill here with the dash punch, but oh, Katsuna just fucked the flip. What is okay? A lot is happening here. Wait, it has to be the mind bug. The mind bug is making these players play out of their mind.
I mean, you know, save the ball, save the barrier, I guess. Power play here for EKC. Can they get the ball on through? NXT spends the ult. Nice. Gets the primary to assist the ball on through. Giga Blast, not too favorable of an angle for Soren there, though, but dealing some damage to Breezy. Breezy has the secondary up. Going to be able to hold the line, winning an interaction there. Get the ball on through Asher, although the path splitter is going to be a little awkward. Gets it on through there as well. Katsuna supporting NSCD with some of these whammies. Now goes in with the boost, but can't find it. Giga Blast is going to relieve that situation of pressure, but end up scoring too. Soren kind of looking nice there. Katsuna seems to have gotten the credit there to help with that redirect, and also gets the MVP, being a little 9-2. So let's see what he can get. Possibly a ton of damage. Maybe.
Maybe extra special, stacks on stacks, glass cannon, a lot of damage and speed on the board. They do have they do select extra special, and then this Asher, Inner Focus, Rampage, Quick Strike, stacks on stacks. If EKC doesn't want this Asher to scale out of control, they might need to put a target on 3Z's back.
It's gonna be tough there though, because 3Z ended up taking Reptile Remedy. So we're going to have a ton of extra stagger. So Rampage, yeah, like you're saying, though, could have a kill target with Rampage and stacks, but has the health to back it up, and Asher is also pretty tanky in general. Katsuna, yeah, like you said, extra special is going to be the energy depleter, as you're going to want to evade that basically every single time regardless. Losing one barrier, but has a kill on the side here, though. And oh gosh, Dash Punch and Assistant with Giga Blast is certainly going to end your life, although Shapeshifting is in front of both of the enemy teams. Okay, they do end up getting it on through. Only one barrier left for each of these sides. Oh man, NXT almost ends up soloing it. That'll be the assistant of Crater Maker. Will actually grab that final barrier. Piercing shot. Gonna at least relieve some pressure, but not gonna be able to get the barrier directly. Giga Blast almost could execute 3Z Breezy there. Soren feels like they have all the stacks of Inner Focus already, as this Giga Blast has been sent twice already. Katsuna now at nothing, but has Flip, and no one has ever been a better kill target than the guy with OIA and Flip in their hands. Crater Maker coming out, trying to strike it through, holding themselves by the wall. Soren gonna try to relieve pressure, and my god, Soren's done it.
And they got the ball out. Katsuna was just hanging out in the corner, and then once that flip was out, he just went full screen on the other side, trying to confirm with the boost. And NXT now, he has 2 5-side strikes with a heavy impact. He actually has a damage awakening to help him find these dash punches. And EKC, they're doing what they do best, is playing on the wall and allowing NXT to find these dash punch kills and threaten the pressure that they really need to. Like, 3ZBZ has no HP and no evade. And now once all the cooldowns come back with this Inner Focus start, with the dash punch, they're just playing on this wall and just making Bomba in these tough situations.
Yeah, Juliet definitely good at making the opponents ride the wall and punishing for such a thing. And Luke can't get their hands on the ball after that piercing shot. Credits to Katsuna and Soren getting really involved there. Next point for EKC, at least might be able to take this next set and completely even up this game. 3Z Breezy 0-0 stacks has now already been vaporized enough times where they haven't gotten just about anything. NXT trying to do it one more time, noticing that 3Z has no evade, but can't actually deal the entire health bar with anything that they have right now. Katsuna flying away instantly, and not assisting with that barrier in that moment, but might be able to make it happen up here as 3Z's trying to get involved in the strike war against Katsuna. Man, stands too close to the wall once again, and NXT with 4 stacks of Prize Fighter. Heavy impact, actually stronger than they look as they try to work on this final barrier. Giga Blast goes in, can't find it just yet. NXT spends the primary, possibly no secondary to go with it. Not too much to push it on through there, and they're going to hold that barrier.
Yeah. NXT has woken up now.
Jeez.
And now he's just... He unleashed his third eye. He's become awakened with the flip here, coming up with the punch, with the flip, but the barrier beam does block the ball. Oh my god, so much stuff is happening. Luke is on death's door. NXT is looking for the kill here, but with the 4-5 attacks, with the heavy impact, does not secure it. But all this pressure here. Bomba on the back foot now, trying to get the ball up the cat's net with his OA speed. Lucas can't and the ball gets to the NXT. And then all the pressure that NXT was putting onto Luke, he had to get the position out of the way. He had to decide, do I let the ball go through or I save my HP bar? But it was the last point, but that's it. It was a tough decision to make.
Speaking of tough decisions, we have Soren as our first pick here, though. MVP of that set. See what they can grab. Possibly wants to let X Specialized Training or Missile Prop drop over to that Luna. Going to take Hot Shot from Juno, but actually ends up undeniable as Hot Shot and 1-2 Punch show up in this draft. Still good for Kai either way. Extra health and power for Juliet's quite good. Luke getting team player. You can't go wrong with team player as a goalie. I'll always say it. Love that one. Specialized training does end up falling to Luna. Also had missile prop to decide there. So now way stronger than before. And extra special to go with it. So kind of catastrophic here if you are the side of La Bamba having to deal with that. But size for 3Z also quite good as they are winning a whole lot of strike boards here. And the pressure that Asher can put on is sort of unlike any other.
Yeah. I would say that the Deadeye 1-2 Juno is this core speed is gonna go out of control with because someone let Stealth Rock get the 1-2 at the second pick. And this Juno in overtime, they might need to play for this just a stalling game, and then once Juno gets unlocked, core speed, it's gonna be really hard for EKC to take over on the latter pilots.
Ooh. Okay, Katsuna kind of 100 to 0'd right there. OIA really not doing its job in that exact moment, but perhaps helping in every other situation as Juno, man, already with a whole lot of core speed. Big Asher winning that strike war against Soren. Soren thinking, you know, honestly, it's 2v3, power play. I'll hold on to this flip for the next point, which is, I'd say, the correct decision in that spot. So moving on to the next point, Bombardiers. This is set 5, everybody. So we will be ending this game in this set, so definitely getting points in this one is quite important, as NXTD and Soren both have this flip still. Might be able to make it happen. Katsuna, always the target for the kill here for the most part. This OIA is so good and so rough sometimes.
I mean, the clear kill targets on both teams pretty apparent. Katsuna is a kill target for EKC. Breezy Breezy, with all the Second Awakenings, is a kill target for Bomba. And it's up to either team to figure out, okay, it's our time to shine, we gotta kill the person. That is the priority, and this is how we can secure this game.
Yeah, sends a Giga Blast there to try to help it on through. Breezy Breezy Barrier Beam as well. NXT uses a lot of health there, but not going to find themselves killed just yet. No cooldowns here, no evade for Shapeshifting. They can't find a kill. A flip is completely countered instantly from Katsuna, and that's going to be a point for EKC. Boy, it is a rough spot when the flip just is stolen first frame, and it just looks like the opponents they just take it.
That's I saw in that specific scenario, Casa did in fact whiff the strike, and then that actually led them to bait both strikes from Stealth Rock and Luke, and then securing that first point. But this defense is looking really scary here. 3C Breezy gets taken out, going for the orb, and our power play here for EKC. This is where the moment needs to be taken.
Yeah, everyone in this game, 5 Awakenings, except for 3Z Breezy, 3 Awakenings, as these numbers have been 0, I feel like, for a long time, and certainly not high enough to get the value that they're looking for, although still, the game's completely even in that regard, noticing that 3Z's not getting a lot of value out of these. Punch, dash punch, once again, NXED, ooh, almost flies off the map there as well, getting another stack of this prize fighter. Trying to get a kill here, 3Z Breezy once again on NXZD. Katsuna pushes on top here with the boost and the barrage. Black Hole, going to be a little awkward there for that Giga Blast. Might end up finding some damage. NXZD moving up, tries to get a kill onto 3Z, but sniffs that one out. Not going to fall victim just yet. Katsuna and Soren both just about half flip. In fact, EKC, I feel like they're cheating. They always just have so much damn energy on this team, bro.
Yeah, they're hitting so much because
oh no,
that was the worst bounce I've ever seen. Because they have so much cooldowns from Inner Focus. And the more cooldowns mean more damage, and this allows them to put the pressure on. Oh, my flip comes out. Oh, NXT looking really scary here with the flip. Oh my gosh, something big is gonna happen here. Oh my, that was, oh my, I'm losing my words.
Right. Something big did happen. Nice work there. Getting another point. Bomba on match point now. 3Z Breezy still really trying to work on those stacks, but at least benefit for them. NXTD only has 2 of the stacks of their own for this prize fighter. Nicely winning a strike war against the piercing shot there. Might be able to get on in. One more strike away. Does not maintain a kill for NXTD. Oh my god, Katsuna taken out just about instantly. Big power play for Bombardiers now. Luke might be able to make something happen here with that flip. Insanely good strike, actually, with the super mix-up. Now a whole lot of pressure. NXTD, unfortunately, has to flip on defense here, though, and Luke might be able to make it happen with a flip of their own. No one to defend the goal left. Katsuna has priority on the ball right now, although everyone now finally in position to make it happen. No barriers left here for EKC. It's really tough. Luke really wants to move up. Stealth Rock might be able to take the goalie position as it happens. Black Hole spawns. Giga Blast gets it on through. Katsuna whiffs completely.
Luke does have the flip here. With the Thorns, 3CBC almost gets a goal there. Oh my god. Soren looking really low. Flip comes out, and the kill from 3Z Breezy will secure the first game for Bomba. Looking really scary there on those last 2 sets, but they lock in, they close it out, and that was a very exciting game, even with all the disconnects.
Wow. Incredible how often we talked about 3Z Breezy dying, falling off the map, not getting any of these stacks, and yet the team has persevered. Bomba takes the first game here in this series over EKC. Taking a look at some of these stats, honestly, Soren here with 300 redirects was really involved on moving this ball around, but sometimes that's not the only thing that matters. Perhaps well-timed kills. I'd say something like well-timed kills, but it's still, even EKC has kind of got more kills on their side. 12 when it comes to 7 on the opposing side. Lots of damage coming out. I mean, look at Juno, right? Like, is she the kill character? Kind of, man. She does an alarming amount of damage, especially when you're on the opposing team and you're like, oh, well, I should step on this orb because or step on this blob. I don't really want it to affect me. And that's a lot of damage. With Deadeye, like 2 orbs might actually be able to do half of your health if you don't have any extra stagger awakenings. But well played here for Bombardiers. Possibly going to take the rest of this series, maybe with this momentum. But EKC, I heard these guys are pretty good. They might be able to take it back.
NXT was looking really good on the Juliet. They were finding these KOs, but when it came down to the overtime, the core speed from the Juno with the Deadeye 1-2 was really hard for EKC to keep up. But they kept it really close, even with, like I said, with all the disconnects. And the second game, hopefully no disconnects happen, and you can just have a clean, nice game of Omega Strikers.
It's true. I will say at least most of maybe the third half of that game, I didn't really see, the disconnects. I didn't really see that much lag. Everyone got together and they fixed their internet for just a moment here. But that was definitely a chaotic start to that game. A little sad to see those disconnects, but really it was just kind of like each team sort of got a point for that one as we move on to the next map, which is drum roll, please. Any drum rolls? Yeah, we don't have drum rolls. We don't have the map either. Oh, here it is, guys. I knew what the map was going to be the entire time. Gates of Obscura is actually going to be our next map, which is also pretty fun. Definitely is one of the more interesting maps that we have in rotation. Definitely allows for the goalies to be so very active, actually. Going through the portals makes things very interesting to get right in the front of these barriers. We got Heavy Impact. We got Orb Dancer. I think Orb Dancer is actually a pretty cool awakening in the current rotation that we have of awakenings, because it's kind of fair. Things used to be kind of awkward when we had Orb Replicator and Orb other item, and so
or Ponderer.
Yes, Ponderer, giving you like 25% cooldown when you touch an orb, which is a little crazy. But so we have options for going kill and we have options for going ball. So I like to see that.
I'll say on this Gates map, I know both goalies they will pick the melee. They will pick melee. They will pick the Doogu with the Atlas. But we do see a Asher Bane come out for EKC. And I'm wondering, because there's a Heavy Impact Orb Dancer start, they might ban the Julie from Bomber. Bomber might ban the Julie from... Exactly. They did ban the Julie.
Understandable, bro. Getting NXCD off that Juliet, which is very fair. But hey, also crushing that Asher. So we're going to have some interesting brawlers here. Maybe we actually see Zentaro showing up. Maybe we see a forward Kazan or something like that. Maybe Rasmus on the board. Feel like could be kind of interesting. First pick here, Dubu for EKC. I wonder if that is going to be for Soren. I don't really want to see forward Dubu. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, after what happened in the ITF game. It's probably Dubu goalie from Soren. Like I said before, he's willing to pick the melee goalies on this map from what I've seen before. But it still does get picked, probably for Luke. But if like an Imi comes out, maybe a Vice, Estelle Vice could be a good 1-2 pick here. I do want to say red side for like striker select is always, I've been seeing a lot of stuff about that. It's like a really strong, I would rather be red side as striker select. So you get the 1-2, you get 2 picks, you get the Estelle and the Zentaro, two strikers that Bomber really likes to play here.
Yeah, pretty strong comp. Estelle, I feel like as of recent, or maybe a little longer than recent, has really been a popular pick for our midfielder. Always feels like a good pick, kind of regardless of the map, kind of regardless of some of the awakenings that are in the draft. She's just good, man. Having a lot of range and having a clean teleport, it's just always felt like a lot of assistance from the midfield. And Vice Amy showing up and so it's like we have Dubu, that's not a lot of damage, and then you have Vice Amy. Now we're dying. And Zentaro doesn't have a huge health pool, so probably can see some kills here from EKC, but it really is on Bomba to try to maneuver around this field. Like, you can't die, actually, if you get blasted into a portal, kind of the center of the portal. So you do have this little buffer to play with that, and it just really is the aggression. It's a kind of like, who's using the portals better, right? We always say it. Who's using the portals better, and that kind of determines on what happens here.
Yeah, NXD is indeed locking the Imi Brawler, and judging him, he's going to go Pummelers and just fish for Cyber Swipe Glitch Pop kills. And especially if you play Gates, like you play that corner, and Imi just stands in the middle of the field and there's the end kill, it's going to be really hard for Bomba to play defense if everyone's standing on them.
Hey, it's true, yeah. She's so good with heavy impact. Like, just good enough, right, to make it like, oh my gosh, this is a big pick. It's just good enough to be like a little trigger in your head saying this Imi is gonna be a problem. And if they do exactly like you're saying, we might see a lot of kills for the side of EKC. So waiting on getting into this game, I do want to see some cool stuff coming out from this Kai. Love Kai. We all love Kai. Kind of another really powerful midfield pick for the most part. Again, on most maps, it feels like Kai is a great pick, but going to find themselves in the goalie position. Also great at that. 3Z Breezy taking heavy impact. We got double heavy impact on that side of the board. Both goalies taking Orb, Dancer. NXD, like you said, has Pummelers. Should be interesting.
Yeah. It's all going to be up to if NXD can find these glitch pop kills, these dash punch combos. And it's looking really scary here because you play on this wall and there's so many KO potential that can be found.
Indeed. No ult for Soren just yet. It was like a good position to get it through. We got to get our level 2 first, as 3Z Breezy is going to grab an orb nicely, heal themselves back up. Yeah, this double midfield could possibly present themselves a problem to this Kai as they, send him right on off the board. Hey, even gets another kill with that ult. Soren dancing into the corner. Ball on up to Ketsuna, down to NXD, teleporting on in there. Barrage trying to cover the board. Yes, perfect passes not to fail to the Barrage. And already EKC looking stronger. Stronger than Atlas. That guy's pretty strong, though. Wait, yeah. Atlas the character. I meant Atlas the god. Ah, jeez.
Yeah, these kills. I mean, NXD is positioning like really like scary. He's putting a lot of pressure just positioning the way he is. And like you see, 3Z Breezy has to go for the orb and it's taken out.
Not a terrible idea. At least, denying Soren and Orb, right? We have Orb Dancer on both of these goalies, so could get some tiny value out of that one. 3Z Breezy cannot follow up there as they are completely dead. Thought they might actually end up dying, and then they did kind of die here. Oh, Gigablast is going to do a good job of stalling a little bit of time. Shapeshifting ends up winning an interaction again there to stall just enough time for our teammate to come back here. 3Z Breezy enters the fray as we have logs coming up at the top. NXD spending Imi's ult. Oh, foiled there a little bit. Yeah, and loses interaction to 3Z as well, which is going to be just the barrier. And assistance of the piercing shot 2 is going to send it on over. And can we get a kill? Oh, not going to get a kill. Not going to get a point just yet.
The TP from Southrock there was the correct play, but it was a little bit unfortunate that didn't get the goal there. But let's have the flip. TPing out. 3Z Breezy has to win the evade. It's not going to strike, and he just got taken out.
Yeah, power play once again for EKC, who are looking like kind of the powerhouses in this game for sure. Having big Vice and big Amy. Gonna try to hold the ball as long as possible. Almost gets a demon angle there. Piercing shot, not going to score just yet. Dubu's a big boy, can definitely hold the line there. Covering the back, or the bottom clear for 3Z Breezy with that primary. Not gonna foil Soren just yet. A glitch pop almost makes it on through. The piercing shot's gonna clear the ball just about completely. NXD in position to keep it down. Luke finally does get it out, keeps it forward with that barrage. Stealth Rock and 3Z Breezy have a nice 2v1 situation, and they get it on through with those cooldowns. Had flip to help defend it, but holds that resource, which is the best value you could get.
Yeah, this time, Stealth Rock does get the correct placement on the Rose Warp, securing the out clear goal. And now gets the flip here. It's going to be a kill target focus Cats really putting all the damage on. Double barrier is getting taken. And something does not fall. He still has the flip.
Not dead yet, but everyone on the team really quite injured after that supernova. And that supernova is only just starting. Katsuna has one awakening. A good one, mind you, but only one awakening just yet. Both barriers down here for La Bamba. Let's see if Stealth Rock can survive this one. Yeah, Shapeshifting is going to keep themselves alive right now. NXCD can't maintain control of the core after that dribble. Piercing shot is going to whiff ever so slightly into the portal there. No, but going to get stuffed by 3Z Breezy. Is going to at least stop some of the pressure from that flip. Luke is going to try to get it down once again. Soren's still really holding onto his barriers. One down here, though. Great angle from 3Z to keep it on to the bottom side, though. Katsuna kind of scares Shapeshifting out of the way with the supernova and or blasts them out, but they do finally get both of these barriers. Let's see if they can get the point.
That cyber swipe was the sealing deal. Oh, goes for the glitch plot play, but does not secure the goal. Kasta coming in with the power coin. Luis Breezy does in fact cut the pass, and now the power play is basically null.
Nice. Love that from Luke, actually just using the secondary to get in front of the passing plays to maintain the control and keep this point alive. Wow, great, actually great angle, great strikes there from Shapeshift and actually get it on through Soren, stuffing them and getting the next point. Slight advantage in this first set. Luke has a full flip here, though. Might be able to make something happen with a double barrier situation, but it's a little harder on this map to just get a raw double barrier. You kind of have to hit the little double nose there, but it is definitely possible. Even just keeping it in the corner is usually quite valuable, or dealing damage to NXED might also end up being. But as I talk about the possibility of getting the double barrier, 3Z Breezy says, honestly, I do not care. Gonna grab that one. A flip from Luke. Gonna try to score it by themselves. Not handing it over to 3Z Breezy just yet. Now on over to, okay, barrier themselves, but, you know, that doesn't give the opponent's experience. Honestly, strategic, but a power play for UKC could be catastrophic here.
Stuff like does have to flip. Has to push him in with the power play. No cooldowns needed there. Oh, the mix-up with 3Z Breezy with the slice and dice. Does not have the strike up. And actually just slots it between him on the top side. 2 points going for EKC.
Absolutely, this is definitely going to be a momentum shifter. Whoever wins this set, of course, gets the first pick of Awakenings, as they do win every single game of Omega Strikers, turns out. Lots of damage onto Luke, lots of damage onto TK, or 3Z Breezy there. Going to still regen up just a little bit here, though. One barrier now down for Bamba. Katsuna has a flip, gonna give it to NXED, who also gets a flip right there. Holds the line, sends it right on back to Soren, who might be able to use the portal to assist. Now 3Z Breezy against Soren here with Stealth Rock on the backside. Does get a nice Rose Warp, but it's not the angle that they were looking for. Finally, the assistance of Katsuna will help Soren get this ball on out of there. 3Z now just about at nothing here. NXED probably looking for a flip kill, but 3Z staying in center stage is going to make it a little bit more awkward, and we're going to hold that resource. A flip there does deal the damage, stops them from regenning at least, and keeps them shattered. Retaining control of the ball for just a moment. Katsuna almost has a situation where the supernova works there, but finds himself killed. 3Z Breezy taking perfect advantage of that positioning.
Goes for the pass to Stealth Rock there, at the bottom side. But Kasta's really doing well cutting those passes, because I think Stealth Rock, 3Z Breezy, their playstyle is really like a lot of passing. And 3Z will go for the pass instead of going for the open like corner side every single time. And Kasta's really picking up with that. They want to cut the pass and eventually get this point.
Gets simply blasted on off the board while stuck in that piercing shot animation. 3Z Breezy going to intercept the pass with that Oni's blade. Katsuna on up to NXED once again. Going to try to go for a cyber swipe situation. Katsuna goes for the supernova, but once again, a little bit wide there as the team of Bamba gets the ball on out. Stealth Rock, nice piercing shot, great angle, is going to get the ball right on through. They grab that final barrier, whiff on the Giga Blast, but honestly kind of okay. Still gives nice flick there from 3Z. Is going to get it through Soren, taking the first set in this one. And who's going to be our grand winner here? It's going to be Shapeshifting, getting the first Awakening.
The pick of the litter here. 1-2 Super Surge Prize Fighter. That's unfortunate though that Zentaro is in fact last pick, so EKC is probably going to deny the Super Surge and all of that, but this Prize Fighter is going to get denied away from NXED. You do not want that guy to scale.
Yeah, understandable. Still, that Prize Fighter might be able to make it work for themselves. Estelle has this heavy impact, which is also pretty great. Team player on to Luke. Again, can't go wrong with team player. Amy getting super surge, even stronger than before. Everything that you said might actually end up happening. Soren with quick strike is also really great. Again, it feels like really good against a character like Zentaro and actually Estelle, where you sort of get stuffed by random projectiles and such, but the quick strike will help them on through. 3Z goes in for extra damage and healing on the tempo swing too. So when Zentaro's low health pool, might be able to stay in the fray just a little bit longer. As one barrier goes down here for La Bamba. 3Z Breezy going and dealing damage to NXZD. Not the Supernova, but the Thunderstrike also helping out. And there's a kill. 3Z Breezy finishes them off. Trying to get it on through here. Stealth Rock helping out with the Giga Blast covering the bottom. Soren almost has it, but probably 1000% dead there, even if they do hit the ball. Nice one from Bombardiers, putting on tons and tons of pressure. Getting the first point here for this set.
These double barriers are really happening more than I expected. Like, the points where they get the double barriers, there's such a momentum shift that they just secure these points so quickly and allow Bomber to just steamroll EKC, keep the momentum up, and just make sure that they keep their foot on the gas pedal.
Yeah, I actually love that strike there from Luke, which actually was end up a little bit, oh my gosh, so much damage here from NXCD. I was going to say a nice mix-up to put it in the portal there, but now a big power play. Ult from Dubu. The donuts are coming out here. Luke to keep it onto the top side, which is controllable, although NXCD does get the upper hand there and score for the side of EKC here. Another point coming in. Full stacks of Orb Dancer for both goalies right now, and 0 stacks of Prize Fighter for Stealth Rock.
Yeah, Luke does have the flip though. I mean, his playstyle just running up with the eject button with the Kai. Maybe another magical double barrel will happen, allow Bomba to get the second point here.
It's actually so funny to see what happens when somebody stops the ball and then like kind of baits on hitting it. Everyone just kind of uses moves and kind of moving around, and they're just like, bro. Although, wow, dead instantly. Oh, dies to the Rose Warp as well. Stealth Rock, unfortunately, takes a barrier of their own. Katsuna, we have the perspective of the blue team. We see the KO them right now coming on through. Soren ulting that portal, trying not to lose to any mix-ups there. Wow, great strike there from Luke's gonna waste all the time in the world. Katsuna is so close with that flip. Understandable from Stealth Rock to try to go in, stun them, and just try to get it through. But Katsuna finds the flip and gets it on in.
Yeah, and they still have 2 flips in the back with NXZD and Soren. NXZD, I'm calling it at this point. He's going to set up in the midfield line. He's going to wait for 3Z, Greasy, or Stealth Rock to miss position, and he's going to dash flip them, and then the point will be won.
Definitely a possibility here. NXZD with that big old flip and lots of damage here from this Amy. Luke does spend the flip to get the ball on out, but kind of ends up in a slightly worse position. Okay, NXZD approaching here with this flip, and we know that this Amy Brawler is pretty interesting. Wow, big enough to get that strike, holds that barrier. Nice log as well. Doesn't lose the 3Z Breezy's projectile, although Dubu ult isn't going to do too many favors there, although stopping the opponents from approaching is good enough. Gets the barrage on through and loses all the value of that flip. Big power play once again from Bombardiers. I mean, they are really kind of hitting overtime right now. I think all 3 players are just playing fantastic.
Yeah. I will point out that Luke, there's an interaction where he had his eject up and he was at 25 HP, and all he did was run the 2 orbs and he was back up. Like, they were putting so much pressure on, but the Kai has so much speed to basically just wiggle the way around it.
Yeah, right? With the Orb Dancer helps you just even collect more orbs, so what the heck, right? Get on in there, healing up, which is nice. Demon Angle almost takes takes it from Soren. 3Z Breezy at just about nothing. Gonna use the only blade to get some elusive, but it's not going to be enough because you can really just hold Device's ult for quite a while. Nice flip counter from Stealth Rock to stop the ball from getting in any of these corners. Dubu almost makes it happen, but actually gets eradicated from that Giga Blast. Power play from Bombardiers. Can they get the ball on through? We do have team player. Great advantage in overtime for the side of Bombardiers as they pushing it on through as much as they can. NXT does get a flip of their own, maybe dealing some damage here to Luke, but a barrier to work with is big. A flip on in there, tries to get a combo stun, but it's not going to work out. Giga Blast, favorable angle, but still doesn't grab it. Luke doesn't eject back to get the ball. Oh, man, nice flip into Cyber Swipe. So hard to deal with, even with that barrage. I thought it was actually pretty decently timed, but it wasn't enough, and EKC evens the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of unfortunate bounces. DCBZ's strike placement was a bit unfortunate. It went back to Luke, and then the goal went in. But this, I'm wondering what Dude was going to pick up. Maybe a bit size, but it's then his last pick again, so I don't think the dash wiggy is going to get to him.
Gonna end up stealing The stacks on stacks, actually pretty solid for Dubu, giving a little bit extra speed and kind of denying it from someone like Kai, who would be very happy to have stacks on stacks. Bulk up, okay on Kai, giving extra health is fine. More damage, more damage for NXZD, brawling the brains out. Aerials, really great for Estelle in basically every situation. 3C Breezy gets cast to last, which is extremely good, question mark. But sometimes you just don't have a choice here. Katsuna, size, okay, fine, helps with Strike Wars, but not super priority picks for these characters. Almost gets a kill with that somersault. Now that would be value.
I will say the BD does give 7% impact damage, so I mean the size did get them killed there, and also a bit of mispositioning. But the BD is a pretty solid awakening on that device. Don't count it out.
Understandable, but we do see Breezy Breezy almost on out of here, especially with the damage that NXT is able to put on. Can't get the ball out of here, although helps out with the Giga Blast into the portal. Favorable angle, actually hits the wall, grabbing a barrier of their own. Luke going all the way to the top, blasting that barrage. Actually love that positioning there. Katsuna again with the interaction of Supernova versus Oni Blade. Supernova wins just about every time, especially if you're a little too close to it. She's just able to hold it a little bit longer than you have the elusive, and we see that happening more times than one. NXT has a flip. They do have a favorable Dubu here, although they don't spend the cooldown, they don't spend the resource to get it just yet, and now finds themselves just about dead. Let's see if they can get value out of this flip before they go.
Ooh. The true combo of they try to kill confirm with the piercing shot and the Rose Warp, but NXT just quick enough on that elusive. And 3C Breezy is looking really low here. Does not find the kill with the Slice and Dice. Oh, double kill. Wait, no!
Ooh.
Good positioning from XZD.
Yeah, finds a way into the portal and finds a kill just about out of nowhere. 3C Breezy can't find the combo there to get it on through. No flip needed from Soren. Now NXT versus Luke, open goal. It's the hardest situation you could ever deal with, man. And that's going to be it. NXT with a nice strike angle to get it through. I mean, that... You know, you don't have a cooldown. It is really hard, but a great wait for an NXT is going to get it through.
Other energy resets are happening. Soren does have the flip. He's probably looking for a kill here on 3C Breezy. Yeah, dump.
Oh my god.
Okay. Soren dumping every single ability has him out for the Poison Tara. And he's looking die here for Bomber.
Yeah, 3Z, no health left to work with, and now Soren is really just getting kind of owned right now, getting 2v1'd. 3Z almost finds himself off the map, might have ended up in that portal. Giga Blast to almost confirm the goal goes through, but not a favorable angle just yet for them. 3Z trying to heal up. Stealth Rock's going to take the goalie position for just a moment. Luke's going to move up with this eject button, but gets slowed by the power cord. A flip from Katsuna, a little far from the goal, but does actually end up getting one of the barriers. 3Z really can't, do all that much to Dubu with that much health. Not yet until they end up getting some more of it. Luke not losing to the Firewall Sentry, which is nice. Gets it on through the Dubu ult as well, and now a kill for the side of EKC might make this point.
Oh, back pass coming out for Katsuna. They want to keep possession here with the power play. They want to confirm this goal. Oh, BCB's coming in. With the Soren with the Orb Dancer trying to push it. What the great strike war from NXZD. Stealing that second point. Right, EKC are playing on their mind right now.
Yeah, and they have more to go, as Soren is literally one strike away from stacking these stacks and doubling the amount of speed gained. We'll probably be able to get a little bit more involved than before. Katsuna doing a little bit of damage here to 3Z, trying to return back. Hits the pass button. Obviously, you got to start passing, guys. This is insane. If you're not passing your freaking brains out here, though 3Z does maintain control of the core to get that barrier at least. They do end up getting it out to the opposing side, grabbing a barrier of their own. Incoming the Dubu ult. Going to at least get Luke to spend the flip resource there. Really gets involved, but can't find the barrier. Nice hold there from Soren. The assistance of Katsuna. Gonna try to get involved in XCD once again. Moving on to the top side. You know, honestly, having these both characters be midfields really allows them to get to this Dubu fast enough to get them out of some of these horrible situations. Ends up using the portal there as well. Soren has a flip, might be able to make something happen, but Dubu, even with these stacks, is still not very mobile.
It was a beautiful strike placement there from Katsuna, catching Luke off guard. So he uses the flip, the Supernova coming out, with the Oni's blade. Crazy Vice teleport there. Not baiting it, not saying the trap out. Oh my god, Stealth Rock, NXD, Katsuna, all low HP. Who will die first?
Who will die first indeed? Luke, once again, does have team player for this overtime scenario. Stealth Rock looking low. Breezy taking a lot of damage. A big flip from Katsuna is going to not fold to that barrage. Not a bad angle from Luke, though, but a better one from Katsuna. EKC saying, honestly, bro, we're not out of it yet. The damage is coming through. And here we go. Soren, first pick on the Awakenings here. Maybe, hopefully the best pick, but could be the worst one, I'd say. Amy and Vice scale a little bit better here.
Yeah, Twin Drive going up to the Dubu. Just more cooldowns, and now Amy is probably going to take Missile Prop here. Maybe not. Oh, the time is, yes. Just more turrets. And now Zen just left here with probably just Demolitionist. Not the best. But the Zen has been last pick in all 3 sets. I'm very sure.
Oh, unlucky. Miner putting 3Z on blast there, but honestly, that's chill, dude. Definitely be
it's a tough position for him. He's just getting shot. He can't really do anything if he's just at perma 1 HP all game.
I mean, it's true. We do see, oh man, Luke backing up all the way into the goal, actually far enough to avoid that supernova, which is strategic in itself. Sometimes it really is best to just walk as far to the edge as possible and get out of range. Some damage being sent there onto Stealth Rock. NXDD trying to go through. Doesn't want to hang out near the wall, understandably. Gonna go back through that portal and say, honestly, let's cut our losses here. Soren going to hold the ball while the opposing team executes their teammate completely. We might never see NXDD again, but maybe in 5 seconds we shall. As the lines are being made, literally, as Zentaro and Estelle making lines on the board, showing exactly where they're about to kill. Nice Oni Blade to avoid the glitch pop kill there. 3Z Breezy still holding on, but gets just blown into smithereens. Another kill, actually making a 2v2 for both sides here.
One wrong step and they're being pelted by 5 different abilities for both teams. Like 3Z Breezy misstepped once, he got ping pong. And then Casa misstepped once, and then they got taken out back by the Giga Blast. And not every mispositioning is being punished by each team, and it's so beautiful. With that Strike War from 3Z Breezy securing that first point.
Yeah, the angle assistance there from Stealth Rock was like actually perfect to give the ball right on over to 3Z, who, yeah, indeed needed to win a Strike War there, and they did successfully. Probably due to that cast to last, getting extreme value, Strike Warring with cast to last, which is, like, of course, guaranteed. But we'll talk about that shit later, as the Dubu is going to get kind of booed right there. Gets the ult right on through. Katsuna trying to blow 3Z Breezy's head off with that Supernova. Stealth Rock, I think, finding a kill there, making a power play for Bombardiers. Can't find the strike. The ball moving a little bit too fast. 3Z winning one interaction, grabbing the barrier, and Luke winning the next one to grab the final barrier in this 2v3 situation. Finds himself dead instantly, though. NXCD has so much freaking damage, bro.
Yeah. NXCD and Stealth Rock. Stealth Rock does have the 45 by attacks. I was wondering why all these piercing shots were killing so easily, and I'm just, okay, this guy has 45 by attacks. He's basically God. Oh, never mind, he has 2.
God. Was God.
Two.
2 stacks. 2 stacks of Prize Fighter. Eliminated just about instantly, though. Luke winning out, keeping their barrier. Soren blowing everything in random directions. 3Z Breezy. Yeah, well played, taking complete advantage of Soren's positioning there. And taking the next point, hopefully getting the next set for them. They want to even this one up, but Soren is close to stacking these stacks, and everyone continues to have 5 stacks of Dancer.
It's all up to which team will land their kill confirms first, or kill opportunities. Both, because the IB Glitch Pop combo, or just a random piercing shot from either team, will secure the kill and the power play, allowing them to put all the pressure on to secure these points.
Yep, could be a big situation here, though. Blows everything into desistance with that flip to get the barrier, but finds himself in the grave now as they are standing just a little too close to the wall. The Giga Blast is going to certainly take that one. Katsuna trying to interrupt any passing plays there with the Supernova successfully. Luke has the eject button to survive that flip situation. Stealth Rock might have gotten blasted into the portal there, though, but going to keep themselves alive here with the assistance of an orb as well. Luke has a flip here in case they need it for defense. NXCD. Ooh, nice strike there, actually, to put on some pressure. Stealth Rock can't seem to move up. Blasts Katsuna into the portal once again. You got to be aware that these players are going to get knocked into the portal and not die, but still dealing damage. Stealth Rock now just about at nothing. Overtime's going to come through, and Luke might be able to find value out of this team player.
Yeah, Stealth Rock, no evade, no HP. Chanley does not secure the kill there. 1v1 heal for Soren and 3Z Breezy. Oh my gosh. Scary flip has to be burned. Soren holds it down with the flip. pass up. Only play comes out, blocks the portal play. Oh my gosh, that's happening. 3Z does have the flip. It could be anyone's game here.
Yeah, almost gets killed. Stealth Rock, a little too close to the wall. Now gonna find themselves unshattered. I have the shatter bug though, unfortunately, so I'm seeing them. Okay, maybe that'll fix it. Thank you, NXCD. They're destroying Stealth Rock. 3Z Breezy saying, honestly, I'm also going to kill you. Flip or ult here from Dubu is going to block the top side. Katsuna passing it to themselves once again. Ooh, tries to get a little sneaky play there with the Thunder Strike. Not going to work out just yet. When I strike there from Soren is going to at least hold one of these barriers long enough for their player to come back. Ooh, another. I love these strikes here from Soren, actually stalling as long as they can. Katsuna holding the Supernova as well. Gonna maybe use the portal here though. The Oni Blade's gonna foil them. Actually gets struck.
Oh, nice
Great
pass.
Love that pass. It's the only thing that's gonna get the barrier in that spot. Now, open goal for both teams.
3Z Breezy with the situational awareness, the pass to the open midfielder in both interactions when the goal, when the barrier is taken, and they keep possession. And now the team player is unlocked. Any pass could seal the deal. Keep back passing, but the kill is found by NXZD. Oh, the flick does not happen for 3Z Breezy. Open sight, and just slot on the top side. NXZD, no barrage in sight. Secure the first point for EQC in the set.
It is funny when, like, 3 seconds earlier, it's just so tense. Everyone's using all of their moves, everything. The ball's flying like crazy. And then, you know, eventually, everyone runs out of moves. And then the strike just goes on in. And it's like, oh, well, I guess that's true. Work on this next point here. Bamba really needs to get this point to even this one up. They don't really want EKC to get any closer to ending this match. Although Stealth Rock, now 0 stacks of Prize Fighter, was a god a little bit earlier, and now perhaps a peasant for now, until they get a couple more kills. Katsuna being targeted for kill right now, has that flip. It's too threatening to the opposing team, spends it. Really great strike. NXCD in a perfect position to hit the nose of that barrier. And now perhaps the opposing team, boy, that ult was interesting. The opposing team is going to try to get a double barrier for themselves. Wow, ends up getting killed for running up with the eject button secondary instantly. And now the power play might end up grabbing at this point. Really great Rose Warp there, actually, from Stealth Rock. Kind of holds the whole point until Katsuna finds the power chord. Well done.
Won the 50-50 there. But Stealth Rock, under his goalie for previous seasons, did in fact hold it down. But Luke, with the unfortunate positioning, this Ivy does have a double dash range, so I could get that why they thought they were safe, but 3Z Breezy always taking out back. No evade, no health bar.
Yeah, looking low. Oh, Soren trying to help, but kind of jumps out of the barrier. Doesn't end up losing one, though. Trying to deal extra damage to 3Z. Spends that twin drive secondary. Also dealing damage there. Yep. Oh my God. Insane amounts of knockback. Like, there's no reason that should have killed unless you're literally NXCD with everything. Soren trying to get it straight through Stealth Rock to the portal, but can't find it. My gosh. Holding on until, wow, Luke finds a kill of their own. Insane gameplay coming out from Bamba, actually, to survive this spot. Soren doing a great job of walking in front of 3Z. Look how much bigger the Dubu is. Actually can't win a strike war. NXCD in the right spot to get the barrier. Doesn't flip to hold the line. Actually gonna wait. Oni Blade sent. Holds the ball as well. Gonna win out in that spot. Also to keep both of these barriers too. NXCD might find a situation here with a flip of their own in just a second. Gonna use the portal instead. Go to the top side. I actually like that idea. And then the team player activated. We got overtime.
Crazy rotates coming out. Stealth Rock does not die to the dash. Luke has the flip here. Clears out the Stealth Rock. Ooh, he's staggered though. He has to play back here. Luke has to rotate for Stealth Rock to regain to HP. And now Luke's the one with no HP. And he's actually the one to push up here, trying to secure the goal to 3Z Breezy. And he does not die. He does die to flip though.
This is match point here for EKC if they land it. Soren almost solos the game here, using the Oni Blade to get some extra. Wow, love the defense from 3Z Breezy, but not enough. Oh, they find a kill onto Stealth Rock there, and they sink that one. EKC takes the next point in the series. We're going to a game 3, brother.
This game was, if you want to learn how to threaten KOs and actually implement them, this is the game. Because every single character, not every, but most basically every single striker on the team was threatening KOs. Luke with the Gear Blast, Stealth Rock with the Piercing Shot, Rose Warp, and then 3Z Breezy found a lot of kills with that raw primary with the heavy impact. And you see this damage charge, 62,000k damage for the Vice.
Yeah, Katsuna putting a little bit in the overtime there, just kind of dealing the damage, and NXZD maybe finishing off most of those kills. 14 KOs for NXZD, 7 for Katsuna. I mean, 7's a lot of kills in general, but like, man, when you're looking at double that, things get a little crazy. 22 kills on the board for EKC. Not enough for Bomba to make that one happen, but like a really good effort. I mean, look how involved Soren's getting here with 351 edge strikes, bro, redirecting everything they possibly can, trying to get as many orbs as possible as well. But hey, Luke's got them beaten in orbs there, though, so maybe they should have won that game. Regardless, going on to the next one. I mean, look at all these saves, too. 180 saves here from Soren. Actually just hanging out in the barrier land, and Luke was trying to get over there and really help on offense. So, man, that was actually super awesome game. Love to see the back and forth between these guys.
I think the key pickup awakening was the quick strikes for Soren there. If you're playing 1v1 against Dubu on gates, and that it's miserable to play as a brawler, because I mean, especially with quick strikes, because like you're forced to walk on that bottom side or the top side, and then Dubu's just gonna roll on you. Or he's gonna put a wall on you, or he's just gonna outstrike you. Like Soren was walking up and just used the strike hitbox to strike through Breezy Breezy. So it was always Soren favored in those 1v1 interactions.
Yeah, hard to argue with that. Dubu quite large, and hey, even if you have cast to last too, you end up picking that one up. It's actually true combo to get rolls into. I think you can probably true combo roll log, but I know you can true combo roll into ult. But either way, lots of good awakenings on that map for Dubu to help get some kills. I mean, we did see Soren spending basically those twin drive extra secondaries to do damage to 3Z Breezy, which came in handy, honestly. Get 3Z Breezy the heck out of there. Get him shattered. I mean, bro, we saw some disgusting knockback from just glitch pop. I'm seeing like half screen like kills off the side from just glitch pop. I mean, that is damage. That is Amy Brawler.
Yeah. I mean, the Amy pick was the key player in that draft. I will say the X not being picked there is a bit crazy because I guess Zentaro is NXT's pick, but that's besides the point. We're coming into this draft here on CTC. Peak performance OIA start, and this is really interesting. I'm probably going to expect 6 peak performance. Someone might get freaky with the OIA pick, but I'm assuming that this peak performance is going to get 6 slotted.
That would be freaky. That would be a little freaky to see OIA with the peak performance, which I would simply say is just a better awakening in general, a better speed awakening. You want to stay alive, of course. Dubu and Asher banned. The goalies, no more goalies, no more Asher. It's over. We're picking or not NXDD, actually. We're picking Juliet, most likely here for 3Z, actually. Oh, unless we have Juliet goalie. Like, talk to me about that. Actually, don't talk to me about
that. No, I don't think. I know Soren. I'm pretty sure Soren has played Juliet goalie before, but probably it's Bomba's pick. But X does actually get picked here for EKC.
Ooh, like you said.
NXZD. Pretty high prio. Stagger Awakening on X is just so much scaling. Bulk up, peak performance, just allows him to do all the things.
Yeah, I mean, X, so much value on this map, especially starting with Speed Awakening. You can pick either, but yeah, peak performance is going to keep that X alive while brawling left and right. Gets most likely, probably. Do you think they'll pick Mag Souls? Or do you think they'll pick the Slick Kicks for this map? I could see either being valuable for X.
I think NXZ is not opposed to picking either. I personally would pick Magnetized Souls, but I think NXZ, he's picked Slick Kicks on Julie, but that's his playstyle on Julia. But I think X, he would probably pick Mag Souls. I personally would like Mag Souls here.
Big Rune showing up. EKC, Katsuna most likely playing that Rune, I believe. And we have Juno and Atlas. Strong as Atlas, as I said before. Actually just talked it into existence. Another one of those really good lockdown goalies, actually. Can scale off some nice projectile awakenings a little bit more than some others. So keep your eyes peeled for that. So we have the whole team of Bomba right there. And Era is the last pick. X Era, what are you going to do? X Era, everybody. It's 2026, and X Era is a demon. Still.
It's Era goalie. Era goalie will get this done. Soren the Era goalie. I think Soren here picking Era goalie, he's probably going to go OIA, actually. Like, I mean, you might die to like a Julia Dash punch or whatever, but I think with the amount of speed that OA gives, and goalie, you're not really threatened with damage. Not especially with like Juno, Juliet. I think OIA is allowed here for the
I would be honestly, I would be surprised to see it because I'm not. I just watching the matches that we watched today, stagger has never been more important in my eyes as we've seen just a million damage and Van Brace do like incredible work. So I would imagine that peak performance, but I want them to pick accelerator. I think that would be really cool to be like, okay, how are we gonna stay alive with this massive speed? Because if you're Era and you're fully OIA'd, you might die to actually like dash punch if she gets like anything. So being in threat. Oh, plus Juno. I think Juno might make accelerator even worse because you want to step on orbs and you just don't have the health to. So could be rough. That might be the situation where I'd say maybe it's definitely going to be peak, but I want to be pleasantly surprised as we're getting on in here to Clarion Corp. God, I love Clarion Corp. Look at how much fun variants show up on Clarion Corp. We got side lanes for Juliet and X. Things are going to get a little bit nasty. And what is the pick? It's going to be 6 peak performance here. Like you probably predicted a little bit earlier. And where's X? X finding X. Magnetized Souls turns out to be the pick.
Yeah. Soren does not pick OIA because I was listening to you talk about like the Juno and the Juliet, like just putting so much damage on the Era. Like you put the Juno ult and then Soren steps on like 3 blobs and then you get dash punch, you die. Like,
yeah, you die.
And Soren will not like that to happen.
Agreed, but it is definitely in.
No.
Run. Okay, it would be in character for Soren to get as much speed as possible, but definitely going to take 300 stagger as well as momentum boots will be fine enough. Luke taking strike shot and getting the first point here for Bomba. Soren and NXCD have yet to get level 2. This is the kind of situation you see when X is on the board. He's either going a little crazy. It's really your job to stop X from scaling, bro. You cannot let X even touch the ball. If he's MVP for whatever reason, like things get kind of crazy. So it's really going to be on Bomba to try to stop this from happening. But if NXCD gets a kill here, it's going to be even worse. 3Z actually stunning NXCD to keep themselves alive here, though, as one barrier goes down for Bomba. That was pretty expertly played. You had to stun him there to survive.
Yeah. Oh, but the downwards NATO just has to get the kill on 3ZBC. Juno jump comes in, try to cover the out, and clears it out. NXCD with the flip, Luke with the flip with the defense, and back to neutral here. A lot of things are happening, but no secure point has been taken.
Yeah, I think as this neutral progresses, X becomes more and more scary. I mean, I can't say it enough. X is the most threatening character on this board. Oh, does not use the assistance of the tornado there to get the ball on through the top side. Given a little bit of extra size there for the X, but gets stunned by the ult and is not going to use it. Oh god, a catastrophic angle here from Luke. NXCD now taking the goalie position with that flip, probably spending it here. Yeah, going to spend it. Try to allow their teammate to come back. Oh, hey, good enough strike. Actually gets the ball right through. And he has to spend it over. Oh my god, it gets right through. But at least they got the flip out of Luke. You know, that
they did.
A well-placed strike, get that resource. That's honestly the best you could hope for.
Yeah. And on the bouncy castle, like I said, that's not the flip. Basically anything could happen. On a unfortunate bounce, like someone might just instantly die because of the bumper. Because Odyssey coding is very nice and cool.
I hate that.
No, so many times, anything can happen. It's such a tense point, and then you bounce and you die. I'm like, okay, that's a mood killer.
Yeah, X can do that so easily, bro. He could just get multiple stuns on you right there, and he just punches you into that, and you instantly die. It's so good for killing you just about instantly. Oh, nice assistance with that anomaly. It's going to keep that barrier up. Soren really happy about that one. A big flip from Katsuna and an assistance from NXCD's big X Maximus grabs that final barrier. And a lot of pressure put on there from Luke's going to have to be the Expanse. Gets it through 3Z Breezy. Now in the hands of Luke. Actually out of the hands of Luke. Katsuna does give possession back to the team. 3Z Breezy might be able to get something done with the flip here. NXCD kind of weak though. Spends that flip. Might have tried to get a kill, but it's not going to work out just yet. NXCD now has a flip of their own and no barrier to hold for either side now as they get it on through. Crazy pick up there for Bomba.
Unfortunately, three points in a row. Soren was just a bit miss out position or missed their strike, and like that they could have been easily like 3 on the other team if the Soren just was a bit quicker on the strike or a bit better position. But hot shot, I'm still getting that hot shot for that Juno. Looking really scary.
I do have eyes on that hot shot for sure.
Oh no, never mind. Extra special rune. I forgot about that one.
Okay, interesting. And Rune also ends up taking the prime time. Everyone kind of giving out these awakenings to everybody. Okay, the extra special rune could be interesting, though. I guess it's fine. All good. I mean, Primetime is so good on Rune as well. And Hotshot's insanely good on Atlas. And I mean, Specialized is insanely good on X. So this is just a stacked draft. Super Surge is going to give 3Z probably the mobility that they need to get where they gotta go. And Soren, humongous era might be happening. I'd say probably didn't get the greatest awakening there for at least their character. But all good. Can't go wrong with some size. The next point's going to drop both barriers for each side. Or one barrier for each side, but now both for the side of EKC, and Bomba kind of just gets it on in with a good strike and puts on a lot of pressure there. Stealth Rock saying, actually, you're diamond. You know, we can see the perspective here for Bomba, and we hit the diamond button. So,
hey, people love using rank emotes to express emotions, and that's really important in games like this. You gotta show how you're feeling, even if it might seem toxic.
It could be a little toxic, but you know what? Honestly, we love a little toxic. You know, you don't have to be super toxic, but with a little trash talk, a little something here going on makes the stakes a little bit higher, and it makes it fun for the viewers as well. Gets banished, but only for just a moment there. 3Z Breezy gets it on through with a dash punch up with Katsuna, but nice strike shot from Luke. Not a favorable angle enough. Does assist Katsuna. Does keep this point up with Soren. Wins a strike war against Stealth Rock, but Luke is going to be in position for it. NXED gonna have to get kind of center stage here with this flip if they want something like a double, because there's just so much pressure. Yeah, 3Z is unstoppable right now, maybe because of this peak performance in Super Surge. Man, I legit think one dash perk on Juliet right now is like kind of bis. It's just enough to be disgusting.
Yeah. I think in these points, the points are going so quick, the barriers are falling really fast, and 3Z Breezy is just capitalizing on their moments really effectively. Like he wins his interaction once, and then secures the goal in another one or two. A great banish coming in for Cats though.
Nice try. That was a really great try there from Katsuna. I thought they were going to go for the shadow shot, which I'm not sure like the perfect setup for it, but we've seen some stuff like that happen before. Nice defense from Soren as well. Is going to keep this one up. Ooh, big expanse, small expanse, miniature expanse. Not quick enough from Luke. Is going to send it right on through. Katsuna getting credit for that goal. We need two more of these to even up this set. Turns out counting is pretty easy.
Luke does have the flip here, so he will have a safety net for winning an interaction on the defense. But I think the Atlas pick here is, I mean, it was a peak performance though. Maybe they just want to pick it just to hold it down a bit, but I know Luke has a lot of characters in his pool, so it'll be interesting to see.
I actually do like the Atlas here. I feel like Atlas does a pretty solid job with the astral projection and stuffing X in like single interaction scenarios, and then the Expanse kind of acts like an opposing rune pillar as well, so you can kind of survive that and then judge the situation after like the pillar interaction happens. So it feels pretty solid on both ends, at least for going straight up cooldown to cooldown. But not always work like that, especially when Era Tornado is coming in through. Man, the extra dash range, I'm telling you, my goodness, has worked every single time right here. 3Z Breezy actually making quick work of these barriers. I'm not really sure what Soren can do here, though. I feel like people do say that Era is actually decent against Juliet because of the Bewitching Beam, but, you know, it doesn't always work. It does not always work. Oh, nasty.
I think 3Z Breezy he's just woken up. Like, I mean, he's been playing out of his mind all 3 games, but on this Julie pick, he's being looked very impressive. Like, he's won every single interaction, he's choosing his spots very well, and he was rewarded with, I would pick BD here, just more size, just if you get beamed, it's not as much of a tragedy, but there's so much speed on the pool that, with OA in now, because no one picked in the beginning, it could be anyone's pick.
Oh, true. OA is actually right there. Okay, denying Atlas that missile prop, which is understandable. She does do something on Rune, but it's not too super crazy. Gets other projectile distance from the Siege Machine. More size for Soren. Actually, gonna be even bigger Era. Hey, maybe that's what they're looking for here. Tempo swing, possible deny there from NXZD, but ends up finding Stinger regardless. Can't imagine that tempo swing is super good for Juno, but maybe I don't know anything about anything.
I would say it's not the best thing, but it's better than nothing.
Oh,
if
so
he has
big.
like, he has the orb. I don't know if this is the exact terminology, but it just makes you big and so much power.
The Maelstrom Orb is kind of nasty. I think it gives you like 100 or something power, maybe even more. It's actually so wild. But they are doing a lot of damage to NXDD, who's going to work on this other orb. It might actually even heal you as well, but can't say for sure as there's a triple goalie situation going on. Luke almost actually ends up dropping that barrier, but a nice strike shot will clean that one up easily there. A tiny little Maelstrom is not going to work for Era there. It's going to go through Soren once again. Really as just as slow as the core could possibly go, right into the goal. Luke, the hero of time right there. Get credit for that one.
Yeah. 2 flips coming out for EKC, so they're not out of it just yet. With all that speed here, with the double barrier, I mean, they might nuke NXDD here. Triple flip coming up.
It is definitely possible to happen, but already right on through Luke there. Getting credit from the Invisible Man. Mostly Invisible Man, Katsuna. Well done there. 1-1 on. Moving on to Atlas. Atlas variation. Makes things a little bit crazy. Not a lot of lanes to get the ball on through. Although I'd say Rune is pretty good on this variant. Soren spends the flip, but doesn't seem to get the ball completely out. Another flip spent from Katsuna, but it really does still feel like Bomba has all of the control. 3Z Breezy so close to these barriers, gets one of them. Luke gonna move up here with a slightly less than size expanse than we were looking for, dealing damage to NXDD as well. Might be able to find a kill. No vamp races on this X. It's gonna be tough to regen. Katsuna tries to stuff Luke just about instantly, but holds the ball nicely. Spends the ult. Not much going on here. Can't find it with the X Maximus. And that's kind of rough. I feel like that X Maximus really had to pay off there, but couldn't find it.
Yeah, because 3Z Breezy is winning his interactions, and like you said, the Atlas pick is just shutting down NXD's any opportunity, because he's getting interactions, but he's not like winning because Atlas just kind of says no, big stop sign. And the Era Julie matchup is really favored for 3Z Breezy in this particular instance, because he just only needs to just a hit stun, or position roll, or like a regular punch.
Yeah, and
wow.
Now we're already on match point there. A flip being spent. Whiffed completely, though. The Astral Projection. Okay, we'll go straight over to 3Z Breezy. I mean, I've obviously planned that one out. Okay, big Rune Pillar might be able to make this one go. Okay, we got both of these barriers, which is usually the hardest part on this map. Now, big open goal. Wow, again, the dash range is making things crazy. Has the flurry, almost gets it through. The double goalie is going to be just a little too much. NXDD intercepting 3Z. Now the pressure is on. We see X all the way back in the goalie, and obviously you don't really want to see that, but sometimes dire straits call for dire situations to happen. Going for the ult here, though, on the Banish. 3Z Breezy going to take a decent amount of damage. Going to get Bewitching Beam to flip from Katsuna, recognizing that this is extreme threat situation. Nice win from NXDD to get the ball out once again. 3Z working on a flip and probably going to use that to score this one. I lied.
Yep.
Instantly.
When getting that the 1 point needed, 1 strike, 1 interaction, sealing the deal. Here for Bomba, 2-1, and now that was a solid gameplay from 3Z Breezy. I was really impressed on his Julie.
I agree. I mean, I feel like 3Z was just in the right spot at the right time, had the dash punch distance, picking that super. I can't stress this enough, Chad. That super surge went dummy. That turned Juliet from a Bewitching Beam baby into a champion. I don't really have alliteration for that one, for anything else, but yeah, into a champion. Got just so far into the goal, right on aerospace. And now imagine a scenario, right? You know, you evade the dash punch, you try your best to win it, but when Juliet's on you dash punching, she still gets to strike. Like it's not even close to a free win when she's like dash punching on top of you and you're evaded. You still have to win like a crazy strike interaction. So getting that close to the goal on top of Era there, on top of the ball, so valuable for Juliet. And I mean, damn, we saw it there a couple different times. 0 kills, 0 kills completely for EKC, but actually only 1 onto 3Z Breezy. I feel like we usually see, I mean, especially with Juliet and X going on, we usually a lot more kills, but kind of a friendly game of just playing ball.
Yeah, a really solid gameplay there. Bomba moving up to 3-2, and the EKC moving down to 1-4 on the standings. Really important games here this middle of the week, week 5. But that's it for us. I was Big Tel, joined by NV and Racea, and we'll be joined with HMG versus Bozu in a quick minute.
Namaste. 悔しくなるからさびれてく舞台を前に潤えるのかあらがって切り開いて見返す番だ目を離すな歴史を塗り替えてやるさダンダンダンダンダン勝って完成は記憶をせっかきダンダンダンダンダンスマってあと少しせめぎ合うしっぱし挑みたい掴みたい刻みたい
Match point of grand finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Welcome back, everybody. North American Striker League, Season 7, Week 5. We're here. I'm joined with Pado, and we're here for the Bozo Bunch versus the Heavy Metal Gundam game. Tell me a little bit, Pado, how are you feeling? You got a team you're favoring?
I don't think I do. I gotta say, though, I like the handless, not handless dog, sorry. I like Dog Slayers 3. So I do something called dog math. I look at the scores versus these teams versus Dog Slayers 3. And I gotta say, Dog Slayers 3 lost to both, but they did lose a little bit more easier against one of these teams. I think it was Heavy Metal Gundam was the closer game. So by dog math, Heavy Metal Gundam is going to lose because they were closer with Dog Slayers 3.
Right. By dog math, I think I'm following. Very interesting math, but we'll see as we load into this Demon Days game. A couple interesting picks here, notably the Kai, not a pick we see too frequently with the eject button prime time. And everybody's got prime time besides Dropletto, who's opted into the Rampage, so if that gets stacked up, it'll be really, it'll get a lot of value for sure, but it'll be a question of if it can get stacked up. And I don't know, it might be a little difficult when the Luna scaling comes online.
Yeah, that was a really quick 0.1 as well, but we really got to look at how each teams are going to be stacking. But yeah, right now it looks like that was all HMG right there.
For sure. And looking into the second point, notably there is the Luna threat, but also this era in the backline means that Drakkar, if he gets a beam, we've seen Snake be very, very lethal previously, both on Drakkar and on other characters, but it is very very scary whenever a player like Snake or any player that can just dash punch effectively has an era behind them, because it takes one beam and suddenly they have like 80 power.
Yeah, this game actually, this point though actually looks like it's going to be Bozo Bunch is, I'd say that as Josh equalizes barriers, and Luna has the core flip now, so it might be really scary. They're trying to funnel it to Josh, who's trying to set up in the middle. Merchant doing a great job of playing with Grimel in the corner, even gets the barrage. Before it goes out to Arenado, coming in, charging up. Dropletto wasn't affected too badly though. Snake coming in with the shotgun, has to use it, well, wins against Merchant once, and Josh comes in for the follow-up, and now 2-0 lead for HMG. Strong start.
Very strong start indeed, and it is honestly looking like HMG might just be here to take this first set, and that is really, really good, especially into the X. I don't want to harp on it too much because we've all heard it a billion times, set 5X, same with the era. But yeah, if the X does get an early set, or just even if he doesn't get anything from the early draft, just having that extra draft, like that little point to buffer and get you to an extra set of scaling is really, really strong. So HMG like kind of blitzing here and wanting to end this out before he gets that chance to come online is definitely a good plan, and something I'm a big fan of.
Yeah, so far it's really working out for them. Snake looking to work on that second barrier. Merchant brought down a little low. Trevor going in. Milkman coming in with the flip, but Dropletto is trying to put a stop to it with the bell ringer, and stop to it he does. Now Bozo Bunch, they're buying time for the exit kill.
For sure. And coming into this point, we have a couple things to watch out for. Notably, Milkman does have his flip. Josh and Snake just a little under a bar before they have theirs as well, but there is so much turret whenever Grimella blinks in and drops turret that it is very volatile game. Like Amy X can just kind of kill you at one point, especially if they end up getting their flips here. X Maximus strike into flip is, oh my, no, Milkman, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, these points happen, but like you said, they were on a blitz. HMG were on a blitz, and they wanted to end this quickly, but now Dropletto, level 3, halfway to level 4, and he has a core flip now on point 5.
Yeah, and you look at him go, he just walks forward, flip, dash, Bellringer kills that guy, and yeah, I mean, he's hit damage, but this should be a second barrier for them unless HMG can just hold it down, and I don't know, it looks like they have, but...
Yeah, saving grace, Josh has the flip, Milkman is back, so things might start looking up. Kills Merchant with the core flip, but this does mean that they have to deal with this turret without it, and now barrier is open, and Dropletto is looking so scary, just hovering on top of Snake. Snake does shotgun him through, and Grimella leaps for the kill, but Snake was on top of it. Nice evade, and now we have Merchant back. Snake brought down low, and there he goes off, and another power play for the Bozo Bunch. Josh trying to get the second barrier, but misses by a hair's breadth. Maelstrom coming in, Grimella wins against it though, and now they have to hold for 4 more seconds until Snake comes back to midfield going in. The glitch, the Cyber Swipe misses though, and that lets Snake come back in with the shotgun with the Xeno Cloak running in. Merchant has to barrage the core away, but Snake once again gets the angle to the core. All 3 members of Bozo Bunch on defense holding to the second barrier for dear life. Turret comes down, but Glitch Pop does not connect. Josh gets the second barrier finally, and the core is going so quickly on overtime. Merchant has to race for it. The Luna Nuke coming down ability seems to be exhausted for now. Grimilla with the core flip, but Trevor has one to answer back as well. Nice beam onwards to Merchant, and Snake gets a redirect, and there we go. HMG, a little bit harder fought than the first 2 points, but they do win the first set.
Yes, they do, and this is a really, really good draft for HMG to win because there is so much available. Extra special for your Luna's looking really, really nice right now. And, you know, X is still going to get something, a quick strike, a built different, heavy impact. You can't deny him, but hey, at least you can get what you want, and I suspect that extra special is something that you are very, very happy with. Your Luna, or not your Luna, your Era's also got options here, taking the explosive. That haste is going to make the team-wide speed really, really hard to deal with, I think. And Drakkar actually picking up the heavy impact, I think that's a bit of a mistake. Like,
Yeah, well, what was Kai waiting for?
Maybe trying to hold so Grimilla gets something, but I think heavy impact is so valuable that, like, especially on primetime Drakkar, like that's a really valuable pick, and as you can see, he's already found some success with it. And he's just got so many shotguns, so much CD is refunded each time he clicks right click. And I mean, right off the rip, Bozo Bunch down a player, but it won't matter because Gorilla's going to find a strike where to put it in.
Yeah, that was crazy. The point, it looked like it was, you know, Snake kill drop Leto with the power play, but all of a sudden Grimilla has an open goal and with the strike board. That was a little weird.
Oh
and
my
even
God.
gets the kill onto Josh. I mean, oh my goodness, Flop. This is looking like a Bozo Bunch set.
It just may be, and they have it, and they have all of ABCDs, I feel like, right now. Should have a blink and a turret soon, and Merchant getting up in there with prime time. It is very, very interesting to see. Oh, goodbye, drop Leto. Oh, that Duke actually didn't do as much as I thought, but it's actually
but goodbye, Ivy. Yeah, that's actually really weird. It doesn't feel like the people who are dying should be dying, but Grimilla is going to be back soon. Snake is looking really low, so a flip from Merchant would potentially take him off the board as well. Xeno to run and get drop Leto potentially, but Grimilla is back with a vengeance, and now Merchant just barrages the Drakkar out, even uses the flip to save the barrier. Drop Leto's getting beat up on the other side of the field though, and this is definitely a Demon Days game. Second barrier does fall on the side of Red Team though, and now it's all hands on deck. They're trying to save the second barrier, but Bozo Bunch, Grimilla misdirection, and now power play on side. Once again, the advantage is flipped, and this time it's on the side of HMG, and they're looking to take the second set lead as well. Great glitch pop, but Josh has a core flip, and once that Luna dash comes up, it could be lethal. We do have our X back. Drop Leto is back. Josh does use dash. Merchant does save it with a barrage. The shotgun coming down center it once again for Josh, and there we go, 1-1, all tied up for HMG.
Yeah, and I do believe I have to. It needs to zoom out again so I can check, but there are no real flips right now. No dire flips to watch out for. Grimilla and Snake will be building there soon. I imagine Grimilla's will probably have as their first, kind of just due to the nature of the characters, and it's gonna just kind of. This is gonna be what a lot of it is. It's just that guy's dead. A lot of this play is gonna be rotating around this X and letting your Drakkar set the ball up into just open space for your Luna to collect. And it's really good that HMG is like kind of playing for that and recognize like, okay, we'll just clear around and we'll go around again, and you know, why not a third time even? Luna will get it eventually.
Yeah, and X though this time can't just get 4 around, and now Snake looking to get the second barrier, but Drop Leto is too strong. The Bell Ringer though does hold the core in, and now Snake slowing Drop Leto, walking in with the shotgun. Grimilla, nice cyber swipe though, but the core still finds its way back to the Drakkar, but Drop Leto wins the strike where it gets it between Milkman and Josh, and a lead and set point for Bozo.
Absolutely, and Snake building very, very close to a flip. I mean, I have a feeling he might just ignore the core here and go shotgun flip. Uh-oh, forced to burn flip to live, but still, my god, look at the Drakkar damage. We've got to do something about this character.
Yeah, I mean, Snake is back. Grimilla's getting the stagger back. Shotgun could fix that real quick, though. There we go. Goodbye, Grimilla. Now Snake, Xeno cooking in. Nice barrage from Merchant, but Milkman is there to follow up, and a fortunate Giga means that it's 2-2, and we're going to a 0.5 again.
Yeah, all these points seem to be going there's not really. I feel like there's not really a team that's like decisively performing. It feels like it's either do we score fast enough if we're Bozo Bunch, or if you're HMG, it's does Snake find a kill with a massive amount of damage being pumped. And right now, it's looking like a little HMG favored this point with 2 flips up on the board to deal with this. The Amy turret's not a real threat right now. Josh, maybe something. I mean, yeah, he's got it all. It's so hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to 0.5 still. I mean, these points are really fast, but they're going to 0.5s. But at the end of the day, we do have a 2-0 set lead for HMG.
Absolutely, and oh my god, what a nightmare draft.
No.
Snake has so many. I don't know what you're looking at. I'm seeing Missile Prop, I'm seeing Prize. I'm seeing Deadeye, bulk up Prize Fighter. It's gonna be a bloodbath. Era's gonna get whatever she wants, but she's not really the main threat here. I think the main things to be looking for are the Prize Fighter and the Missile Prop on your Luna and your Ricard, respectively. X does manage to pick up a bulk up, or not a bulk up, a 1-2. That will be very impactful, but I feel like I don't know if you can get the ball set up in a spot consistently enough on this map to really get like a ton of X value, especially when you're getting nuked by this primetime heavy impact improv Ricard.
Oh yeah, there's something that's a giga value right there, and the Era's taken off the field, double barrier taken instantly just like that, and Merchant's going in with the barrage, and there we go, Dropletto with the follow-up, and once they can seal the deal, they really do it, Bozo Bunch, and they're up 1-1-0 once again.
For sure. Dropletto about to have his flip again. It feels like I feel like every round it's just over in 10 seconds. Then I'm like, well, watch for this flip. But yeah, Dropletto is gonna have his, X Maximus into a flip is a real threat to worry about. Get the blast, trying to find something, but it just can't. And this Kai is generating actually a lot of pressure for Bozo Bunch. Like a lot with the eject button, with the prime time.
Yeah, I mean, Merchant, every time he walks up, he generates value. Nice barrages everywhere across the board. Dropletto and Grimella both looking really low. Grimella has a 4 flip too, so they're going to want to beat that out of her. And Dropletto's about to die, but still creates value somehow. I mean, this man cannot be stopped unless he's actually taken off the field.
Yeah, something to note, last draft that we actually didn't talk about because there was so much damage is Merchant picking up Team Player. That is quite nice into these games where they have a lot of damage and they're just dumping it because, well, I mean, the core is going to be moving faster. They're going to have less abilities to catch stray cores, and we can see damage dumping Grimella is currently the game plan, but, you still have to, score, and Grimella's not dying right now either.
Yeah, Grimella's not dying, and they don't get the bear, and Grimella gets the goal. This is such a wonky game. They're ending in 12 seconds, though, but, it's just happening. Things are happening and the goal goes in.
It's an Inky Splash Zone kind of day, except we're on the Demon days. And Amy, Grimella here, lots of options. Twin Drive if he wants. Peak as well. It is going to be the peak just to survive, and that does mean that Luna's probably going to pick up the Twin Drive. Or we're going to hold.
Tempo swing.
Okay, well, it seems like everybody's kind of just playing for the survivability this draft with the Reptile, the Peak, the Tempo Swing. Even the Twin Drive on your Kai is probably more for the run-ups and to help kind of avoid some of this damage. And I don't really know. This is kind of a boring draft. Namely, I think Inner Focus on X is pretty big if you can get it scaling, but that is a big if. And these rounds aren't going very long, so you're not getting a lot of scaling per round. And vice versa with Snake. Pancakes has a bit of a similar issue.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Merchant once again generates value with the barrage, just pushes it into the bell ringer, and now we have set 4x. Not quite set 5x, but almost there with a core flip.
Absolutely, and another kickoff means that it's actually going to be Bozo Bunch on the defense initially. Dropletto's got his flip. They're very comfortable here. They're looking like he's going to have both with it. It's so hard to save.
Yeah, core flip used, Giga coming down, glitch pop, nice. Warning by Josh against Josh, but shotgun now with Snake. Unfortunately, helped by Merchant really well. Bellringer waited out as well. Second barrage from that prime time, but Milkman trying to rotate around. Dropletto not quite big enough, but that barrage once again pushing the core towards the side of HMG, who need to defend against this turret, and they can't. And now we are looking to go to a set 5 here.
Yeah, it is suddenly changing. Maybe the 1-2 actually was enough value to, you know, start generating a lot more threat. But, you know, HMG does have some flips to work with. I said that, but that guy almost lost his. Merchant and Grimella will have theirs as well. But this is a very, very scary spot to be in.
Oh, absolutely. Barrier count is equalized, and Josh has a core flip, but this may be even detrimental because he doesn't have as many evades to try to save some value. Gets the second barrier, so both goals are open, but now Grimella has flip. Coming in with it, Maelstrom waited out. Dropletto gets a kill onto Josh, and now power play on the side of Bozo Bunch with Dropletto having the core flip. This is dangerous. Grimella getting the corner, pushing it through, cyber swiping it, and pushing it through with the bull rush was Dropletto. We are going to a set 5, boys. And,
Set 5!
Looking scary.
Yeah. Let's go, set 5X!
Set 5X, here we are.
Yeah, and I mean, well, spec trading for your X, Dropletto is probably very, very happy with that, if I had to guess. Unless he's looking at something else. I don't know. I would assume it's just spec trading. It's actually Stinger.
Stinger.
Forgive me. Era did get Monu, though, and that could actually be a lot of value, especially on this map. Oh, Kai wants Kai wants spec training, of course. My fault. And guys, this is a Bozo Bunch draft. Oh my god. Stinger, Super Surge, spec training. It's gonna be a bloodbath, and they're already doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is looking really, really scary. A lot of damage, especially with the Giga as well. Just catch people offside, but this is Snake being caught off, but nice Maelstrom. It is a Monumentalist powered one, and Milkman making full use of that, but Merchant is so quick. Wins against the Barrage, but wins against Josh. It's a strike war. Now they have to wait out this 2v2, and now Merchant once again, Barrage trapping the core in there, but still looking dangerously low. And Snake on the prowl, gets the barrier, gets the first one down, and a Luna Nuke coming down. This could mean that the core stays in corner, not if the Barrage has to say anything about it, and now Grimella does lose control of the core just for a bit, but Milkman expertly rotating it down back, and Snake coming in, battered and bruised, but still trying to make something happen for their team, but it's going to be Dropletto that wins out here. And a Bozo Bunch takes the lead once again.
Yeah, they do. And, I mean, Dropletto, I do... It does seem a lot like Dropletto is doing a lot of damage, but I also do want to shout out Merchant, who's been very, very consistent. You know, even though points have been going fast, he's very consistently been up there. We can see it right now as he runs in. Oh, unfortunate little shot there. He's not going to actually get the barriers, but he goes in with this twin drive with the prime time. He's got this eject build that just lets him fly every time the ball is in free space. And he makes such good value out of it.
Yeah, he's flying, he gets the barrier. They do answer back, but Josh is looking so low with no evade. Has to beam it out. Grimella is also looking low, and Josh gets a great dash, but unfortunately the core slightly off angle, and Dropletto coming in with the bell ringer. Snake has to run away, running for the hills, running for the orb, but Josh is the second target now, and there's just so many people for Bozo Bunch to pick on. Oh, holds though, despite the X Maximus, and now Dropletto's looking a little low, and Snake is quite strong, using that Xenocloak power primary, and even baits out all abilities of Merchant, and now with the shotgun that he saves, Snake saves the team, brings the set, ties it once again.
Yeah, and we have removed every bit of Dropletto stacking, which is a really, really good thing in this last set. Also, Josh, 2 prize fighter stacks. I kind of didn't know he had that, I'll be honest, I forgot about it. But that is very, very good, and managing to a good evade means he's going to hold on to those 2 prize fighter stacks, which if you find like one more, that is a very, very threatening pick to have. Oh my god, they want it gone so bad.
Yeah, as Snake coming in, and now one barrier down. Dropletto's looking low, but he can still generate value. We saw this before. Merchant, bad rotation means that the net is open for a red team right here. Merchant almost taken off the field by a missile, has to burn a flip, but this means Trevor is the only one with the flip. Running up is the air, doesn't even need it. Shotgun from Snake. We are at match point for HMG.
Yeah, match point in this Luna with extra specials about to nuke somebody, and I don't know who, but it'll be somebody. And 4 prize fighter belts, Snake 126 pancakes. This is a very, very comfortable draft. And like the nukes come out, Dropletto, no evade. I imagine they'll just kill him soon.
Yeah, X Maximus Dropletto though, just killing the Luna over and over again. But barrier down. This time, Snake just shotgunning it through, and now open net behind their back. Merchant has to be so careful about running up. Josh trying to dodge all the damage that Dropletto is putting on him. Does boost out though, and drops a nuke on Dropletto, and Snake just looking for the shotgun. Oh, does not get the kill quite, and Grimilla does get one barrier, and now Snake is being brought down low, but Josh has a core flip. Coming down is Snake, trying to cover the cross clear, and uses it right now, Merchant! Oh, great barrage, and misses a strike. And that's an HMG victory.
I feel like we've seen that a couple times today, where somebody goes for the ability in the net, the soar and angle, and it looks really good, and then the strike afterward just cannot follow up. And I don't know, maybe there's something in the water today, but yeah, I mean, Droplet with a big 9+0, Merchant is 4 assists. I feel like he had a lot more than 4 assists. I guess maybe he wasn't actually running up as far for goals, and it was mostly just barrier taking.
Yeah.
But it didn't really feel like Bozo Bunch came out swinging with a game plan. I mean, HMG did as well, but the Bozo, like, this Kai got a lot of value. Like, tons of value.
Absolutely. I mean, Merchant did so well in securing these barriers, and I mean, Merchant's only human though, unfortunately, and he did miss that strike, but that game was close all the way, and it looked like Bozo Bunch was going to get away with it, but HMG would have come back on set 5, despite with all that scaling from Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I looked at the big 9+0 and how much value Kai was getting, and for a second I convinced myself that Bozo won. I don't know why.
I mean, look at the goals. It's 11-9. Who won? You don't know.
It is a very odd scoreline for sure. But HMG claiming it. Was that their map? I don't know. I didn't actually get to see the draft, but I
think it's usually red team that's chosen.
Okay, in that case, it is their map, and Bozo will probably take us. I did a little bit of looking before I came on, and it's very curious to look at like Bozo Bunch as a team, because when I was looking through their like character, I'll be honest, guys, I was looking for like anything fun to say. Apparently, Days was Bozo map pick, which is not good if that's your map pick and you lose on it, obviously. But as I was saying, I go through all like the sheets to figure out fun stuff to talk about, and looking at Bozo Bunch, it's really odd because like they really like Psycho Temple. However, it's not in the Awakening, or it's not in the Awakening pool. It's not in the map pool right now. And their next map, unsurprisingly, if you know anything about them, is Gates of Obscura, but they don't have a great record on it this season. So it's really interesting, like where they're gonna like go, whether they just keep hitting gates, a map that I think they like, but just hasn't been working out, or if they like try something new.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like it's definitely it's a heartbreaking feeling when your favorite map goes out of rotation. I think everyone can attest to this, from just normal game casuals to all the way up in nasl. But I honestly am just so impressed with that Demon Days game, how Bozo played it out after getting blitzed the first set, and then they really made it back. And I really think they have something going for them here. It's just that HMG just played that map very, very well, and I think it's I'm not saying that this should be Bozo's map, but I think Bozo Bunch they've been around the block. They're so experienced that they can make any map work, and it's just they're just so dangerous even without Taiko Temple.
No, I agree, and it seems like the next map we're going to is actually Inkies. A map I'm not actually I'm familiar with the map, but like I'm not actually too familiar with either of these teams on the map. I know it's a relatively new map in terms of popularity. I feel like it's recently kind of gotten its upbringing as people have been more willing to like play around with it, realize it's not like a Mickey Mouse map as like a lot of people kind of brushed it off as in the previous seasons. I think people have really started to warm up to it. But yeah, we are going there, and feel like this is a map that Dropletto is a fan of, at least. I know he played it while he was on his last land trip, with Vaughn and Cardbox. I know they scrimmed it a lot, but regardless, we're going in, and an explosive inner focus draft means a draft that should be pretty volatile. I think there are a lot of picks that get a lot of value out of explosive on this map, notably Kai, Estelle, Amy. Those three I feel like get a ton of value with the barrier, and yeah, I mean 2 of those are already drafted, and 1 is banned. So
1 is banned. Yeah, I was about to say. I mean, So we see the split here between the Estelle, obviously. We see Bozo take the Estelle and HMG answers back with the Kai pick. How do you feel about the Drakkar here? Because I think that's Snake's Drakkar, right? Or is that because I know Trevor also plays. This could be either one of them. But would this be a Drakkar forward here or a goalie?
I have to imagine on an explosive start, it's probably a Drakkar, especially whenever you think about how the map is typically played. Notably that like it is a very dash punch centric map. Oh, I'm actually wrong. It is the Drakkar goalie. Unless Milkman is feeling the Julie goalie. So in that case, I have no idea. It's a direct goalie. I'm not actually a big fan of direct goalie. I think it's quite bad, but this map has a very wide barrier, and that is something that I think Drakkar really likes. You know, with the double primary, he has access to the really short CD. It's really nice to have that just ability always up.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to look. We see Bozo Bunch rounding off their comp with an Asher Luna. And I think that's going to be a Dropletto's Asher forward, right? Because I think Asher goalie is also equally kind of bad here.
For sure. And looping in, curious what the awakening drafts are going to look like, because inner focus is actually really strong. I know we said a lot about explosive, and that's because it is an open map. Explosive gets a ton of value, but inner focus, the entirety of Bozo Bunch actually opting in to take it, which makes sense whenever you look at their team. They kind of just want to throw their abilities at you, and throw their abilities at you, and then eventually they'll have more abilities to throw at you one day. But Josh and Milkman, both with this explosive entrance, means that if it ever falls into open space, as it is doing now, and not go toward, when it falls into open space and isn't hitting your barrier, they should be able to just collect it every time.
Yeah, I mean, such a volatile speed given by the goal. The shotgun, this doesn't connect with the core, and Grimella threatening the goal. But Snake does pull it out at the cost of a dash punch. Merchant rotating the core up top. Luna Nuke falls on top of Josh. Has to rotate backwards for the orb now. But Grimella pushes it through Dropletto, coming in with the path splitter. But expert clear from Snake. Josh is thwarted once again by Grimella Josh, though. And now Snake looking for the dash punch kill. Dropletto does survive. This means that they can go on offense once again. Bozo Bunch, Merchant almost with a core flip now. Grimella buying time for Dropletto to set themselves up, but this means Kai can also rotate, and now Snake is there, passing it back to Josh, working on that exposed side of the barrier. Merchant has a core flip now, and they do respect it. The speed from the missile, but the miss dash and the kill onto Dropletto means that this is a red team power play, and then Luna Nuke coming in. Self-harming was Bozo Bunch there.
A little unfortunate. The red speed means that red speed and Merchant just could not get back in time, and Inky's is a map where it will go around and around the world if the goalies say it will, and assuming the brawlers allow it. But yeah, you're still okay, honestly, with this. Let me check the... Yeah, if you look at the... Well, you guys can't look at it, but all of Bozo Bunch, besides Dropletto, almost do have this inner focus fully stacked. Merchant at 9, CDR, Estelle at 11. So very soon the cooldowns will start coming online, and I think you could already kind of tell. These Luna Nukes come out a little... just like a bit like uncannily fast,
Yeah, a little too quick for comfort if you're HMG, but the Luna Nuke's not what made it happen. It was Dropletto just fishing the core out from the Aqua Jet and just straight past Milkman. That's some good core control.
Yeah, they are, and look at us go. We're setting up for the kickoff. Inky's is such a weird map because I think kickoff is something that a lot of people put value on. Like, I think a lot of people want to win kickoff, right? But I don't think a lot of people. I don't think a lot of maps play the way Inky's does in terms of how valuable winning kickoff is, and it's so fun just to see everybody line up and say, "We're throwing our abilities. 3, 2, 1, go."
3, 2, 1, go, and that's the core flip. Oh my goodness, Josh connecting with a goal, but. I mean, I don't know, Flav. You talked about Inky's being a little more fleshed out than it used to be, and it definitely has, right? But it's still not beating these Mickey Mouse allegations for me. These points are going so weirdly, and Dropletto gets a kill onto Josh's Kai here, and now Snake has to defend with Milkman against this onslaught. And Merchant, though, slightly off position. Core doesn't touch the barrier, though. Nuke falling down onto Snake, who has a dash punch, who gets beamed off by Dropletto. And now, once again, it's a power play for Bozo Bunch.
Absolutely, and they're gonna try to play us around, waiting out this. Oh, Jakar! I was gonna say waiting out the Jakar shotguns, but it doesn't seem to matter. And Josh, yeah, I mean, it's Josh on Josh violence with the barrage and just runs it in.
I don't know what to say. I mean, it's just endless power plays coming out from Bozo Bunch, and then somehow Red Team stabilizes, gets the barrier, gets the goal, and they won set.
Yeah, and Drakkar is pretty happy winning this set, I think. I think every Drakkar is happy, you know, the missile prop to my Drakkar. You know, it's just a true pairing. Everybody enjoys it. I guess maybe Brawlers don't, because it does kind of suck to play against. Kai, actually, notably picking up Stinger. So in case you guys were wondering about what maybe the game plan here is, I think it might be to kill somebody. Because I don't think that's a deny. I think that's just what Josh has been doing. He's kind of just been barrage dumping Dropletto after Milkman and Snake put their damage on him. And yeah, I mean, he gets so much value out of these Giga Blast and these barrages.
Yeah, both barriers down, and Grimilla doesn't get the orb though, and it's looking so low. But Aqua Cannon on the side of Bozo Bunch wins, but still sticks around for the strike. And Merchant really pulling the weight here is this tiny Luna character.
It is a tiny Luna indeed, but it does not matter if, you know, it turns out you can... Don't ever get, like, discouraged, you know? Be yourself, you know? Win. It doesn't matter how small you are, just win. And, but yeah, kickoff coming in through, and Josh, oh my god, dude, every barrage seems to take the barrier. It's so broken. Oh, Snake killed that guy. We just flip, I think.
What? Yeah, was it on from the side, or just in the goal arc in the net? I mean, that's crazy. What did Snake eat?
I don't know. It's just what Snake does, and look at him. Like, I don't know. It's really hard to like. To like, it feels like it's just they're doing like they're both teams are like having these like blitz kickoffs, you know, on this map because that's kind of the map, but also on Demon Days, it's just like each team is trying to win kickoff and end the point in 20 seconds, and it seems like it might happen again this time. 18. It's.
I mean, yo, it's fast. It's fast, but it's competitive.
It is fast. It is a little... I don't know. A little disappointing, I think. I would like some longer points if the teams are listening in.
I mean, absolutely, and Dropletto is about to create a Bozo Bunch set, and oh, that doesn't feel good losing 2 core flips in hand, but Bozo Bunch coming back strong, and I think this is going to be Grimilla rewarded for their effort.
12. Chat started keeping count of the seconds. Yeah, I mean, Estelle, I don't even know what you take here. Probably just Deadeye. No, you want to save that for your Luna. An extra special, maybe stacks on stack. I mean, that all makes sense.
This sounds good.
I imagine it will actually be. No, she's getting it.
No, I mean, wait, just all 3 favorite Luna flavors right there, right? So they gotta give her something.
Yeah, you do have to give her something, but I guess. Okay, I don't know. It sucks regardless of what you're doing, but I mean, this is an okay thing. Josh, with the extra special, he will get a lot of value out of these Giga Blasts. You know, we've already seen a ton of value. Also, Snake, spectrating Julie is very, very threatening. You know, that is a draft, or that is a pick that, like, I think is really easy to shrug off and be like, you don't see a lot of, like, Julie dash, you know, ult dash punches, or typically whenever she's ulting, it's a staggered opponent and they die anyways. But being able to just force an evade out by yourself is very, very valuable to have on a character.
See, Grimilla's looking really low, and that could just be a dead Josh here. But we're seeing the other Josh also brought down to half health. Snake forced away by the Luna. Oh, the Drakkar shotgun on the hunt. Strike shot misses though, and Grimilla gets a second chance at life, but not with the Flame Flurry. And now power play on the side of HMG as Merchant trying to hold against 2 core flip ready opponents from the red team who are now rotating back. Nice pass back to Trevor, and core flip used, but Dropletto dashes in, saves the goal once, but not the second time. Milkman, great rotation out, but Dropletto brought down so low from the other sequence of events that they can't quite hold as well as they want to. Aqua Cannon coming in, Luna Nuke coming in, now Snake brought low, but has the orb ready. Dropletto has to respect the Milkman's killing capabilities, and Josh does finish it off at a cost of a barrier though. They have to watch out because Merchant has the core flip Flame Flurry coming out, and oh, that was just enough zoning for Merchant to not be able to reach the core.
Wait, I don't know if anybody saw it, but Dropletto just got bailed out like 3 times. He bounced out of that barrage like 3 times alone. That was crazy, and he still died because barrage is a broken ability. But it is insane what that was doing, and maybe the teams were actually listening to me when I asked for a longer game because. That was the first overtime of the point. Oh, no.
No, they stopped listening to you. It's 14 seconds. Back to 14 seconds.
Oh, no. Unfortunately, the strike reset doesn't come out in time to bail you out of that one.
Yeah, it's looking really scary here, actually. HMG seems like they snowballed. Oh, okay. Dropletto just killed Josh off the side of the map, and they have a power play. Bozobunch has a power play. Snake recovers back in time, but Trevor clean clears past to Dropletto, but Snake wins even that. A nice rotate out from the piercing shot of Grimella, and a barrage coming in. Giga Blast tanked by Grimella saves the barrier. So important, but now Josh and Snake trying to choke out Grimella, who does survive that ability, and now Dropletto trying to beat Jakar, but Milkman is holding so well in the net, and has to use that core flip, but gets the kill onto Dropletto and takes the barrier. I mean, HMG, so much momentum. Piercing shot dodged by the Milkman, but Aqua Cannon push coming out right here. Bottom is held, but Merchant wins the fight, and now Grimella has a Rose Warp and a core flip. Is going to use the piercing shot, slightly misses, and Milkman gets the clear, but Dropletto gets the clear, gets a kill and a goal. I mean, 52 seconds, not bad, but that was a lot of action packed into those 52 seconds.
It is, and also Milkman is locked in. This guy wants to win. Some of these saves are a little crazy, and oh my god, Grimella's. Oh, that's his Luna Nuke. That's why. Not a life for one. Oh,
extra special, or specialized training. It didn't work.
It didn't work.
That's right.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage around it. Oh god.
Oh, it's turned on its head. The other Josh died. Oh, Grimella dies too. Okay, no Josh is on the field. And now we have a 2v2. Snake just pushing it through, but Merchant holds. Great positioning. Aquajet coming out. Dropletto has the capabilities, has the pass flare, has the core flip. Josh, Giga Blast, that potentially saved HMG from doom and gloom. And Josh pushing in. Dropletto core flip, but Josh does dodge. And now Grimella on the bottom side. Has the piercing shot, I think, ready. Oh, misses the reply from Dropletto, unfortunately. Nice piercing shot is used. We're still in the middle of the field, trying to connect it to Dropletto with a path splitter. But Snake, great dash punch, means that both nets are open. HMG has a chance. Aqua Cannon coming out, but Kai is dead. The goalie is dead too. And Dropletto wins, but misses the net. And now Snake has a core flip. Grimella has to wait this out, but Julie with a core flip, insta flip, and HMG taking the set lead 2-1. That was the point.
Hey, he did it! He did it! He did the thing! He did the thing that all the Julie players try to do, the insta flip, and it actually worked. I've seen one too many Julies try to insta flip, myself included. So don't worry, I'm included in this. But I feel like I just see that fail more often than I see it actually hit, and actually opting into the tempo swing.
Heavy impact alive.
Maybe that's. I guess nobody's gonna deny it from you, and I mean that is a very, very happy draft for Heavy Metal Gundam. Milkman, the heavy impact. I mean, Jakar just always gets heavy impact proc. I feel like, every time he hits right click, right, he's just gonna get that heavy impact. He's hitting 2 people, the core and a player, and I mean, other than that, like you get aerials on your Kai, he's incredibly happy. Snake. His only problem in the world was dying, and that's solved.
Yeah, things are looking good. Oh, Sun angle with the Luna? Oh no, but the strike wasn't there. 19 seconds.
19, and there are no energy for the side of Bozobunch. This is a little scary, especially whenever Snake does have this spec training, but it might not even matter. I think Dropletto wants to put it in right now, but he's dead! He's gone!
Dropletto died. Aquajet coming up though, and Grimella is there, slowed with the Molten Blast though, and now Snake is prowling. You can just link it to the Julie here. Oh, could even die, but not from the punch though. Dropletto is back though, power play sorted, but Snake is so fast and just walks out of that Luna ult, uses the core flip. That's a little dangerous, but does survive now. Merchant has to eject button in and eject button out. Grimella wins against the shotgun, and now looking so dangerous is Snake. Just staying on top of Grimella. Does survive though, and so far Bozo Bunch are making it work, but the barrier falls on their side now, and Josh has the core flip. Merchant dashing in, but Aquajet can't now for HMG. They do wait it out though, and Josh has the core flip, has to use it. Snake doesn't get connection with the core. This means that Josh has to try once again. Luna Nuke falling defensively, Romello rotating it down, but Josh gets there first, and now Snake is able to capitalize on that mistake. The core slipped through, and now it's match point for HMG.
Yeah, you can really tell that like Snake, like Josh has gotten fast enough that Snake is just comfortable sitting on Luna and stopping all of her abilities. Now, something we typically see from like an X or an Asher into the Luna matchup, but Snake's just saying, okay, my midfielder has explosive entrance, slick kicks, aerials, and the rest, whatever he doesn't have, Milkman has, and you can just see how aggressive Snake is playing with that comfortability, with that knowledge.
Oh no. And now it's gonna be it. HMG kill 2 people and punch the goal in, and a 2-0 over Bozo Bunch. Congratulations.
Congratulations indeed. It some fast points all around. I don't know. I don't really have a lot. I didn't really get a lot of time to like tell what the individual game plan was each game. You know, because these points were just going incredibly fast. But you know, if you're planning on going home early and you're a player, your likelihood just shot up, because I feel like both these games were both set 5s, I think. Set 4. I don't know.
Set 5 and this was a set 4.
Okay, set 5, set 4. But both these teams, notably HMG, Snake putting up a stellar performance as he always does, but also Milkman and Josh really like showing up, and like Milkman had some crazy saves today. Especially this last map on the Yankees. He was putting in the work, the moves, okay? High key, big Milkman aura is up.
Milkman stocks are up, guys. I mean, that was... I can't disagree with that. I mean, I think we talked about Merchant last game, but Trevor this game, Milkman this game, it was just a different beast. The stats don't necessarily tell the tale, but every single one of his 136 redirects were meaningful. The shotguns were just on point, and yeah, that was such a well-deserved map from HMG, and I'm not sure what to add. We just had so many fast points, just decided seemingly off of kickoff from both of these teams, that it's just you just kind of get stunned by what you see. I mean, great plays from both teams, but yeah, where do we go from here, Flop?
Well, you know, I think if we don't have anything else to say about the games other than that they were great and they were incredibly fast, that I think that's a good spot to call it. And we'll be back shortly for the boys versus the Rats, right? Yeah, boys versus Rats, a very, very fun game, I think. Very, very interesting game. I'm hoping those will be a bit longer, you know, have a bit more meat on the bones for us. But yeah, we will take our little break while those teams get set up and ready to go, and then we'll be back.
Point of grand finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane. There's the opening on the outside. The pass. It's wide open. A beautiful shot to the corner. They've reached the summit.
Hello, guys. We are back, and we have a great banger game for you guys. We have Sad Boys versus Rat Pack, and I have Flop here who is laughing. But how you doing, Flop?
I'm
Can you
good. I'm
communicate in
great
Morse code
even.
now?
Oh
Okay,
yeah, I
we
got you.
still speak
I actually don't know
English even
Morse
though you're
code.
light.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
oh my god.
little
Wait,
flashbang.
we're on test chamber. Tell me about it.
Galarion test chamber, real, very I feel like common math that gets picked a lot. We were seeing a pretty standard, pretty standard comp. Well, I'm lying. I'm straight up lying. This is not a pretty standard comp for both teams. Well, maybe for both teams, but I'm trying to say we have a very typical boys comp. I feel, Estelle Julie. Fawn of the Rasmus is a little uncharacteristic. I think I don't see him on it too often, but I'm down. And Tempo Melon rocket up on the Dubu as she always does.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, it's Bells who gets the first KO onto the Era here, fresh after hold by their Lonesome. But the Atlas variant makes it so hard for them to kind of make fast rotates that, and Kainub is almost taken off the field. That Carmine is back. The midfielder's back. Nice piercing shot though from Kainub means that the barrier is down. Carmine looking low once again, and they just got back here. The Blavo is dodged around. Frightfully Fresh does get the jump, but pushing through all three members of the boys. And now Bell's angling it up, dodges the Maelstrom. Tempo, nice stun onto Vaughn. Does mean that they get their first barrier. Nice wait from Kainub. Has to use the flip though, and even waits out the donut. Oh my goodness, that core is going to travel so fast. Bell's centered up, nice and ready. Doesn't have the dash quite ready now, but Frightfully Fresh. Oh, holds, and waits out the dash punch. So Rat Pack is still in this. They do have a chance. Tempo Melon does miss the strike, doesn't miss it this time, and the nice bounce does mean that Kainub will get the first goal.
Absolutely, and I think this will be first of all, very interesting game. The Awakening draft, in case you haven't looked at the bottom left, the other Awakening was Berserker. Notorious, popular Awakening that everybody loves to take, and obviously it's just not a very good game for it. That's why nobody's taking it. The other option being Orb Dancer. So, we may not see it, but I heavily suspect that at a certain point the teams will probably, whenever somebody gets one Orb Dancer to 5 stacks and they see them start flying, I imagine we'll start seeing a little mini game that happens in Orb Dancer games where the orbs spawn and it becomes a little race. Like everybody's got to get their orb. You got to get your little breakfast.
Yeah, 2 seconds in for breakfast. Bell's actually snacking on Fresh's orb here. So that's not a good feeling. The Maelstrom coming in fresh, trying to get some value out of losing their snack, but doesn't get it quite yet. Carmine dealing up there. Tempo trying to get an angle onto Vaughn, dodges expertly, does the Rasmus, but this is still Dubu with a flip, always scary. Bells also has a flip. Nice rotation up was from Fresh, but Tempo can't seem to get their hands on the core, or their paws, I'm not sure because it's a hamster. But they do have a core flip ready. Fresh dashing in, doesn't use the core flip quite yet. Both teams waiting it out. Maelstrom coming in, that's a strong push here, but nice Crystal Thorns, and Bell's just sharking around with a core flip dash punch in hand. Oh, or reset. Bell's all that snacking for naught, and the barrier's open behind Bond's back. Tempo just walking up. Kainub is huge though and has a core flip. Fresh is almost taken off the field, Bell's is back though. Now Carmine trying to hold a 2v3. Tempo, nice hold, using the log, using the tofu. Bond, nice clear upwards, back to Kainub, pulls Tempo Melon back, which means that the core is back to neutral. Bell's trying to find another angle for the dash punch. Carmine has a core flip, spends it. Unfortunately, the Blobos get in the way. Kainub wins the orb war once again. We're not going to see a super big hamster, just a little big one. Carmine, nice rotation up top. Out Kainub and Tempo Melon play their own game in the middle, walking up to help Vaughn, who does clear up top, wins against the Era. Bells misses the punch, and that means the core goes to, once again, back on the side of red team somehow. I mean, Vaughn just wins these interactions. Great slime from Frightfully Fresh, and Tempo Melon has to walk back all the way. But now Orb once again, and finally we see Tempo Melon win the war, but Bells wins the goal, and boys take the first set.
They do, and I'm very... It's really interesting. First of all, draft. I don't think there's anything too exciting here. Heavy impact maybe is a little impactful, but kind of just going to take the glass, it looks like, and probably save the heavy impact or the peak performance. Just he's changed his mind. I'm sure one of these players is taking heavy impact, the other's taking glass. I don't know, actually. I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know what anybody's doing. Yeah, heavy impact sucks. It is a bad awakening. My fault.
No, Tempo likes heavy impact.
But as I was trying to say before, it is really interesting to see Von Kainu defense. Because it really does feel like they are so effective at like tracking CDs. The both of them, and I have a feeling it's probably not something they're talking about. I have a feeling it's just like both these players are so experienced and like, you know, they just know whenever the Juno has something that can reach, and they know when they can go for their out clear. Tofu Fortress. It just keeps happening. Oh, Bells, he's doing the thing.
Yeah, I mean, Kainu and Vaughn so good on defense, and Bell's just winning all the strike boards up front. The boys, I mean, they're 4-0, and I mean, they're really showing why they're 4-0 in the most premier American Omega Striker tournament. We are on the Obscura variant though, so maybe we'll see something different from Red Team here.
This is messed up. Vaughn, unfortunately, it's not gonna work out. I think we gotta cut that short a little bit. Bells is trying to find something. He'll find a barrier for his troubles, but he's a little low, and you know, little orb mini game. Like I said, everybody's feasting.
Yeah, everybody is feasting, but they also need to make sure that they don't lose their stacks, which can happen if they die, which Carmine is about to. Blue team does get the second barrier. Tempo has to use the corplet, but Vaughn was on top of it, was hugging the back. No danger there. Tofu Fortress coming down. Wins the strike war, does Bells. Kainu and Carmine both running for the hills, running for the snack. And oh, Tempo misses the log. Unfortunately, Vaughn does get a lower clear. Maelstrom coming in. Carmine looking low. A great Rose Warp from Kainu. And even gets it through Tempo Melon, does Vaughn. And now great dribble from Tempo, but even that is cleared by Vaughn. And now Carmine looking like the orb stack, maybe reset. Great flip coming out from Bells, dribbles off, reading Fresh's jump. And now we see Carmine and Bells low once again, but now this time add Kainu to the mix, who's low with the course going to them. They really want to get a pick onto one, but Bells' dash punch is the one that sticks. Now, boys, 5 points in a row.
5 points in a row, and that was a really nice like alternate dash punch. I think you don't see it too often where you like dash punch and you set yourself up for the top shot. You know, normally dash punch is dash punch. You do what you do. But I really do feel like we're, you know, it's really easy to like recognize. Like you can see Bells, like the pressure he's putting. Well, not the pressure he's putting on, but the value he's putting on these orb stacks. And if you watch Kainu in these defenses, a lot of the time, he's putting a lot of value on them too, and you can just see they go around and like they just need one, and like that tends to be enough. They've also they're building energy advantage off of it. That's a big thing. Levels, energy, those will heavily impact the draft. We'll see if the draft actually rewards Bells with anything, and it's not looking too hot right now. Probably Inner Focus if I had to guess. And no way, really?
We're having fun.
I'm down for the you know, Bells is, if anybody can lock in and dodge more, it's probably Bells. That guy has a lot of experience on the you know, the space gliding role. But yeah, red side here actually does get a little bit of damage with the Stinger Juno and the explosive Dubu, albeit I don't know if I don't know if that's the kind of damage, the on-demand damage you need, you know. Like it's very up to the enemy.
Tempo has heavy impact too, though, and this is a huge Dubu. Oh my goodness! There goes the Fortress, used as a shield bash actually instead of a defensive one. But now it's a power play from the side of Rat Pack. They're trying to get the point that they've been desiring for so long. Great passing plays. Tempo does losing the Kainu though, and now Bells is back. Maelstrom push. It's gonna be so strong, but even that just sorting the Dubu over and over again. The defensive capabilities of the blue team so strong. Bad Boys are making it work, and the core back again in neutral, and one barrier at a time. They're clawing the game back. Second barrier falls. Bells is also looking low, and Tempo Melon just guarding the orb. but that means that Vaughn and Kainoob have free reign in the middle. Nice
Tempo.
push, but excuse me, wait a minute, not as nice.
No.
Oh my goodness. I think that was an insta flip that was for tempo, right?
I don't know.
No, Flop, I need you to explain this. You can't give up here.
I don't know, man. All I know is Vaughn will be coming back to record that one if he hasn't already. That's going in the tempo montage. Oh
my goodness
I mean,
gracious me.
That's is what it is. Going into this, the bounty castle, red side, 2 flips to work with, and they've really got to start figuring out something because you don't got a lot of time left in this game to dilly dally.
Yeah, I mean this is already their match set here for if you're Sad Boys, and great great snipe here from Fresh and Carmine, getting the core out from the clutches of that barrier, keeping both barriers strong. They are going to lose one from Bells, who does use the dash punch, and now Kainoob has a core flip in the midfield. The nice rotation using the bounce from Frightfully Fresh, even get the second barrier open net. But they've been in this situation countless times, was the Sad Boys in this game, and they're putting on pressure on Tempo Melon. Kainoob and Bells are so fast right now, and Tempo can't seem to find some value out of that damage picks, and it's actually the one getting killed in reverse. Nice core flip coming out. Bells also has a core flip. This could be it if they have to set up Flame Flurry into core flip into getting it down into the goal. Sad Boys are on match point just like that.
Match point, and Vaughn has decided that he's going to go ahead and take himself a little Tempo Melon kill for the road. Go ahead and shut the stacks down, and it's looking really bad. I'm going to be honest. I'm a Rats fan. I'm also a Boys fan, but if you're like a Rats super fan, right, and you like really want them to win, or if you're a Rats player, I guess, you probably want to win. And it seems like Tempo might have found the secret of just putting the enemy players in the net.
Yeah, nice rotation from Tempo Melon. Vaughn holds, but Tempo Melon is very threatening if they have a dash going. Caveat if they have a dash going, and now this Atlas variant Vaughn is just waiting, and Tempo is caught on the other side of the field as a slow, lumbering Dubu. Maelstrom also goes awry. A Fresh Carmine trying to do the double defense. The Blabo holds the core, unfortunately in place for blue team, and Sad Boys. There we go. 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 victory. I mean, it's a strong game. It's a strong game that they played.
It is a very strong game, and also, you know, I want to see Rats. I want to see Rats hit the drawing board again.
Okay.
I think there's just a lot of issues with the comp that was drafted. Notably, Juno era. I don't know. Maybe they know something I don't. Maybe it's working out for them. And like scrims and stuff. We never know what's going on in the players' heads. But whenever I look at this draft and I see Era Juno, the first thing that comes to my mind is that you just have no way to get the ball away from Bells. Or any brawler for that matter. You have Era Beam and you have Juno Primary. And those abilities respectfully suck at doing it. Like, and then other than that, your only defensive tools is Era NATO, which also kind of sucks, and like Juno secondary, I guess, but like you just get dash punched by like any brawler, or you get Estelle beamed. Like, how do you like actually get the ball? How do you dig the ball away from a brawler? And also be like, the only upside I can think of for this comp is that like if you get possession of the ball and you get it forward, Era Juno backline will probably keep possession for a long time, but it never felt like they got a chance to do that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we saw glimpses of their offense, right? Tempo Melon getting some cheeky Tofu Fortress kills, and pushing with the Maelstrom, letting Tempo like threaten the kill with the Summer Assault. I mean, we saw glimpses of what Rat Pack wanted to do with this comp, but I think you're right. Defensively, they couldn't really stand a chance against that Frostfire forward duo here was Bells and Kainoob, and they gotta. I mean, this is Sad Boys. They're 4-0. They're looking to take 5-0 here, be on top of the league. You gotta pull out the stops if you want to beat them. You gotta reach deep into your bag of tricks. So back to the drawing board, but hopefully the change comes on Gates of Obscura with a Deadeye peak performance start. So these are some high value awakenings on a very fun map. How do you feel about
Absolutely. I'm a big Gates fan. I think Gates has a ton of just a ton. I think Gates is one of the best maps. I think it's got a ton of whether you like corner offense or you don't, whether you like playing. My only real gripe with it is I think Dubu is really oppressive, and we can definitely see that reflected in Dubu ban from Rats. But other than that, I think Gates has a lot of different picks that can work on it. I think the portals are very fun to watch, and maybe not play around if you choose to kind of like ignore them. But once you get into like a Gates like feel, I really enjoy that map, both as a player and a spectator. And on top of it, we're kind of seeing both ends of the spectrum here, where with the wide cast of characters that are good on this map, you know, your Kai, we got a Kai pick for the boys. That could be Vaughn or Kai Noob. We're not sure yet. That Kai's very happy with peak performance, right? And the Rats, Estelle, Luna are very happy with Deadeye. They could also go for, you know, I don't imagine Luna's going to, but Estelle can opt into a peak performance if she'd like.
Yeah. I mean, but this is Estelle Luna. What do you think rounds off this comp here for the Rat Pack? I assume this is Tempo's Luna, right?
Probably. That would be what I would imagine. And I think you could really go two ways about it. I would personally, if they've got a Rasmus goalie, and we can see it now, it is a rune pick, and I can see why. You just want the pressure. You want that like map pressure that kind of like makes up. Your Luna and your Estelle already have a lot, but they're probably going to be doing a little bit of damage dumping if I had to guess. You know, you have the Estelle for like just hit stunning the brawler the moment he touches the core, right? You just throw your primary at him. You have Luna Rocket as well, and then Rune just kind of picks it up wherever it goes. If it goes open space, drop a Rune Pillar on it, right? If you ever get an offense going, drop a Rune Pillar behind them. Like Rune does get a lot of value here. I see the reason why it's picked. My main concern is kill confirm might be a little rough. Also, Vice X might just kill Rune. That is a real
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is Carmine's Rune, so this was a Rune midfield, not a Rune goalie. But I don't. Yeah, if Carmine can banish Vice when Kainu is ulting, though, I think that's another good thing. But we'll have to see.
I love Gates of Obscura. Look at him go! Wait,
so much portals.
Hey, no, actually, really cool little kickoff sequence there from Carmine and Tempo. I don't know how much of it was just extra dribbling for the love of the game, or how much of it was actually useful, but it looked really cool and it looked really fun. And Carmine actually finding the banish and the pillar to come down, and yeah, immediately it's looking like both barriers are in a bit of a danger.
Yeah, once the kickoff settled, we saw Sad Boys have all the barriers, and now they even claim the goal here. And oh my goodness, Tempo Melon and Frightfully Fresh, they have yet to be level 2.
They are. Once they get level 2, though, it will be a very different game. Notably, the Luna and the Rune combo is very, very scary. But also, something neat, and we were talking about the options that both of these teams had with peak performance or Deadeye. They've all actually opted into peak performance, everybody in the lobby.
Yeah, you're right. Even Tempo Melon is using that. Bell doesn't get the Luna Root comboed, but doesn't matter as Tempo Melon just tips the core into the goal. Rat Pack looking better already. I gotta say, it looks a lot more comfortable for them here. So we see another fun portal kickoff here coming in. Getting the lower barrier was Tempo Melon. Carmine flips the core through, but is getting beaten up from Bells. Does escape with the nice secondary though. And now Frightfully Fresh has a core flip. Oh, but a great supernova from Kainu. Unfortunately, Carmine wasn't able to react in time, and now Vaughn and Bells both have core flips. All 3 members of Sad Boys have core flips now with very low energy on the side of Red Team. They win that strike war though. Nice pass through the portal to Frightfully Fresh, but this means that Bells is open for business. They get it up to Vaughn, and all 3 Sad Boys players just playing so well in tandem with each other. Vaughn just stepping out, believing in his teammate, just covering everything that their teammate can.
Yeah, that is a very Vaughn thing to do, especially whenever he locks the Kai and the eject. He will just get in there, and it's not a matter of... It's not really a matter of who he's playing with. I've seen him, he just loves getting in there. He loves leaving the net. And, you know, that is a very... That's a trait I think a lot of brawlers maybe don't like as much, but I think Bells is very happy to just say, okay, take this. I don't really care about it anyways. I'll hit my clip later, you know?
Yeah, and my goodness, as a team, I mean, Sap Boys are looking so dominant in this first set. They had to ping pong. Rat Pack had to ping pong because there doesn't seem to be another good place to clear, and now we have X in the first set getting first draft, and Spec Training's on the board, Bulk Up's on the board. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely, and you know, situational awakening pick, Bulk Up. Yeah, I mean, X is very, very happy with that. Now, Rune does get a little something. Probably holding that draft to make sure that their Luna gets something as well. And this is actually a little bit of everything for, you know, a little bit of something for everybody, I think. Hotshot Rune is something you're very happy with. If you can get... You're almost always pillaring for core interactions anyways, so you almost always get that. Tempo Melon. Spec Training makes that Luna ult very, very scary, and also makes that Rune combo very, very scary. And we may see it right now, and yes, we will. Goodbye. Unfortunately, you didn't you didn't evade the Rune Banish, which means you're gonna eat both. But if you evade the Rune Banish, you're gonna eat the Luna Nuke anyways.
Yeah, it's a rock and a hard place, and they make it work. But the power play still is survived by the Sad Boys. They gotta make these kills turn into something else. But right now, it's all Bells. I mean, and Bells gets the goal.
Yeah, and
this is Sad Boys all the way.
It is. This is the, you know, the nasl team right now. Like, if this is probably, I mean, not right now. They've always been, but in this current season, you know, this is probably the team you're looking at for comfortably making it the distance. And I mean, we can see why. It just seems like they're so confident. Even right now, look at how far Vaughn is up. Yes, he has eject, but he has full faith that Kaido's not gonna lose, and that even if he does, they'll be okay. They'll find a way. And that is such a strong trait to have. Oh, good save by Fresh though.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta keep talking about these traits because it's working for them. I mean, Rat Pack had a little bit of a stronger set one, but now Sap Boys have just completely taken over, even with these strong awakening picks from the Rat Pack.
Yeah, it is very brutal, because Rat Pack did get a strong combo with the Spec Training that enables what they want to do, but there's still so much missing for that to be... That is a plan, but without, like, some CD for your Rune on an ability that notably matters, namely the ult, right? Without some damage on your Luna. You know, that combo is only up every 40 seconds, and, I mean, the boys have one of the shortest game... Not one of, they have the shortest average game time. They're not gonna, like, let you get 3 or 4 of these combos off a game, or off a point, you know, you're getting 1.
I see. And Tempo Melon does have to flip, uses it immediately onto Vaughn. Carmine, oh, unfortunately, Core slips through, but Fresh was there. Tempo back again, 1v1, 1v2 now with Kainu coming in at the top side. But this lets Carmine set up, has to portal back though, to get the pillar set up, but this makes Tempo Melon all by her lonesome. It's looking a little rough. Bells pops the X-Max with Tempo, nice dash into the flick, unfortunately misses, but Kainu is there, right in between, but Vaughn and Kainu both answer, and now Core slips through the portal. Fresh is there, trying to get there for his time to set up. It's gonna be Carmine first, nice primary there, and using the secondary setup, but not needed. Tempo finds the goal this time, and Rat Pack, signs of life, long road to go.
Yeah, rare, you know. I mean, it's not even really a mistake. It was honestly a good read by Tempo to just go down and like cut that, even though it looked like they were going to go bottom. L's managed to find the first barrier, but it does really feel like it feels a bit brutal, honestly, for the Rats.
Yeah, it's looking very scary. Fresh does have a core flip though. Supernova coming in, trying to force out something, but Fresh does hold on to that flip for dear life. Carmine trying to nice bounce off of the pillar though, going back through the portal. Fresh takes it upwards around Bells, who does have short reach, but Tempo is taken off the field. Fresh has to burn a core flip, and now no pillars left from Carmine means that Bells has free reign over the barrier. Vaughn is racing in with the eject button with the core flip, and hold Carmine and Fresh hold. Pillar coming down. And Tempo is back. Power play has ended, but that doesn't stop the Sad Boys right now with their onslaught. Kainu's looking really low, though, and they really want to finish him off potentially here. Carmine and Tempo both going in. Pillar coming down, adding an extra layer of strike, and Fresh does hold against the entirety of the Sad Boys right now. And Bells, such great strike placement, means that they get the second set win as well.
Yeah, and this is a very, very, very scary spot for Rats. I mean, you know, this is this X Vice have 2 sets on you. Yes, you scale a little bit with Luna. Yes, Rune scales a little bit, but X and Vice scale a lot harder than you ever will, I fear. And I mean, we can just see it here. There's a lot of damage in this draft, and not a whole lot. Oh, the OAA pick.
Oh.
Frightfully Fresh. You know, seeing the value that OAA got on the Bells last game, maybe trying to look for something, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Notably, though, Carmine does pick up a prime time. That is a very impactful thing to have for him to have. Rune's main downside is that the moment he uses his primary, he's really easy to get around, right? Like, he doesn't have anything else, no real threats. But now you have to kind of account for 2 of them and track, like, 2 CDs. It just makes it a lot harder to get through him and get around him.
Yeah, and that's kind of the chore that Sad Boys have on their end. They tried to make it work with the Supernova, but Fresh is looking so low with that Omega Infused Accelerator pick. Carmine uses their secondary, but still the barrier opens, and it's such a bad spot to be in on gates with both barriers open behind your back. Carmine does find a barrier, but it's getting bounced around by Vice. Still has to hold the corner, or the core will slip through and create a goal. Nice strike shot, nice Crystal Thorns, but Kainoob is there. Great clear up from Fresh. Tempo Melon centers the core, slightly off angle for the barrier, though. Nice banish coming out from Carmine, trying to get a pick onto Vaughn, and was successful. But Carmine's looking dangerously low with Bells with the core flip. Unfortunate sync with the pillar from Tempo Melon, but Bells is still there holding the core flip until Vaughn returns. Vaughn's about to return, though, and they do. Sad Boys is back in full force. Great read onto the pillar from Kainu, but nice pass. Supernova has to be burned. Tempo Melon going in through the portal, but unfortunately the core is not where Tempo Melon is. Bell's coming in with the bell ringer, and the core slips through, and finally the Rat Pack. That looked like a very good overtime point for them.
It did, and what a really, really good core flip by, I believe, Tempo Melon to stun. You know, showing that, like, there's really good awareness to have. You just don't need to flip the ball. You can just stun the person trying to touch it, and, like, you know, it's gonna go in. Very good, and that is actually a really promising point. And this is also, you know, looking to be okay. You did lose your first barrier, but that's a very, very promising point to win.
Yeah, I think that kind of showcased what the Rat Pack wants to do there. In these chaotic situations, Carmine is low on energy, and I don't think Tempo has an elusive either. So all 3 members of the Rat Pack have some orb munching to do. The second orb, third orb comes in. Kainoob Supernova does not connect with the goal. Carmine playing out of their mind right now with that prime time primary going through the portal once again. Kainoob rotating it to the bottom side of the goal, but Frightfully Fresh and Tempo Melon do manage to clear it out. Going towards the non-portal side, both flips burn from Sad Boys, and the barrier goes down on the gates of Obscura, but Bells gets the second barrier as well, and now with the Thunderstruck, this is looking very scary, and the barrage from Vaughn. I mean, clinical play from Sad Boys.
Oh no, Carmine DC'd in the middle of it. That's so sad. And he's gone. I'm sure the teams will wait it out. You know, give him a chance to reconnect. Unfortunately, there is not much Carmine can do to it as far as we know. I believe it is just standard, you know, standard ISP moment. You're just getting gapped because, for whatever reason, you know, whatever the reason is, it's not something that's in his control. They're gonna wait it out. Let's see if it dies down. And you know, I actually have faith in Rat Pack to pull this back. Both of these points have looked really, really promising since the prime time came in. And you know, Tempo Melon, if she ever gets the stacks up on the prize fighter, will also be a very, very concerning thing. Oh, hello, Tempo Melon. Oh, what are we up to? What are we doing there?
Who's the person actually going up? It's so confusing here.
What are we getting up to there, Tempo Melon? Seems
my
like
goodness.
everything is back in order. All the abilities have come back up off cooldown. You know, fun little part of that is that it resets the game back to a pretty neutral state. Whether you want that or not, for the players, is debatable, but...
Yeah, but we're back. And, oh, nice hold from Fresh, but we're going into overtime, and I don't know which team's favor, but Tempo Mellow right now did beat Vaughn on the Strike War and even uses the flip, and Rat Pack take a point lead for the first time in this series.
Yeah, and this is looking like maybe the Rat Pack comeback we needed. Maybe they're gonna find the, you know, find the drill. It is very scary. They have, you know, Boys is not like suddenly not playing the game. They have managed to take barriers, and, you know, whenever Bells touches the ball, it does still tend to result in something good for Boys. But, you know, now it's a bit more Bells has to do a couple times as opposed to just once, you know?
Yeah, the Rat Pack seems to have found their defensive footing a little bit more. Perhaps we're in for a little bit longer game, but hold that thought because of Supernova coming in. But oh, nice hold from Carmine. Nice use on the pillar, but still the red team is placed out of position, and Vaughn has the core flip. Nice pillar once again from Carmine, but Vaughn has so much space on the top side of the map. Bells does miss that full rush.
Oh no.
And oh, Thunderstruck coming in. Oh, Carmine wins the Strike War. Waits out the Giga to Tempo Melon. Going in through the portal. Tempo was waiting for it on the other side, but loses the Strike War. And this could be critical now coming in from Bells. Nice. Buying some time. Vaughn has a barrage. Pillar is set up to full. And Carmine trying to rotate the core down, but the portal makes it so dangerous. Bells, nice pass to Kainu. Vaughn rotating back up. Waits out the dash from Tempo. Doesn't lose the barrier. Boys are holding onto it for now, and that can make all the difference in these situations. Tempo looking to place the core into the corner, but it's not staying there. And the power core from Kainu seals the deal. We're at match point here for Boys.
Yeah, and this is a little scary because, you know, Boys actually doesn't have too much energy to work with. Notably Vaughn, if Carmine has a banish to work with. Oh, I say that and I see it go wide. But there's still a Luna Nuke inbound. Kai is very fast. He might be able to just walk out of that. I don't know yet. But this is looking like a very, very scary Boys offense.
Yeah, amazing Rat Pack defense. Even waits out that pillar and gets the kill onto Vaughn that you talked about. And this could be a Rat Pack. Could be the set that changes things. But Tempo is getting bounced around like Castle. But doesn't matter. Tempo gets the goal. And that's just what they need. Coming back from the brink of defeat, Rat Pack have finally won their first set in the series.
They have, and they will be probably rewarded if I had to guess. I'm just kidding. Luna's not getting anything. Oh my god. What a gross awakening
at this point?
I don't know. It's probably just quick strikes, and Tempo Melon will have to make some work out of that. Vice has some options here. Explosive Entrance is looking really nice. Maybe... yeah, it's just Explosive Entrance. I don't really know. And actually, this might be a rare draft where I think I don't know. Like what is it? What is it? Like, how do they get away with this? How do they? You win a set, but it doesn't matter. You still lose the draft. Like, I don't. Ugh.
Yeah.
I mean, Vaughn's picked up the aerials. You can already see. Look at him fly. Look at the super surge, the peak performance. Bells, a little orbs. You know, we saw how he likes to munch on the orbs whenever he gets the opportunity to, especially whenever he picks up the orb dancer. So that should be very impactful once he gets stacked up. And I don't think he's at too much of a risk of dying either with his double HP awakenings.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's interesting that Carmine picked up Timeless, a Monumentalist over Timeless as well. And oh, nice kill onto full energy Exo, and that could mean the whole world here to the Rat Pack. Tempo Melon does lose a Strike War against Vaughn, and oh, great piercing shot from Frightfully Fresh, rescues the core from the goal. And nice barrage core in place for Thunderstruck. Oh, Vaughn narrowly loses control, but does maintain control. Bell's nice dribble with Bell Ringer coming in, but no, the core slipped through Vaughn, and Rat Pack have taken the first point in the set, and I mean, we gotta celebrate every little thing for Rat Pack here, especially if you're a Rat Pack fan.
We do. They are slowly clawing their way back, and you know, it may be slow, but hey, it'll get faster as they get more awakenings. And I think it's actually really, really important to keep an eye on Tempo Melon. Double prize fighter stacks already, looking to be a third. Oh, that little supernova. Don't mind us. We'll just use our. We know that's your ability, but we're gonna use it for ourselves, I think. Yeah, little sad boys corner offense here. Frankly, Fresh needs to watch himself.
Yeah, I mean, the Omega Infused Accelerator does take away your max health. Looking really low, especially with no evade, and Bond just keeping that core onto the side, just threatening every bell ringer. Even just holds on, just hovers on bells, but that means Tempo gets both barriers and just wins everything. Tempo Melon, hello! The brawler from Rat Pack is making some waves here.
Yeah, as Tempo typically does. I feel like Tempo is Tempo's a brawler that gets up to some stuff, but then like decides that she just wants to win, and she'll lock in, and she'll take her quick strikes, and she'll go win. Like don't start falling asleep just because Tempo, like, if Tempo Melon's gonna lose, it's gonna be on her terms, you know. And I don't think she actually wants to lose. I think she just wants to have a little silly moment here and there, you know. Clarion game 1 Dubu.
Yeah, we'll forget about that if Tempo does manage to pull this one out of her back pocket somehow, because that strike placement right between Vaughn and Kainu means that they get both barriers, and Vaughn has to use their eject button defensively.
Okay.
Insta-flip does bait out the flip from Vaughn, doesn't connect, but Kainu still has the core flip, is going to use it, doesn't get a barrier. Going through the portal, Tempo is right there set up. Barrage, once again, Tempo has a second chance. Oh, wins, but the eject button is stacked. Carmine is now in position. Bells gets through somehow with a core flip setup. This is looking dangerous here if you're the red team fan. But Tempo goes in. Vaughn even beats that. Tempo survives. That's huge. Nice pillar coming out from Carmine. Doesn't get the gold though. And Bell's trying to get their hands on the core, but the portal plays are so good from the Rat Pack. Nice stun from Vaughn. And now the core just going at super speed onto overtime. Who wins on overtime, Flop?
I'm heavily leaning towards Rat Pack with a good banish actually gonna find him, but it's not enough. But yes, as I was saying, it's probably Rat Pack. Oh, Tempo Melon, Mog Bells, why don't you?
This is looking so fast, but Rat Pack are holding on to their one barrier. They lost one barrier, but it's okay. They're holding on to the second one. Tempo, nice play with Carmine, even getting it through. Kai Bainu. Kainu double defense here. Nuke from the Luna! There we go, that's gonna send the core off into the angle. And Rat Pack are back. Set 5, let's go!
A game that was, honestly, a series that was looking very, very boys' favorite, and suddenly flipped itself on its head. And Rat Packs here are looking real comfortable, I'll be honest. Tempo Melon has her options, Deadeye, extra spec. 1-2, twin drive. There's so many options, it doesn't matter. Kai forced to deny that from the Rune. If Rune gets any more banishes out on the field, suddenly the game becomes giga ultra uber scary. And you know, once again, X is very happy. This character just is down to take any awakening in the game. It doesn't matter what it is. But there is a lot of value for both teams here. Like, this is still anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, Set 5X is definitely a thing. Carmine brought down low just from a whiff with that bell ringer, but Kainu also looking dangerously low, and now Rat Pack pile on the pressure and get their second barrier. Nice rotate up to Kainu, nice dribble, 2 bells, but the portal plays once again from Rat Pack. Just once the map opens up, they're playing so well around this X. The bells getting value with the X Maximus. Can they get a second barrier? No, the core goes through the portal immediately. Kainu answers, teleporting up. But now Carmine has the pillar behind their back and isn't scared to engage with the 2v1 of the backline. And now Lunanu coming down. Kainu, great rotated around, getting it through the portal. Carmine giving it to Tempo Melon with the pillar. Even half formed, that pillar does so much right now. And a nice banish on to Vaughn means that Tempo gets the goal somehow.
Yeah, they're flashing the boys emote. I don't know. I'm sure it's a little, they're all friends. It's just in good hard nature. But it is very, very funny to see. Of course, what can you do about it? Rats though looking very, very comfortable, and I'm starting to think maybe they just take this set. Like it's not even close.
Yeah, I mean, Vaughn has some great clears that they found. Tempo wanted to take Kainu off the field, but the core blocked. Save from the boys, and Carmine taken off the field. This could change the tides. Fresh and Tempo both have a flip, but they both have to burn it to survive against Bells, who's looking really scary. You're just going to get a barrier for free here. And now 1 second until the rune comes in, but the flip from Bells.
Oh my god.
But Carmine saves it with the secondary. And Thunderstruck coming in. Bond has a core flip though. Saves even that. Does Carmine with the pillar looking so strong. Tempo with the quick strikes value. Tempo's looking so low though. This can be so scary. Nuke coming down, trying to get Bells. And get some pressure onto Bells. Thunderstruck coming down. Oh, Power Core coming down. Bells is there for the Strike War, but Carmine is double defending. Tempo Melon wins the Strike War. Stuns Bond, doesn't get the second barrier. And Carmine playing the corner here with Tempo, hooking low. Nice flip from Bond to stun. And even goes to take the Strike War, and Kainu is on full defense. Great read, great pillar from Carmine from the Rat Pack. The Rat Pack is so back, but win from the Carmine. But Bells is there with X Maximus. The tempo is looking dangerously low. Nuke coming down defensively, dashing in, and wins against Bond. And we're at match point from Rat Pack.
Wait, but they're beast. Wait, they all just took their interactions and they just kind of mogged them low key. Like I don't know if anybody saw it, but Carmine shut down the X dash. By like pillaring behind them and then like taking this strike. I don't know. It was really nice. It was like a really small interaction, but I think if he doesn't do that, it loses. And then Tempo winning the 1v1 Vivon. They are holding it down so well. They cannot. It is such an ironclad fortress. And oh my god, Tempo almost does it again.
Yeah, this is looking so dangerous though for Rat Pack because their gates are open. Oh, but they equalize the barrier count. Kainu has the core flip though. Carmine almost at core flip status, but that's also the same for Bells using the core flip, and there we go. I mean, that was a point that the boys had to win, and they do.
They do, but it is a lot of investment, notably the Kainu flip and the Supernova, and Carmine and Tempo Melon about to have theirs. Bells does have his to work with, but, you know, it is certainly... It's hard to get, like, a good flip on this map sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful movement from Tempo Melon. Nice dribble from Carmine. Unfortunately, slightly off angle, I believe. Doesn't connect with the barrier, and Bells gets the second one. And now we might see a 0.5 if Bells gets their hands on the core one more time. Bond, really aware of what Tempo Melon was going for, dodges certain death. But that means that they do get the core in their side of the corner, does Sad Boys. And the pillar, really scary, but Bond managed to get back with that aerial speed. And Bells looking for that full rush and gets it. And 5.5.
Set 5.5. Bells gonna go away with whatever that was.
Unfortunately.
Regardless. Low evades for really anybody on the field, it seems like. Bells, Carmine, Tempo, all nothing to work with. And we can see the damage start to come out, and it seems to be in Boys' favor right now.
Oh. Yeah, turned on its head by the Luna Nuke with the Room Banish, and that's exactly what they've been going for, and get the kill onto Bells. Once again, the tables are turned. Kainu and Bond have to play their lonely 2-on-2 on their side of the field. That's not where they want to be. Carmine setting up. Frightfully Fresh does not miss the tip of the barrier. Tempo forcing out the core flip from Bond, but what a great one. And they do almost take the barrier. Fresh has a core flip though, and Bells really wants to beat it out of this Estelle. Great dribble from Carmine. Sets up with the Luna Nuke. So much damage. Giga does save the core though. Fresh, great flip onto Carmine. Great read and a great pillar. Oh my goodness. The Rat Pack is back.
The Rat Packs are here, and they're taking us game 3 from, dare I say, a game that was against the Sad Boys, the current leading team, and also in a series that was pretty Boys favored. But it maybe, you know, the Rats just took some time. You know, they just took some. It's like an old car. You know, you gotta let it warm up. You gotta let them go. Let them get there. Get a couple minutes to breathe. I mean, look at these stats. Jesus Christ. First of all, it's a bloodbath. Namely, X-Vice, 75k damage almost. But also, it doesn't really matter because Tempo Melon decided that she wanted a big 9+0 and Carmine behind her to help with 8 of those and 2 of his own.
Yeah, I mean, Carmine that game was just like, okay, open up Tempo, I'm going to shovel the core to you many times as it takes, and you're going to win an interaction against Bond. Tempo was like, okay, I can work with that. And they did, and that was impressive. I gotta say though, Gates of Obscura, this was the Rat Pack's map. This was their choice, this was their best map. And they gotta make it work on a map that they might not necessarily like here on game 3.
Yeah, I could definitely see that being a problem because it did really feel like a lot of the plays that were happening were because of the map, which is a good thing to have. It is really good to have a map that you kind of know and you can make plays off of it because you're, interacting with the map in a way that is overall good. However, if you go to a map, which we're not sure what the next map is, but if it's something I would say pretty standard, like maybe an AtLab or it's an Inkies. Of course it's an Inkies. These are the boys we're talking about. It's Inkies Splash Zone. This is a map that I am very scared for the Rats for. Because I know Vaughn loves this map. I don't know how Kainu and Bells feel on it, but I'm just thinking about Kainu character pool. He's probably fine, and I know Bells is fine. That guy plays XG. Like, he's completely chill. And if he really wants, there's a Rasmus in there too. Why not?
Yeah. I mean, it's not. I'm not saying that like Fresh and Carmine and Tempo don't know how to play Inkies, right? I mean, we've been playing with the same maps for years now. Like, everybody's had their hands on Inkies, but in a competitive setting where every mistake is punished by both teams, it's going to be a little harder if you're playing with a map that you haven't necessarily toyed around with. And Rat Pack just showed so much map knowledge on Gates that I'm not sure if they can show the same on any other map.
For sure. And looking at the awakenings that we've drafted, and it's going to be a bit of a gross situation. Hey, Juno, not a Juno, sorry. I looked at Hotshot and thought Juno, as you do. But a Hotshot and a Super Surge means that Juno is actually a character I think both these teams have in the pocket. So I wonder if that'll get a ban. But that also opens up the idea of, I don't know, Centauro maybe? Probably not. I don't think people are very fond of Centauro right now, even though I think he's completely fine, and the haters need to. I'll allow that message. There's a lot of picks here that are on the table, and I'm really curious how the ban phase is going to look out, because I think the bans will dictate what happens.
Yeah, I mean, we saw an Inkies game last series, right? It was HMG versus the Bozo Bunch. Yeah, and they banned banned Aimi. Yeah, and they took Estelle Kai. They split those two top priority midfields up. But there's hot shots on the field, so Juno's obviously big threat here. So you like what you say. I think absolutely I agree with. Someone's gonna ban or someone's gonna take the blob.
Yeah, and that is a very concerning pick, I think, for a map as open. Because if Juno gets access to red speed, the barrier is just so massive.
Yeah.
That Juno gets
no goalie.
Red speed's very impactful. Yeah. No goalie can really consistently hold it against the red speed. And Rat's actually going to be banning the boys. They've decided that they do not want Vaughn on that again, and that makes sense with what we saw. That makes sense. There was a lot of value we were getting out of the eject button. Surprisingly, I feel like we've seen a lot of Kai today. Initially with Merchant, now with Vaughn.
And he was
boys. Good. Yeah, he was. Yeah, it was a really good pick on both games. He got a ton of value. That does mean that Rats are also going to pick up the Estelle first pick. She's going to be very happy on that hot shot start. I don't know who it'll be. Go off last game, probably Frightfully Fresh, but we don't know. Boys did ban the Feeny. Just go ahead and get the damage game out of there. That character is unbelievably ill. And we're back. We have another Luna. That is that I'm willing to stake my life. No, I'm not. Because that's red.
Don't stake your life.
guys, do not. I'm fine. I didn't say it all. I actually don't know whose Luna that is, but
okay,
I do know that it's probably Vaughn's Atlas. And on a hot shot start on this map, I imagine he's going to be very, very comfortable.
I mean, Luna Atlas. Are we going to see a gentleman's handshake for a no Juno Inky hot shot start? Is that what's happening right now?
I'm down, and I can definitely see that being something these teams do. I can see. Oh, wait, do we see the Bruno?
No, are we gonna see the Bruno? Is that what's going on?
they're remaking.
Okay, they're remaking. It's fine.
No.
We might see a Juno yet.
I was so
I mean-
excited. I thought maybe this would be the Bells Bruno that I've been hearing whispers about in the wind. I'm always down to see more off meta, more off meta picks. I don't know the word I'm looking for.
More unconventional stuff, yeah. I mean, this week has been great for those. I think we saw Loom and play Double Brawler, I think, at some points. I've seen some like hints of that.
We did. We have seen a lot of interesting comps today. Which might be a good thing. Maybe the world is healing. We're seeing more and more people branch out. And we went from what I would consider a very cool start to a start I hate.
Oh.
Prime time.
Yeah, where'd the hot shot go?
Okay,
Oh,
never
it's not
mind.
changed.
Just kidding. I saw Prime Time show up and I got scared. Turns out
Yeah,
it's the
no,
same
it's
start,
just
Supercharged Hot Shot. We're just remaking the drafter. I imagine they locked the wrong character or something.
That makes sense. I mean, we can pick off where we left off and start theory crafting too. I mean, we might see a Bruno. We still might see a Bruno. We don't know. What else is there with Hot Shot that's good? I mean, Estelle was picked. Atlas was picked. I mean, how do you feel about the Luna? I feel like Luna's not necessarily like a super big Hot Shot character, but then Sapboy's drafted her. That might have been the mistake.
I think it's a character that can be very, very volatile, even if it's not maybe the best. First of all, Hot Shot is actually fine on the. I know people like think of Luna and you think of like a damage character, and it is true that she does want to like drop all of her damage. However, it is also really nice whenever you have Hot Shot on that character because you just red speed so frequently. If you hit a rocket, if you hit a dash, if you hit a ult, and you're actually likely to hit a lot of ults where you hit the core, so you get a little bit of a refund there. And as we can see, it's looking all the same. Instead of the Atlas,
we have a rune.
Yeah, we have a rune instead of the Atlas, and I'm suddenly lost because that changes a little bit of everything going into the last draft. I saw the Atlas and I assumed that was Vaughn Atlas. As I know he plays it occasionally on this map and on a Hot Shot start, that just seems to be what made sense to me. The Rats looking like they're just going to lock a pretty standard comp, I think. Estelle Rasmus.
Yeah.
Throw all your stuff at the goalie, see what happens.
Definitely wonder. I mean, I wonder if the Luna rune is there. I mean, maybe they saw last game. Hey, I see you use that combo. It looks fun. I'm gonna use it too. But this is game 3, guys. So they got to put, whoever wins here wins the series. There's no takey backsies. Oh, we see an Atlas pick here from the Rat Pack. So, it's pretty standard Inkies comp, like you said, and we see a Luna, Juliet, and Rune from the boys.
I am pretty comfortable saying that it's probably Vaughn on the Rune.
Yeah.
And I'm just initially, based off what I know as a player, caster, commentator, whatever you want to, all my OS knowledge, I think Rats drafted a better team.
Okay. Are you going to put your life on the line?
No, I'm not putting my life on the line. Absolutely not after last game. Maybe another series. But never count Tempo Melon out. Never count Carmine out. Never, Frightfully Fresh. No shade to Frightfully Fresh. He just didn't really. He just had a good game. But Red Side boys, as much as I want to be like, yeah, boys, that's my favorite team. I can't comfortably say I like Rune Luna.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but maybe I'm proven
wrong. We gotta see because this is definitely a very different comp from last Inkies game that we saw, and that was such a quick and brutal Inkies game, and this might seem a little more core control even. But we do see the first barrier get taken with the piercing shot from Carmine with the Aqua Jet power pressure. And Tempo Melon getting it around Vaughn. Rat Pack is off to a great start on this one.
Absolutely, and we have for hot shots in this Awakening, the only people opting into Super Surge actually is the Luna and Rasmus. Tempo Melon probably wants the secondary speed, if I had to guess, so that she can just go around the rune pillars. That can be a little frustrating, but it also allows you to secondary from further away and still manage to like impact, which is quite nice on this map. Yeah, we're gonna kind of just like slow it down. See, Tempo Melon's trying to just survive, and I imagine this will be a real threat later in the game. Right now, I don't think it is, but I mean, yeah, you have an Atlas behind you. Like, is there really that threat? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Celestial Intervention just used almost kind of liberally just tossing it out. Carmine using the flip, but Kainoob is read that timing like the book. Bell's coming in with the dash punch means that the barrier is open, and that's going to be the Aqua Jet loading in for Vaughn. Nice dodge, but Tempo Melon, nice Rasmus hook as well, and just pushes through despite the Aqua Jet going on.
Okay, Tempo Melon, deciding that, like, you know what? We're just going to play a traditional brawler this game. We're just going to do what's worked in the past. And I can respect that, you know? I'm gonna reinvent it.
Why fix what's broken? I mean, great offense. Rightfully Fresh has to burn their flip on the other side of the field. Nice Luna. Doesn't even need the pillar. Just gets the kill off of just raw damage. Kainoob doesn't use the flip, still holding onto it. And this is potentially a set winning point for Rat Pack. They really want to just end it here. Bell's dashing in. Fresh holds the secondary until the bitter end, and they hold the barrier. But two flips on the side of Kainoob, who misses Carmine, and now Vaughn has to play a 1v3, and this is such a dangerous map to defend on. Core flip used from Kainoob, has to hold the core for the rune pillar to come up, and now Bells has the core flip. They might have to use it here, and they do. So Sad Boys are following Rat Pack. They're trailing 1-2, but it's still Sad Boys.
Yeah, that is one of my probably favorite things about Luna, and it's not really like a Luna midfield thing. It's just a Luna thing. Like, if you have a Luna on your team, and you have like, she just drops that ult on top of the enemy goalie, it feels really, really oppressive to deal with, because like you either have to evade it and then possibly like get dash punched, or like, you know, you just throw the ball and then the Luna nuke follows up. It does make for some really nice like situations like that, where you just push the goalie out of the way and say, here you go, take this freebie, this one's on me.
Yeah, oh my goodness. The freebie in question is Carmine, actually, who was saved by the Celestial Intervention. A great timing from Fresh. Carmine is all back up to full HP. Nice Rose Warp, but read by Vaughn, and now Bell's dribbling up, dash punching in. Gets the barrier, answered by Carmine though with the piercing shot, and now Tempo looking for the kill, looking for the goal. Double Aqua Cannon coming in. Bells rescues it from the other side, and now Tempo Melon is banished by Vaughn. Nice hold from the rune goalie, but a great backwards piercing shot from Carmine towards Bells' offense. And Tempo, nice hook, but the redirect blocked by Vaughn. Who holds on to the flip for just a second too long. And that's all they need. Rat Pack, use Energy Burst.
Use Energy Burst pings are coming out, and we'll see what the Estelle is granted. Ooh, actually a very, very important draft. Twin Drive, getting that out and away from this, just anybody really. But getting that either for your Estelle or your Atlas is very, very good, especially on a map like this where kickoff is very important. Having those extra CDs is really nice. And Rasmus is also pretty happy here as well, picking up the inner focus, you know. Rightfully Fresh, I'm sorry, take a seat. You're not getting anything too fun, but, you know, take your cast to last. You'll be okay.
Yeah, I mean, it might help Fresh if he has to hold on to the, you know, makes the Celestial Intervention last that much longer. So the Brawler will have to time it instead of waiting it out. Oh, that was a scary moment from the barrier. So hard to hold. Luna Nuke coming down. Celestial Intervention just lasting a little longer. Exactly saves Carmine, but Kainoob says no. Okay, go back. Just gone. Power play on the side of Sad Boys, but they did use a lot of abilities, and Tempo Melon has hers. Using the Whiplash, still has a Pendulum Swing though. Uses on Bells though, and now they're trying to get it out through this rune pillar, that just holds forever. Dash thwarted by Tempo Melon, but still the pillar just in that corner, just sectioning off that map. And Bells 1v1, 2v1 with Rightfully Fresh, still holding onto the barrier is the Rat.
It's going to go around. Bells and Vaughn on the wall. This is not really where you want the ball. You ideally want this, you know, on the other side, because getting it through on this long side is just so unbelievably hard. on the entirety of this lobby is about to have core flips, by the way.
Yeah, Kainu had the core flip, and Carmine is the next one to have it. Nice hook from Tempo, but Vaughn did read it. Aqua Jet pressure coming in. Carmine with a core flip. They do hold though, do the sad boys. Kainu trying to beat up Carmine and force the core flip out, but it's going to be used offensively like that. And Vaughn's strike shot just going a little too slow. Save that core.
Yeah, really nice shot. Also a really good attempt at the save there. If that would have saved low-key, I would have... Insane if that would have saved it. It would look so cool, but alas, it's not going to. You know, Vaughn Bells do have flips, so there is like real potential here for them to just like take this point, but I don't know. They're down a barrier, and we know how this goes. If you lose your barrier, you lose because the water cannon is... It's the water cannon. It's Inky's water cannon.
Yeah, Inky's water cannon does the job for you. Bells using the core flip, I think. Oh, they were looking for the kill onto the Atlas, actually. And Aqua Cannon is here. It's down, and Bells is just going to get the goal. No cannon needed. Whatever, we got it. And Sat Boys tie up the set, 1-1.
Yeah, and we're kind of seeing Inkies. Like a very flip-floppy map, I think.
Absolutely.
It's very, very easy for these teams. I mean, the rounds go so fast once the I'm having a stroke. Once the goalie barrier.
Barriers are down?
Yeah, the barriers are down. Yep. Really weird. You know what? You gotta take it. How do you break?
That makes sense. We're good. We're good. Oh my goodness, what a piercing shot from Carmine. Gets the barrier wide open, and they even have control over the midfield. Vaughn is holding, but the Aqua Jet is just gonna make so much pressure. And Tempo just beating it through to Luna. I mean, these points are longer. These points are longer than Bozo versus HMG. But they're still pretty fast.
They are still pretty fast, and I think that is probably something that you're very happy with if you're the Rat Pack. You don't really want the ball to go too fast because you have an Atlas, right? Still, Rasmus might be okay with it going fast, but like, still, there's a lot of volatility in a fast core, and I think you kind of want the ball to be a little slow so you can just set up your Estelle stuff, your Rasmus stuff, so your Atlas isn't like stressing out too much.
Yeah, right now it's Carmine who has to get straight back, get the orb. Tempo has the core flip though, and this is a point for them so they can burn it at an opportune time, kind of just holding off for here, like, oh, and then they win, Kainu! I mean,
he's doing the thing. That's why he's Kainu. You know, like he just decided that he wanted to win that round, and actually, I mean, beautiful little setup, the little dribble to get the strike reset around, and I mean, Frightfully Fresh just cannot get back in time, unfortunately. But, you know, Tempo Melon does have a flip to work with, so if they really want to end this point out, like, it's a possibility. Oh, I lied. I'm sorry.
Oh, the flip now in favor of Sat Boys and Von Bells and the Aqua Cannon and Kainu. Just making sure the offense just stays on that side. Banish onto Tempo, and there we go. No flips have been used for the Sat Boys side, but it's okay. They won the set. I mean, oh my gosh, Kainu.
Yeah, and that's the X factor, you know. Maybe not actually X, but that is the Kainu effect, I guess. You know, he just decides that he's gonna win it, and that's actually just enough to put it in. Deadeye actually surprisingly not being picked up. It's gonna be Glass Cannon, which
extra special spectring Deadeye and Kainu just takes Glass Cannon. I mean, this is Aura.
That is a little interesting. I don't really know. I can't tell you why. I guess the move speed, a little bit of power is a nice middle ground instead of opting all in on the Glass or the Deadeye. But Rune does pick it up, and Carmine seems to be lagging out. They might not wait it out. They don't have to. The boys do not have to respect the wait, especially after cooldowns have been used. And it does not look like it's going to be Carmine looking like he's back. Yeah, I think... Oh, I'm sorry. He is not. And it's just going to play out. There's not much we can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, once the point starts, right, it's a little hard to wait. Bells just gets the barrier and pushes it in, Flame Flurry, and hopefully Carmine resets back. There's a short break between the points.
Yeah, we do hope that he can find that,
No
and get that figured out, because... Yeah, that is a very unfortunate thing, especially on a game like this, you know, when all the marbles And man, are the marbles oh so yummy. Oh, goodbye, Kainu.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, Bells is set up strongly, but Strike Shot from Frightfully Fresh is going to deny that. And so much damage, but coming onto Bells right between the secondary. Nice Spanish dodge from Tempo, making sure to work with that. Oh my gosh, the Strike Shot from Mondo denies the offensive from Rat Pack, and Bells launches on the orb on the side of Fresh. Kainu dashes into Tempo, and this stacking up speed every second. Nice redirect, or not redirect from Tempo, getting the barrier. Vaughn has to play around, but Kainu returns just in time. All three members of Boys have flips. Both of them use it. Kainu uses it first, gets the core out, and now Bells is waiting in the sidelines, going there through the astral projection. Nice Strike Shot, and a teleport through. Double Room Pillar. Oh, holds! Does not go, the core does not go between the barriers. And now Bells Rose Warp Stun. But the pillar is there, and a kill onto the cell, and the pillar holds still, creating an advantageous position for the boys, and Vaughn intercepts that with a well-timed Strike Shot. Bells is there, nice dribble, flame flurry it through. Oh, but they hold the Aqua Cannons here. The fourth member of the boys finally threads the needle there, and Bells finds the goal.
I don't know, dare I say, though, I think we're seeing a little bit of nerves from both teams, actually. We're seeing a lot of things I feel like don't normally happen here on this, last game. Inkies, neither team really chilling comfortably. It's not a crucial match by any means. This is no elimination match, but it does seem like both teams really want to win. And Bells, my little dash punch means that Bells actually might be able to put it away and claim Sad Boys their second set.
Yeah, Tempo passed the core flip though, and they can use it right here. Flame Flurry, but nice pendulum swing from Tempo Melon, and a great pass from Carmine means that they're set up with a 1v1. I mean, that pillar just does not go away. That's timeless creator value right there, even with the core flip. Bond using it this time and waits out the strike from Tempo before getting it through. Pillar still holding value right on top of the Tempo Melon. Doesn't nuke fall, and Frightfully Fresh has to deal with the Bells right on top of them. The secondary even is dodged out and has to use the astral projection. And Kainu now with the core flip, just getting the core to the sidelines menacingly. Nice reset, but still Bells is there and punches it through, and even gets the cheeky KO. After that slight disconnect, the Sad Boys have really found their footing.
Yeah, it does seem like maybe there is just a little bit too much pressure being built, and Bells is going to be rewarded heavily with his choice of peak performance, prize fighter, 1-2, stacks on stack. I mean, God, everything and more you could ask for. He's going to be opting into the peak performance. That makes sense. You just kind of want to do the little core control. You're not worrying too much about killing people. Your Luna's going to get some damage. Your Rune's going to probably get some with Monyu, if I had to imagine. Actually opting into the 1-2 punch. We're feeling exceptionally violent today. And yeah, I mean, this is, again, another draft where I feel like, yes, the boys got a lot, but Rats, Prize Fighter is always a scaling thing that you need to worry about. One kill is all it takes sometimes. Stacks on stacks, inner focus, Rasmus is going to be very, very strong, especially whenever he's got a super surge and a build different to put on top of that. And a little team player for your Atlas, nobody's ever complained about that.
Yeah, I mean, Rat Pack has definitely kept up in terms of power levels of Awakening, right? But I think the fact that they just killed Tempo Melon just like that is a little disturbing. Stacks have been reset. Thankfully, it was just the first point of the set, but hopefully that's not a case for more things to come, because Carmine is also looking low. Celestial Intervention with that cast blast creating some value, but Carmine does not have evade anymore, and that pillar is just holding forever. Vaughn places at the most strategic points. Nice dash from Bells, rotates around, but Vaughn's there with a fully formed pillar, just waiting and waiting. The Obscura is open, unfortunately does not banish everybody, and Tempo wants to get the barrier nice and out, but Vaughn denying even that with the pillar. I mean, goodness gracious, Vaughn is doing so much here in the net, and even gets that with a strike shot. Carmine forced to burn their energy, and Vaughn's walking up slowly but surely. He has a core flip. Els has a core flip. Doesn't want to use it for the goal quite yet. They want to save their resources, but here it is. We see the punch. Great strike war window from Tempo, I believe. But still, Vaughn putting on so much defensive pressure. The core slips through. Finally, the core slips through the barrier, and now Bell's getting it to Tempo Melon, who redirects up. But Vaughn does use the core flip, and Kainu also has a core flip now. and using the Aqua Cannon, the Rune Pillar stays strong. The second one hidden underneath the first one stays strong. Another nuke coming out, burning Carmine's resources. Nice dodge on the banished Templeman is on point. But Bell's trying to get it through, and Kainu connects with it as well. And eventually, we see the boys on match point.
It is, and this is a very, very... It's so back and forth. It feels like every round is anybody's round. Vaughn and Tempo Melon locking eyes, both like having these moments where they just, like soul read each other. And then unfortunately, sometimes there's just nothing you can do whenever you look into the other person's soul. Yeah, this is a terrifying spot to be with Rats. If they want to win, they have to like pick it up. 3 more points to go before they have another safety net of a point they can take, loose.
Yeah, they have to play perfectly at least for 3 more points. And Tempo Melon trying to go in with the Whiplash up and ready. Can they get around Vaughn? No, they can't. The hook even goes astray. Bells and Kainu just running on top of Carmine, wresting the core from the clutches up that cell. Carmine trying to get through, but gets banished instead. Nice block from Frightfully Fresh. Even tries to turn on Kainu, does not get the kill though, and Bell just dribbling through. Tempo Mill wins the Strike War twice, and the Crystal Thorn's coming out, but Vaughn did wait for it. Nice Rune Pillar, and now Carmine's looking so dangerously low. I don't know if the Celestial Intervention's there to save them, but they are dodging around. Kainu survives that. Survives the missile, and now Tempo Mill trying to put on pressure, trying to save Carmine, who dodges the dash from Bells. They faded out a lot of skills, but they need to make something happen with it. The Pendulum Swing is the start. Crystal Thorn misses, but they do get the piercing shot, not off, but Tempo Mill finds the barrier. Flip used, and the hook. I mean, that was what Tempo Mill was trying to do. All those points ago.
Yeah, beautiful setup from Tempo. Probably the only winning play at that immediate moment, and because of that, actually, there is enough time. Tempo Melon fully stacked, 150 pancakes. Oh my god, it almost all went away as I would.
Carmine survives, and the barrier goes down. Oh my god, the Rat Pack's so back. They're so back.
They're back.
10 seconds, in 10 seconds, Rat Pack has just equalized the whole set here.
Yeah, they have. They just have so much. They got so many resources to use, I feel like. With all the CDR, 26 from Inner Focus on Tempo Melon, and Tempo already taking the barrier, that means the beam is online for them, and the boys need something now!
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of split, but unfortunately the Aqua Cannon is a little stronger than most of the strikers on the field, unfortunately, so does lose against that. Tempo Melon coming in, wonderfully timed pillar from Vaughn, but the hook from Tempo Melon! We're going to set 5 once again. Rat Pack has equalized themselves once again with the boys.
Wait, never count Tempo and Carmine out. Holy, never count the Rats out. They're always here. And I mean, oh my. Oh, that is Tempo Melon. Primetime Quick Strike, Heavy Impact. There's so much. Honestly, I thought Tempo Melon already had Quick Strikes with how she's playing. She's low-key moving a little different. But like now she's got like Quick Strike Plus, I guess. Luna, Primetime, I guess. But is that even really that threatening? I don't know. I really don't know. And Estelle also managing to pick up a Heavy Impact, the abilities, the damage, the cooldown, and your Atlas gets improp. He's reached the grail, the holy grail of improp on Atlas. There's so much in this draft, and I'm looking at boys draft. Your Siege Machine rune is not that threatening, and neither is your OAA Julie, I have to say.
I mean, Bells is moving with such speed, and they get the barrier, and Bells reaches even that. Oh my gosh, at that point does miss though. Bells is there with the Flame Flurry, gets the kill, of course rescue, but oh my god, never count speed out. Speed is so good. Bells gets the kill, Bells gets the goal. I mean, sad boys.
Okay, I know I said the OAA wasn't that scary, but every time OAA has been picked up, I think I've seen it win. I don't think I've seen that Awakening lose. I don't know, maybe they know something I don't. Maybe it is actually secretly cracked, but also Bells is like losing no HP. He's got 2 more.
The Siege Machine range! Oh my gosh, Bells is so fast! Stop this person! Oh, the nuke's coming down! Oh my goodness, I'm lagging. And the Aqua Cannon comes down, okay, I'm back. The core flip, the goal, I mean, it's the Sad Boys, just so much momentum behind them. They're hitting like a truck.
They are, and unfortunately, Rats have no stacks, no prize fighter, no inner focus, 30 pancakes. Like 30? That's not even a stack.
Oh my gosh, that's like the Denny's leftovers pancake after like a day at LAN or something. But Bells is so fast. Bells is crossing the midfield. They need to do something about Bells. The pillar's coming down. The Battle of the Pillars is won by the right side pillar, and now Fresh has to walk, but doesn't want to walk too far forward. The banish range from the Siege Machine is working wonders on this Rat Pack. And Kainu has flipped now. Tempo, great placement, almost taken off the field. That's so scary. Off the cannon coming down. Vaughn has core flip as well, almost taken off the field, but a piercing shot does use flip this time. Gets it around the hook. Sprightly Fresh has flip though. And Vaughn trying to make sure that they have the teammates before committing to a direction, and they do get around. Bells is so fast. Tempo, the Luna slightly messing it up, and piercing shot, but Vaughn gets it past the pendulum swing. Somehow, some way, Bells is running on towards Sprightly Fresh. He has to use astral projection. And now the missile coming down. Tempo Melon with the whiplash even wins against the pendulum swing. Once again, Vaughn dies though, and Rat Pack is at 1-2. They're trying to get to a 0.5 here.
They are, and Vaughn did die. That is a point for them, but notably also Carmine did not even get the prize fighter stacked up, immediately falling victim to the fiery flurry or whatever it's called. You know, the Julie special.
Yeah, the Flame Flurry, so that is a bit of a bummer for the Rat Pack, but they need more moments like these. Tempo Melon looking low, Celestial Intervention used. Oh, Bells gets it around, dashes forward, gets the secondary from Atlas out onto cooldown. Bells has 4 flips as well, rotating down to a dangerous side, but Red Team gets it through. The Sad Boys are back in business. Bells is zipping up with core flip Flame Flurry used, but unfortunately the core wasn't there. Tempo Melon trying to get the Whiplash online, and they do, but the core does slip through once again. Wins the strike now. The Kainu gets a kill on to Estelle. If their prize fighter stack wasn't at 0 before, it's 0 now. The nuke slightly greased, but it's okay. They got so much damage out. Rotating it upwards now, dashing it in, and Bells gets it over a stun. Frightfully fresh. Carmine is back, but the backline of Rat Pack is in shambles. Aqua Cannon waited out though. Very good play from Tempo Melon. Kainu past the core flip. Now a great piercing shot covering the out clear means that Tempo can play. Oh, a slightly missed strike means that the secondary from Frightfully Fresh has to come back. Kainu rotating it back down. 1v1 once again. Kainu is back, zipping in, using the nuke. Get some pressure on Bell. Saved by the Aqua Cannon, which ends just in time. And oh my gosh, Tempo Melon. She's making it happen.
We're going set 5.5.
We're going set 5.5.
Craziest game of the entire season, dare I say. I mean, both these teams are so they need the win. They need the win. The water cannon is going to be volatile. The banish trying to look for something. I don't know. There's so much on this game.
Yeah, this is they're trying to prove themselves to each other at this point. You know, like it's kind of zipping in, get that barrier open. Vaughn almost has 4 flip. And they're going to get it right there. Tempo Melon looking low, doesn't have time to get into the Celestial Intervention. Aqua Cannon's coming down, but the core is not quite there. Bell gets the kill. Oh, does not get the kill. The Aqua Cannon ends right at the perfect time, and Tempo gets the Whiplash onto Vaughn, meaning that the net is open for both teams. This is 5.5. There's nowhere to go but forward. If you lose this, it's over. And nice Rose Warp, but a pillar from Vaughn answers. The hook was not there in time. Fresh has a core flip now, and Bells is coming back to answer it. Whiplash coming down. Whiplash is out. Pendulum Swing is out as well. Bells misses the kill. The nuke is coming down, but Fresh holds it and uses the core flip. Bells has a core flip as well right between them, but still the core goes around. Pendulum Swing coming out, and the dribble, and the goal. Tempo Melon makes it happen for the Rat Pack, and they take it over Sad Boys 2-1.
Holy... my god, cinema game. Okay, first of all, well played. Both teams put on a crazy performance. I'll be honest, a game ago I was looking at Rat Pack, and I think before the big switch up, a game ago I was looking at Rat Pack, and I was thinking, it's not looking good. It's really not looking good. I was already planning about how I was gonna say Rat Pack. You know, they put up a crazy performance in that. Even if they lost the series, they took a map off Boys, the only team to do so. But no, they decided that they don't want just one, they want 2. And while we're at it, let's take a series as well. That will be the Boys' first defeat of the season. The only 2 defeats of the season, actually. They haven't dropped a map except against this team today. And, I mean, the stats say a lot. The stats are right here.
Look at the goal stats. It's so funny that you see a 9-1 on Tempo, 9-1 on Bells, and 2-7 on Carmine and Kainu. It's just, you know, it's so close that any single mistake could have cost him the game. And oh my goodness, I did watch genuinely fun Inky's game. I love it. It was amazing, and now I think nasl just got that much more competitive. I think that's 3 teams in the 4-1 line here. I think that's the Demon Time. I think that's Rat Pack, and now I think it's the boys. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's what we're gonna be seeing, and that's just so fun to watch. Like, there's so much more things to watch as we go into the coming weeks.
Yeah, I am not familiar. I'm sure we'll have the games updated, but that is a massive win for the Rat Pack. Congratulations. That is, I mean, you know what? I'll say, for those that watched the pre-show, Vaughn called it. He said he was losing that game. I'm almost certain he did.
Hey, I mean, he I think he called it 2-0 though, so that's a little bit more. But I mean, I'm
whatever.
that was a good game.
That doesn't matter. It was a great game, and the Rats finally getting very comfortable. 4-1 for both these teams, and I mean, we still have 2 more games to go today. Very exciting. If you have anything left to say, go ahead. Otherwise, I think we'll go ahead and cut to break.
We're going to be back, guys, but we're going to be back with Doc versus Polar. That's also another super integral game if either of these 2 teams want to have playoff chances. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back.
Point of grand finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Uh-oh, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back, nasl Season 7. What am I doing here? Zeus Yoshi, what is happening?
We brought you back from the depths to cast this big game. We've got Polar Cortex versus Dog Slayers 3. What Vaughn was saying on the pre-show was a bit of a dogfight. Hey yo, a big one. These two teams, I believe, both 1 and 3. I think Vaughn said something that I don't want to say I resonate. It's not my words. It's his words, not mine. But people did not think that either of these teams would have a win. I'm very happy to see them both have a win. But here we're seeing a couple of scrappers duke it out in this match. I've been looking forward to it all week.
Well, we're getting it started as the two teams looking for a couple more wins on the table, it seems. As you see Twisty trying to make the most of this Kazan character, and I'm not quite sure of the meta at the current moment, but that's all the fun, actually, as we're going into it. This feels so weird to me looking at these rosters. It's like a level up since the last time I've been here almost, right? Obviously the Fool and A and Name Chaotic have kind of started, they've had their rise, but we're seeing Dog? Oh my goodness, and they scored as we see Twisty with the hook and the strike right past the Fool. The Kai could just not keep up with that one. This is a good showing so far.
Oh, we're seeing the Dogs today. Hey, here they are pulling out, like you said, the Kazan. To my understanding, not a popular character. People are not playing the Kazan. I think Twisty is the only one, but she's making it work, just getting these barriers like they're nothing. And really, I think it'll be a little bit of trouble trying to score, but give the Dogs enough time, and they'll be getting through the Fool.
Give the Dogs enough time, and if time is what you need, I think Atlas, a great goalie for that, especially here on the Inky's app, or Inky's, I almost said Inky's app, Inky's map. As we see both gold barriers down, the cannons both underway, but it's not going to matter because a great flip and a great shot down to the bottom corner. The strike shot just not quite there in time from Weston, but a great attempt either way.
Yep, big point from Polar Cortex and Borg. I want your just raw gut reaction. Okay. What do you think? What do you think about X on this map? Just feel it out for me.
So bad. Just one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. I was getting there. I honestly was kind of dreading talking about it because this just sounds awful. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is maybe it's new meta, but I feel like there's nothing to sit in front of. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many ways to kite away, but it doesn't matter because as we're yapping about the X can only sit and watch as Twisty 1v2s in the net with the primary into strike. Just beautiful stuff right now coming in from Twisty.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing a lot of value out of the Kazan, and I think it is a good early game pick. I think we're seeing the value here. I do think that the X, it's just fundamental. X is one of the best brawlers in the game. I think it'd be kind of wrong to not say the best. So we've been seeing him on every map.
Really?
I think people would be pulling him out on Oni if given the chance. And he just kind of, the game plan is to just wait until set 3 and just try and sit in front of the enemy net on the barrier, just anything. Right there, I think we saw another awesome Twisty play.
There it is,
pop up and putting it in the net, but we're on 0.5 now.
We are indeed on 0.5 now. Twisty making plays all over the pitch here, and there's another one. Got the KO there onto A, and we see Nikki trying to bring up the core here. But the Fool making fools out of this offense for Dog. They need to find something here, but A is right back up, and they cannot find the power play barrier. And that's a great defense from the Fool as we're seeing the core getting brought up. Nikki, who, I mean, I just thought about this now. Midfield, not brawler now from what I'm used to, but we'll see how she does. As we've seen the core get brought up, the core flip as well on the Estelle. Lots of potential to make some plays here. Nim Chaotic cannot get much with that X, but A, with a great Vice ultimate, gets the strike as well. Down to that bottom corner, the barrier is gone. Weston has almost nothing to defend, but an even greater flip from Nikki to get that barrier, but that costs her life. As seeing the Fool just has to defend against one alone Twisty, and there we go. As the power play is still running, we have a couple seconds left. We have a couple shots, a couple opportunities, but no, Twisty finds the clear away, almost the goal bear actually, as the Fool just barely made it back in time. And Weston just sitting there on the Atlas with the open net. Can the core flip make it? The beautiful shot on the top corner, named Chaotic, makes the X known.
Yeah, great play by Name Chaotic. going to be getting the MVP. Wow, I was about to talk about the Fool, say like, if you want to watch anybody, that's the guy. He's going to be holding it down, has been, but I don't care anymore. The Fool, who we're looking at, named Chaotic, getting this big built different, getting the size, going to be having that much more presence on the map, and I think this is pretty dangerous for the Dogs. Going down a set against X Vice, this is just never where you want to be, especially with picking up extra special right there. That's going to be super impactful. And a Dash Awakening for the Fool. This is just like a crazy Polar Cortex draft right here.
Yeah, I mean, that was fairly decent there. I mean, you're getting everything you want, right? X with size becomes, I mean, you said he's good, so I'll take your word for it, but at the same time, the size lets him do exactly what he wants, and that's be a nuisance, and that's a kill right there for Named Chaotic, who's level 4 now, doing great so far. Cannot quite get the kill onto Nicky Minlin, who's bouncing all around the Inky Splash zone here, as we're seeing a couple plays, and there you go. Nicky Minnow gets bounced up to the top side, but makes a play with it. The Fool did not quite have anything for that piercing shot, but there we go. The KO is getting taken away. Twisty almost finds the goal. Well done, but an even better job from the Fool at saving that one there, with the ultimate forcing out. Oh my gosh, double core flip. They do not like Twisty right now, getting the health low, but it's not going to matter. No, Weston did not quite get the primary in range, and this core flips, I mean, I guess they worked out.
Yeah, just big power play coming out from Polar Cortex. Some just crazy brawler violence going on, taking Twisty out of the play, and that's going to be netting them a point. Another barrier, too. Looking like a bit of, well, it's Inkies. There's no more barriers. We've got no barriers.
This map is basically no barriers, unless you just are way better than the other team or you're playing very defensive. It's so hard to hold those barriers, and that's why I think the Kai, I mean, should in theory be a really, really good pick here, especially for the Fool, who is so good at it, but runs a little bit too far out of position, and Nicky is just there to tap it in.
Yeah, I agree. I like the Kai pick a lot. I do think you mentioned some more defensive play, and we're seeing that Weston on Atlas there. I do think the Polar Cortex has been getting some quick early barriers, and that's super dangerous for the Dogs. They do not want this barrier to drop at all. Otherwise, the Atlas is just kind of, he's a guy. He's such a guy in this game. He's not. He's pretty okay. It's hard for a melee goalie to be bad, but on this map, he's so slow. I mean, look at him, shark in the midfield line. Going to be a big power play for the Dogs here, but like if that ball gets past him, it's over.
Yeah, I'd say Atlas is like A tier when the barrier's up on this map, and then turns into a straight C tier when the barrier's gone. Still pretty good overall, especially into more damage, which we're seeing right now with the Vice and the X. So it's going to be a lot easier for Nicky and Twisty to survive here. But oh my goodness, this doesn't even matter when the ball just gets launched straight down the field with that splash barrier, or excuse me, that splash zone. As Named Chaotic just taps it in. Weston did not quite have the range on the secondary for that one.
Yeah, that was a textbook rock and hard plays kind of scenario. Just core wedged right between the expanse and the cannon. Nowhere to really go except in, and Named Chaotic able to capitalize, but that's going to be barriered down for the Dogs here. And just a great play, big burst in the corner from Nicky Minlin to put it in. Bring us to another 0.5.
Yeah, I looked away for 1 second, and Nicky finds the goal. So there you go, 2 and 2, another 0.5 here. This is shaping up to be a very, very close series if it all keeps going the same way. The Fool starting it off strong with that sprint, trying to get an early goal, but oh my goodness, it's an early KO on to Nicky, who just could not quite avoid all the damage from A. It's a core flip from the Fool, keeping it away from the barrier for now, as Weston has absolutely nothing, has blew the entire load trying to save that barrier, and it was just not quite enough, as Named Chaotic wins the strike war onto Twisty. And Yoshi, this is Dog's map pick, and they're currently down 2-0.
That's dangerous. An unfortunate load on the field, but it's just not going to be enough as Polar Cortex here taking a second set. X, again, Named Chaotic just running away with it. Going to be picking up stacks. I think kind of hard to stack up on this map, but if points go on a little bit longer, it's X with speed. We're getting the size, we're getting the speed, like checking off all the boxes to make this guy just the biggest nuisance on the field. That is Reptile Remedy going to Twisty, a little bit of stagger going to help, especially because Polar Cortex has been adamant to take down either of the Dogs forward, so any sort of survivability for them is going to be monumental. And this is it's do or die for them. They have to win the next 3 sets if they want to win this game.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, they're not in too bad of a spot to do it. They get the team player, so they're going to be moving the core around a bit quicker. They have the Timeless Creator on Weston just to, keep the goal safe a little bit longer, right? And then Twisty gets more survivability, which is exactly what you want. So it's not the perfect draft, but you didn't get, anything bad there. So it's definitely not bad at all for Dogs. His name Chaotic needs to be careful. Now with the stacks, he can't afford dying rather this early on. As seeing Twisty go for the KO, but it's just not quite going to be enough as A is trying to keep the pressure forward, but the Fool is just stalling Twisty as long as possible. But there's the KO, and Weston keeps Twisty safe. That's going to be a bit of a turnaround here for the Dogs, but they need to get this barrier. There you go. Twisty finds the gold barrier there, and then there's the goal with that secondary into strike. That's beautiful.
Yeah, great setup, great flip. Just capitalizing on the situation. And we're also seeing Dogs able to put out a lot of damage. The Estelle and Kazan working together, able to take down Name Chaotic. I'm pretty sure highest stagger on Polar Cortex's team, so that is a big achievement. That being said, we are looking at the team with Vice and X, and KOs for them are going to come much more naturally, as that's a 13-second point.
When you get a KO, a goal usually follows, as Weston did not feel like using the core flip there. I definitely don't blame him, as it was looking a little congested on the top side. Might as well just save it for later. You're already up 1 point. Might as well make it 1-1 and then keep your resources. I don't hate that for sure. As we see Twisty needs to play a little safe. That's a great use of the secondary on the Umbrella form to stay as safe as possible, but Nikki does not quite have that luxury, so keeping that health bar high is going to be incredibly important here as this point goes on. Weston using pretty much all the abilities there, so now they need to keep the core forward as long as possible. As we're seeing Weston use that primary, keeping the core forward, as Nim Chaotic has that flip, hunting for a little bit of trouble over on the red side, but no, it's going to be down on the defensive side where they get the flip on the KO onto Nikki Mindlin, as Twisty now just needs to keep the core away. That's all they have to do, but A, trying to bring it forward, but oh no, a little bit of a mistake there. I think some miscommunication between the Fool and A, and it's going to result in a goal from the negative power play. So well done, Dogs, for making the most of that one.
Yeah, we saw early in the point just some phenomenal passing coming out of the Dogs. They were able to keep possession of the core most of the point, and then Polar Cortex found a KO, but they were able to hold on, again, defensive prowess of this Atlas, and really just Twisty putting a lot of work on the midfield to keep the ball away from the barrier, and then able to hold out long enough, get the goal, and hey, they're up 2-1 right now. This is their chance to secure a set, maybe get a good Awakening draft, but Name Chaotic is in there, tearing it up, looking to end this game quickly.
And there you go. End this game quickly, as they are currently on game point. 2-2. The Dogs look like they had a bit of a resurgence, but they're going point for point, right? And so it seems like this could end here. However, if they can get one set win, there's still plenty left in the training department, rather in the Awakening department, in order to actually, scale a bit further here, as Weston trying to keep this goal barrier as safe as possible. But Name Chaotic has that core flip, needs to be careful popping it, as Weston has absolutely nothing to stop it. Well timed from Name Chaotic as they're getting crowded. Weston needs to be careful. He needs help, and finally does get the clear. Nikki almost has that flip. They have a lot of offensive potential here. They just need to survive this one last push, and there you go. It's a great save. Here comes the core flip from Twisty, and it's right past the barrage from Kai. The Dogs have a chance.
These teams are just going band for band on the splash zone, and the Dogs able to get a set right there. Twisty clocking the MVP. This is the brawler draft. If you're Twisty, rubbing your hands deviously, I'm looking at bulk up. Mostly 1-2 punch, though, obviously going to be a great pick. Is going to be going with the 1-2 punch, some core speed, and even more damage. I think that turns the Dogs from your average damage threat to, we're bringing out the big guns. We mean business this time. We are seeing, though, bulk up denied from the X, which is another great pick for the Dogs. He's going to be taking quick strike, and that's welcome to the deny X challenge. He's still getting quick strike. That's going to be a bit of a problem, especially on these scoring attempts for the Dogs. But I think that they made off a little bit like bandits. A little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the 1-2 punch on to Kazan turns him into a bit of a scarier threat, but not a threat at all when you're completely off the field. Oh my goodness, the double KO from Name Chaotic, finding 2. Surely they get the barrier there. There it is. Weston could only watch as that core just walked right past the net, but Twisty is going to be back in time, so they should be able to have another defensive possession here. As the game is still going, Twisty keeping it away from Name Chaotic as much as possible, but the jet stream is going to keep it forward as the Fool is trying to keep this offense alive as the double KO yet again. Name Chaotic in the back of the net, just putting him down. That's going to be 1-0 here on possibly another final set here for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, geez, just a little bit of a polar point as we watch Name Chaotic just take heads off bodies, really vicious. And like, look at the levels here. 9 and 9 on the Fool, Name Chaotic, 8 on A. We're seeing 8 on Twisty and 7 on Nicky Minlin and Weston. It's just kind of been Name Chaotic running the show, getting these barriers, getting these goals, getting these KOs, all this XP, and the Dogs backline has been forced to take it, really. No other option, kind of the point of the defense, but it's been really difficult.
Yeah, as we're seeing a lot of difficulties, even just moving this core up the field. I mean, Twisty trying to do enough with it, but the Fool has kind of caught on to the Kazan tricks, right? Just saving. Oh my goodness, such a good strike there from Name Chaotic, using that reset to find the strike war against Nicky Minlin. I mean, you said it, like the level 9s all across the board. It's kind of just been a Polar Cortex domination this whole game, Dogs. I mean, they managed to find one set, just kind of, you know, using all the power they had, but the scaling has started to go in the way of Polar, and they lose a barrier, but they're still in a great spot here. But, hey, needs to be careful, actually. A KO here could mean that the Dogs have a bit of a resurgence here. And though it's going to be A going down, and Twisty finds the hook, finds the strike, that's exactly what you need, but can you do that every point? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, that strike war at the end was just gigantic. Kazan Def able to strike it from behind the Fool there. Yeah, love to see it. W, but like you said, I don't know if they're going to be able to pull it off as Polar Cortex is just running the show. Both barriers down now. They are 1 point away from winning it, but the Dogs, if they're able to keep control, nope, that's in. And boom, Polar Cortex are going to be taking game 1. Dogs had a chance to bring it back and got pretty close, but just not able to seal it out in the end right there.
You know, I'm starting to see why X is very good right now. I don't know what changed, but I mean, he's punching. He's punching, he's KOing. He was just with straight aura forcing Weston back into the absolute bottom of his goal, making it impossible for him to walk up to actually save, or he just dies. So, I mean, it looked pretty strong. So I'll definitely keep that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, crazy X aura. We're looking at 9 goals, 92 redirects, 8 KOs. That's what we in the biz call efficiency. He showed up.
Brawlers, baby.
Yep. Punched people getting it done, and again, Dogs are going to have to find a way to respond to that. I actually have a really good idea. It's pick X. I think this sounds great.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that follows suit. I do believe it's going to be Clarion Corporation, the barn. Knowers know.
The barn.
I'm excited to see that one. And X also fairly good on that map as well. So I think it's going to be another X Classico on that one, unless we see it banned here. And we should be getting another draft soon, as I'm sure both these teams do not want to, you know, dilly-dally whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely. To be honest, I don't know how comfortable Twisty is on the X. I'm pretty sure I've seen it, but definitely prefers the Zen, the Kazan, the Rasmus, you know, the
flashy
the
characters.
big 3. Yeah, and so we'll have to see if it's a ban X or if they're willing to go out and pick it. In the meantime, I do think that we saw the Fool on Kai. I would never say like ban Kai, but it put in so much work, and I think it is similarly very good on Clarion, and just kind of good everywhere. Kai has been feasting this patch, looking really nice. I mean, 156 redirects in that pass lobby, just kind of running the show. This guy's everywhere at once, and it's hard to undersell that value, especially because A was able to pick Vice and just hang out and pump crazy damage. And you know, it looked pretty good on Inkies. Now let's go to Clarion, where it's all the
It should be
corners, all the
better.
narrow spaces. Yeah, it should be way better.
You
So
take the same comps, you put them on Clarion, and I mean, Polar Cortex's comp just should be even better, right? You have the full on Kai, like you said, and then the cool part, as someone who played the midfield and played a lot of ice, it was very nice when my goalie just played something where I didn't have to play midfield. I could just play brawler in the midfield. You know what I mean? Ranged brawler in the midfield, hit everyone with my primaries. I don't care about the core. If it comes to me, I mean, I guess I'll hit it, but that's kind of what A is able to do here on the Vice, and it's able to punish the Estelle and a little bit of the Kazan as well. I mean, they found those 10 KOs total, 8 KOs on Name Chaotic through the Atlas, right? Which is definitely not nothing. And here we go. As we're seeing the draft get started yet again, it's going to be Timeless and Tempo Swing. Interesting. How good is Tempo Swing these days?
It's not what it used to be. That is for sure. It is not hitting like a truck, is not healing all that much. But it's definitely not bad. It's like a nice to have, a solid, a crispy B tier, if you will. It's a take it or leave it. I do think the Timeless will be pretty interesting, but the dogs have come in with a big Vice ban, which honestly I don't blame them. After that last game, and like we were saying, if A is just allowed to, power chord Thunderstruck left and right, it's a nightmare. And with Twisty's brawler pool being a lot of picks that run on the lower stagger end, that's a valuable ban. That's a ban that I appreciate right there.
Yeah, I mean, the bans make sense here, as we see the Amy actually getting first pick. It's definitely a Timeless user. I'm assuming that's what you'd take in this situation. For Dog, I mean, yeah, I like it. There's nothing really too crazy. It's just a good character on a good map for it. So we'll have to see what the follow-up here is. I'm assuming, since it is Polar Cortex, we might be seeing a Kai again, and we might be seeing, it might honestly just be a Kai X. No, it's actually going to be a Finny. Okay, we're seeing a little bit of brawling here. Might be trying to abuse Timeless a little bit more. That would make a bit of sense, wouldn't it? Oh, looks like I'm left all alone as Yoshi has come back. I'm assuming we're back, but I'll still keep talking. As we're seeing the Finny, they're waiting on the next pick here. What abuses Timeless here? I mean, the rune could be, nope, it's just going to be the X. I mean, it just makes sense, right?
Yep, nothing wrong with locking the X. Like you said, Kai X looked really good. I like the Finny X, like you were talking about, abusing Timeless. I'm kind of surprised. We might see Polar round out. Well, no, because I was going to say Dubu. I think, like, not an outstanding Timeless abuser, but just a good character. He's just there to get it done, that kind of guy. But their goalie has already been picked. Unless we would see a rare A Finny. I don't want to see that. I'm gonna be real with you. Don't show me that. But yeah, stank aura. But we are seeing the now come out. Like that a lot more. Definitely, it's X now. We're seeing a different flavor of X era. We're seeing that health support to keep the big guy alive, keep him punching, and with the Finny damage in the back, I think it's going to look really nice. Dogs, it seems like rocking the Estelle goalie, and we're going to be seeing Aimee Kazan going forward. Another Kazan game. I'm a little worried about Kazan's livelihood. Tempo Swing should help a little bit, but if we see another Name Chaotic X performance, we'd be seeing more than 8 KOs. All I'm saying.
Yeah, Twisty's in for a rough one. I would absolutely not want to be the Kazan in this game. That's just my take. However, I think the Estelle and the Amy are very good picks in general. So they should be able to do very well. It just depends on, how, what they get in the draft and, how ready they are to take on this X. And, we'll have to see how fed the X gets or how weak it gets. I don't think it will. As we're seeing one barrier already going down as the X kind of making a little bit of light work on that top side, but the first barrier doesn't mean much as Nikki on the Amy trying to walk back up, but it's just clinical defense there from the Fool and A just passing around in the back.
Yeah, and we are seeing out of the dogs some double mag souls, Twisty taking the mags, and I assume relying on the speed on the midfield line to stay alive, not just another tool for survivability and going to be useful, but does mean that it's going to be pretty hard to score. Meanwhile, Named Chaotic with the slick kicks, if the ball gets in the net, he's just going to be getting so much speed, striking in the corner, striking around, getting speed off his ult, hitting people. That's a big threat. And it seems like they're able to keep the ball up, which means Polar Cortex taking that first point. They're looking really nice. I think that they have a great draft. And again, if we're seeing another X performance, it might just be a slam dunk for them.
Yeah, definitely take their draft here for sure, but there's always room for outplay, but not when your midfielder's dead immediately. So a great little primary there from the Fool to find the quick kill onto Nikki, who apparently is my op. I'm just learning now. I've learned that on the pre-show today, apparently. I'll have to discuss that later. We'll figure it out. But Twisty trying to make something, gets one of the barriers on the bottom side, or on the top side rather, cannot find the bottom side as the core is just barely not getting it. There you go, the Kazan finally making his presence known as both barriers are gone on both sides. But here comes the X as Nikki needs to be careful. That's going to be a bit of more damage. Does get away with that secondary. The X cannot quite finish the kill, and that should be pretty safe for the Amy to walk around, but no, it's going to be an even greater strike from Named Chaotic. I thought Weston had that defense handled, but Named Chaotic timed that perfectly.
Yeah, just weave that strike right in there, right through the turret. I thought the turret was, the deal securer right there. The defense from the dogs looking really nice, but just not able to stop the X. And I feel the same way I do last game. Losing set 1 to X is not a total death sentence, but it feels terrible. And if they win this next point, we see another good draft, that's going to be very dangerous. Dogs have to climb 3 whole points if they want to win this set. But they do have the first barrier, so all it takes is a trickle. Got to start somewhere.
There you go. You start somewhere, start with 1 barrier, maybe a KO here on the Named Chaotic if he's not careful. Gets staggered. But the now healing should be more than enough to keep him healthy for now. As Twisty starting to run back, the evasive going to keep Named Chaotic alive, plus that orb, and the X is more than healthy, as A is just keeping topped off as much as possible. And this is the strength of the now X, is just so hard to take either of them off the field. You have to get such a coordinated burst of damage in order to get them even just staggered. But after that, you still have to KO them, which is hard enough, right? So well done for the draft, as we're seeing it pay off so far. And yet again, another goal. Weston could not quite get the strike shot in time, and Named Chaotic is just getting spoon-fed.
Yeah, really. Hold your breath. Not an X MVP. It's going to be A taking it. It's actually going to be 5th pick Named Chaotic. It's every draft with X is watching him like a hawk. You got to make sure. It's all hands on deck. Giga denied. That bulk up cannot get to him, etc. But we'll be seeing a big stacks pickup from A, which I think is pretty devastating. Now is already so fast, and I think Aimee is able to keep up with her dash, with the mobility, but it's going to be so difficult now with stacks. And unfortunately, terrible
Mission
news.
failed.
Mission failed. I don't know if we'll have a chance to get him next time. That's best in slot.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. It does feel bad there if you're Twisty, for sure, as size just makes your character so much better, especially on this map where you can make a lot more plays happen. But I don't think size is really going to matter at the current moment when you're just going to get taken off of the field whenever X decides to press ultimate. So the bulk up definitely showing a lot of strength already, as we're seeing the Fool just playing so far up here with the momentum boots, as Nikki Midland just cannot quite find the save. A winning that strike war on the top side. And I feel like Polar are just about to run away with it.
Yeah, really. We did see Weston pick up team player, and I love the Awakening. I think it is great. It can solo win games, just having that kind of speed. But with Twisty and Nikki both on mags, it is a little difficult to have that target to team player at 2, where like the Brawler just sits on the far side, sits in the enemy net, waiting for the core speed. Here, we seem that they're a little bit more inclined to stay on the midfield. Not there, though. Actually spending the entire game, or that entire point, in the net, making me look like a fool. Different from the Fool, but unfortunately, his secondary not able to catch the ball, and that will be 1 point for the Dogs.
Alrighty, we got 1-1 as they're finally getting a point here, but Twisty might be going off the pitch. Oh my goodness, the core flip to finish the job might not have been needed, but it definitely was warranted as we're seeing Name Chaotic with the pop-off getting both barriers as well. Not much energy left on either side, but we'll see if they can get it out. Yes, they do find the defense. Twisty does get up in time, but no, Weston just had the strike shot up, and it just, oh no, a little bit of a mistake, and that's definitely not what you want when you're a set down. But maybe it'll let Weston lock in, right? I mean, it always takes a stupid mistake for a lock-in to happen, so we'll see if that happens on the bouncy house.
Yeah, welcome to the barn. We've made it, and one barrier down for the dogs. A little worrying, to be honest. I don't think that their defense on this variant is going to be very nice. Estelle just doesn't have a lot of close-up tools, and if the ball gets into the crevice, you know, known barn crevice, it's going to be hard to get out. Both barriers down. It's looking a bit difficult, but they have a nice offense here, a nice opportunity to get the barrier, and that's going to be all barriers down.
We'll say, Kazan with Amy, if they can stay somewhat healthy and get a setup like that, it is very, very hard to save, as you can't really clear through the turret, and even if you try, you have a Kazan there waiting for you, right? So it is definitely a very, very good offensive strength, but the problem is staying alive and actually staying healthy, and Nikki Minolin showing that they could do both with that play on the blink. Great job making it 2-2. The barn rewards those who wait. And the way that they did. They need a third point, though, if they want any chance at keeping up in this game.
Right. Not a whole lot of waiting to go on here on the Project Xeno. Going to be having the big vents. I don't know. Has anyone ever made value of the vents? I don't care. The dogs just got both barriers. This is their chance. They have the opportunity to take this set right here, even out this game.
Well, we'll see if they can even it up. And it will, actually. Twisty finds the shot into the top corner. Well done. And that's exactly what you need if you want a chance. You get the first pick as well. The Kazan can pretty much get the pick of the litter here. You have the prime time. You have the... I mean, there's a lot here. I'm not quite sure where to go for, as X does have the last pick, so denying him should be a little bit easier.
Yeah, definitely. I do like that primetime pickup. Going to be very nice. I'm looking at peak performance. If X gets that, like, pack your bags. There's no... But, nope. Actually, A going to be taking that. Also very valid, especially with stacks. It's just a ton of speed. Specialized training. Big deny coming out. Deadeye, Weston going to be picking up a little treat for himself. A little bit of damage. Going to be enjoying that. X left with Super Surge. Not bad. Again, welcome to every draft where you're just going to get something on X. Like, Super Surge is a little bit of a luxury, but it's going to make those dashes kill. It's going to make those dashes kill. The dash punch opportunities have opened up, and the bull rush is going to be a major threat now.
Yeah, I mean, absolute major threat there from X, who was already a fairly big one. So, double threat, almost a triple threat on his own. Named Chaotic getting that barrier on the barn this time around. It looks like Polar Cortex wants to take this one all the way early before their barrier falls. Great defense so far from Weston and Nikki, who are finding these clears when they need them. Not the best turret. They could not quite get the core into it. But it's not over yet, as Named Chaotic wants it to be, as trying to get this core up. But the thing with X is that you got one or two good strikes, right? But after that, there's not much you have, whereas the Kazan, I feel like, is a bit stronger in this scenario, but it's not going to matter, and they can back it up into the corner. Nikki cannot find the clear in time. Named Chaotic with the ultimate. A with the core flip, puts it into the bottom corner. That's 1 point forward for Polar Cortex, not Polar Portex.
Yeah, really well played.
That's my new team.
And we got a new team hitting the books. Might be going 2-3 today. No, we'll have to see. But we are seeing Polar Cortex kind of smother the dogs with their offense if A is able to keep feeding Named Chaotic. That's just opportunity after opportunity. Meanwhile, the dogs much more explosive. If they're able to get one big play per point, that usually seals the deal. And I think the defense on Polar Cortex is not enough to hold both Aimee and Kazan. So if they're able to do that 3 times in 3 separate instances, that's a game. And right now they've got 1 set, they've got 1 point, 2 more, and that's going to be some big motion for the dogs.
You make it sound so smooth, so easy. It's just do this. And I'm curious to see if they're able to do it. I mean, maybe they are listening to the stream. They found the pep talk. They found the coaching here as Twisty finds the angle, does not quite find the core. but Nikki Minlin does end up getting that barrier, so it is going to be an opening here as Twisty goes for it. A great save from the Fool, manages to keep it at bay for now, and we're starting to see Polar Cortex lose a little bit in the defense, but Named Chaotic comes back and saves them, finds the KO, and now they're going to get all the space in the world to play offense here. They should be able to get this barrier at the very least, as Twisty does have a few seconds still left on there. No, actually, the barrier gets saved, but Nikki Minlin might be left on, you know, death's door here as Named Chaotic with the ultimate. There you go. The fate is sealed. It's going to be Nikki Minlin going down. Yet again, another power play for Polar Cortex, and they're just going to keep stacking this as much as possible. All this damage as A finds the flip into the top corner. It was a long time coming, but there we go. We found it as they were a little late on that one, but they managed to find the goal all the same, and that's really all that matters.
Yep, I do want to shout out Weston for that point, though. Just putting on some immaculate defense. The D in Dogs, it stands for defense, and he was just holding it down through what looked like so many situations that the barrier just should have gone. It should have gone in the goal, etc. And so we did see some good plays offensively out of the Dogs that last point, but unfortunately just unable to seal the deal, capitalize, get the goal. And when Nikki went down, it just seems impossible. The Dogs really need to focus on staying alive. If any power play comes out for Polar Cortex, that's a bit of a death sentence. But power play of their own, they might be able to make something happen now that both barriers are down.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Both barriers, all four, are down actually, but Nikki makes a blink, a crucial mistake onto the X primary there. The bell ringer shows why it is called such, as we're seeing, oh no, as we see the strike, the misplay, as we see Twisty not quite able to get a hold of the core. Named Chaotic intercepts it into the bottom corner. Weston had no idea what just hit him, and that's going to be the set going over to Polar Cortex when it seemed like the Dogs were actually starting to make a comeback.
Yeah, we were seeing a lot of fight out of the Dogs that set, but unfortunately is not going to be able to seal that one out. Polar Cortex getting another set, getting the quick strike on X, and let's walk through this build. Tempo swing and bulk up. Just crazy synergy. More stagger, more damage, more power, more damage. If there's a lot of damage, quick strike, more strikes on your ult, more damage. Super surge, more. Oh god! It might just be a little bit more damage. This guy is coming out like a freight train. One of those that you see in like those old black and white photos with all the hobos traveling across the country. We're talking big train. And Named Chaotic's been able to get exactly what we need. Like you said earlier, just spoon-fed everything that he needs to make the X look just untouchable.
Well, we'll have to see if it truly is untouchable, or Twisty does get both those barriers at the start and does have the Rampage now. So this X, as you know, the set goes on longer, could be in for a really, really good time, unless he gets KO'd, which might just be the move as the Fool's starting to put on the damage. A is staying hanging back as long as possible, but Named Chaotic just finds the shot. It's as simple as that. All you need is the core once and you put it in. Well done on the X.
Yep, well played. We're also seeing anytime Polar Cortex gets that nice offensive control, they have a good push. The Fool just walks up. He's Mom Boots Finny. He's so fast. And now, like, even if you're able to get it past the X, very difficult. And then get it past the Now, also very difficult. Now you have a Finny also crawling up on the midfield line, looking to push it up, looking to throw out some big finishes, some triple takes in your goal box. So the defense on the Dogs has been going really well because it's just so difficult for them, as that's a power play in both barriers. Polar Cortex right there.
Yeah, and it's so hard being the Estelle, even with all the good trainings, right? You have that hot shot now to help you with some of the cooldowns, but it's not going to matter when the X is standing on top of you. And when the X is on top of you, there's another angle opened up as A finds it into the top corner. That's going to be game point and series point for Polar Cortex, who, I mean, what other map to end it on here is the Barn. Let's see if they can do it, or will the Dogs find a resurgence starting now?
Right, if ever a time, it has to be now on the Barn. We've got no energy for Polar Cortex, a little bit on the Fool, but not enough for a flip. This is looking like a nice Dogs point. We've got Weston with the big flip. Again, Named Chaotic, no energy whatsoever. Might be able to get some KOs, but that's a big dash super surge value right there. Getting the barrier, looking to kill Weston, at least get his flip. Going to be going out, but big flip out of the Fool is going to be sealing that deal.
going to be a Polar Cortex 2-0 in fairly convincing fashion, I must say. Up to 2-3 now. The Dogs sadly go down to 1-4, but their season not quite over. There's always, next week. You got to remember, learn lessons, get better every single week. But Polar Cortex, I mean, they're gunning for playoffs right now.
Right, still in contention. Both teams are, but obviously Polar Cortex going to be having a much nicer look at it with the 2-3 record. Both teams, rookies to nasl. I believe all 6 players. We've seen the Fool sub in for a couple seasons. I believe A made his nasl debut last season, but and Weston as well. We've been seeing some motion out of these goalies, but both pairs of forwards, I believe, brand new to nasl, making their debuts this season and looking really nice. So I'm very excited to watch both of these teams. I do think it's looking pretty difficult for the Dogs, but for a first season, especially jumping from Nasty to nasl, the big leagues, hanging out with the big dogs, they're sizable dogs, they're looking pretty nice.
They're not looking lost, I will say that. They had some good drafts, they had a lot of good opportunities, some good offensive pushes, especially from Twisty, who was really showing why she deserves to be here, right? For sure. But sadly, I mean, you got to do a little bit more than just show you deserve to be here. You got to dominate. And that's exactly what Polar Cortex did to this game as and the Fool. Both some pretty good redirect numbers, and Name Chaotic just as normal. He put it in 5 goals, 4 assists, 7 KOs. Yet again, just a clinic on the X. I mean, well done for Name Chaotic, and well done for Polar Cortex. Moving up to 2-3, looking like still, shooting for playoffs. I think they could definitely be a threat if they can start to lock it in a little bit like they did today.
Yeah, definitely. It's a tight race, and it's going to be especially tight for Polar Cortex, but anything is possible. So I would love to see him in the playoffs. I think that would be so cool. Hitting the Nasty victory, NASA victory, boom, nasl playoffs, like glow up after glow up after glow up. But in the meantime, that's all we've got for week 5. I believe that there's going to be a post show. Don't leave yet, but we have concluded all the games. That's going to be it for the Omega Strikers. Stay tuned for that. But Borg, got anything left for us?
No, it's great to be back. A little bit of a quick dip my toe back into the waters, but I'm planning on, peeking around as much as I can, as I do miss you guys. I miss hanging out. I miss casting some good old Omega Strikers. The game's still alive, damn it, as we're keeping it in. Bestie and Slot doing what we need to do. And there's some good games coming. I'm excited for next week, and be excited for the post show, as we're going to be going to a quick break, and we'll be back with you then.
Point of Grand Finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
Go. Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Strikers League. It's me, Vaughn. I'm here on the post-show desk with some winners. I'm not one of them, but that's okay. You have to lose eventually, and I called it on the pre-show, so I knew. I'm going to start with Mr. Snake, who has found a home in HMG and is coming off a delectable 2-0 win. What's it been like playing with this team, Kyle? It's the first time you've played completely solo and nasl without your Demons Raw teammates since West Season 1. So could you talk to me a little bit about what that process has been like as I walk off camera for a second?
Yeah, sure. Basically, these guys are like, "Hey, we need a brawler," and I was like, "I'm down." So I'm on the team. Hi, I'm playing again. It's a lot of fun. These guys have a unique approach to the game that I really like. We've clicked extremely well. It's I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but like low key, it's like we're slowly becoming like a new age version of like old demons. Like Josh has low key got like the kind noob gene, and Milkman's spreading his wings now. He's playing some damage, and we've been having a lot of fun doing that. So I would say it's been going really good so far. I'm hoping to get a lot more wins.
I was about to say, he busted out the Vice today, which was a pleasant surprise. Usually I see him opt for like Arrow or the Melees. So that was really cool. And it's just nice to see that a team that I had a lot of faith in going into the season find kind of their second wind. I think you go back to pretty much every single nasl pre-show and even before that, and like Sad Boys like server, I'm just like HMG. Like I'm pretty big on HMG. So definitely for HMG. And now we go to one of the other rookie teams. I just realized we have 3 of the new teams on the desk. W new teams. Miss Tempo Melon, Parker herself, defeating the Fraud Boys. We finally played a starting roster and we lost. So it's starting to go 4 and 5. Parker, walk me through how you guys approached the series and how did you get the win versus the Fraud Boys?
Well, we really thought we were going to go to DD, and we planned a lot for it, and we ended up going to it. After game 1, I really thought it might just be the same thing game 2, but we eventually just realized it to play a lot faster and not be as slow as much, and it ended up going a lot better as the games went on.
W. All right, Mr. Aiden, you now have 2 wins. You've doubled your win total versus the Dogs. Put them down. How are you feeling now that you're about halfway through the season? I know the mental is probably doing a lot better. So talk to me about what you guys are feeling like. I think you're now 2 and 3 going into the midway point. So talk to me about how you're feeling.
Yeah, I think I'm feeling a lot better after week 5 than week 3. I think week 3 going 0 and 3 after being a team that's known for winning a lot in lower divisions, of course. It was a big change up, and I think it really affected my mental. I'll be honest. I'll be a little vulnerable here on the post show. I was not feeling very well, very good about myself in terms of my performances and how I was playing and how I was approaching the game. And it took a lot of words of encouragement from some friends of mine, Vaughn included, that kind of helped me with some goal reorienting and kind of reframing what I'm here to do in nasl. And so instead of just making it to nasl, it's kind of more of a what after approach. So definitely feeling a lot better. I'm glad that we got a win against the Dogs today, and I'm feeling a lot better about my gameplay overall, as well as my teammates. So,
hey, W, I think that mindset is honestly the most important part about defeating an asshole. I think a lot of people have come and gone through the bestie and slot competitive doors, but sometimes doing some self-reflection and learning emotion regulation and goal setting through our experience performing through OS is kind of important, which is a lot of spiel, but I think that is kind of the crux of the matter here. So I think that is an awesome answer. I really appreciate it. Before we end it, because I have a date with Mystic, does anyone have any shout outs? I'm going to ask one person on the desk with me for a shout out for each of you, and we'll just start with Aiden and move back in reverse order.
it's kind of a half shout out. I'm going to shout out Liari for bringing this incredible quote to existence. The Polar Express can run over dozens of dogs. What's just 3? I'll leave it at that.
W. Liari. She's always been one of the master chatters. Parker or Temple Melon?
I'm gonna shout out a player I saw play today from St. Anthony Sunday. I think Nampiog played really insane
Prue.
in his series.
Prue, actually.
Like
No, that's
that
real.
was crazy. Yeah, I was very, very, very impressed with him today.
Yeah, the X has come a long way since the like 30% win rate solo queue. Like it looks like a real threat. I'm glad you said something because I
Forgot
thought
about
that
that.
too. Yeah, it's come a long way. I'm very impressed. Last week too. He played it last week and it looked
Yeah.
good. So shout out name, bro. Happy late birthday. Snake?
I'm gonna shout out all of Polar Cortex because I'm gonna be honest. I thought we were gonna steamroll them last week, and I was clearly proven wrong. So I was down for that. Yeah, Name is playing all the ABAB brawlers now, which is actually pretty fun to see because I mean I don't think the Kazan is doing too good right now if you look at like standings.
Yeah, Kazan is a
But
tough character.
yeah, I mean they all played really well against us, and I was pleasantly shocked. And I mean I think it's fair that they took the win on us because we're low key the new kids on the block on week 4. So yeah, I'm down for them, and I'm down for them to get a few more wins and prove themselves this season. So shout out you guys.
Appreciate you, boss.
Yeah.
Hey, W Nassel, say nice things Sundays tomorrow. We got a jump start on today, but don't forget it's tomorrow. So go ahead and tell someone something nice on Sunday. That's all for Nassel week 5. My goodness, we're actually it's weird to say
Halfway.
that, but after that it's week 6, and then that feels like that's just the last third of the season. So coming to a close very quickly. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget we have Denver land signups as well as EU and Canada lands have been announced as well on either side of it. So go ahead and check those out for some in-person OSing. But I am Vaughn on the post show. Thank you for watching, and we will see you next week. Goodbye.
恋しくて苦しくてこの夜を見つめてたくて濡れた髪を撫でながらまたあなたを